A person's energy is limited, and it can be said that almost no one can balance their career while also taking care of their family. Some people, in pursuit of their careers, ignore the presence of their family. Just like him back in the day, he was too invested in his career, which led to him caring less for Chu-yi and her mother at that time. As a result, when Chu-yi's mother fell ill, she didn't receive timely treatment. This caused Chu-yi to lose her mother when she was just 3 years old. He deeply regretted this. He regretted not spending more time with Chu-yi and her mother. Since then, he has come to understand one thing. Money is meant to serve people. If a person is gone, having a lot of money is useless. Scientific advancements have their limits, and life is finite. If you don't cherish it, when you lose it, you will have deep regrets. He worried that Lin Mo would end up like him back then. He was even more concerned that his precious daughter, Chu-yi, would experience the same fate as his wife did. If that were to happen, that day would become a lifelong pain for him. His only requirement for his son-in-law was that, in his heart, family should be more important than money. The so-called 10 billion dowry was merely a way to see what Lin Mo would choose and to gauge his talent in business. Once money reaches a certain amount, any excess is just a number. Having an extra 10 billion won't improve one's quality of life. Now, it seems that Lin Mo is not that kind of person. He is meticulous and values relationships. His parents also have good character. Perhaps he truly is someone worthy of entrusting with his daughter's life. Perhaps he can trust his daughter's judgment. At this moment, Chu China thought a lot. The brief exchange could be considered an opening remark, and gradually, they began to open up to each other. They chatted, ate, and watched the Spring Festival Gala. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Mo and Chu-yi had both eaten their fill. Staying there, both felt a bit uncomfortable. There was still a generational gap with the adults. So, the two decided to go outside to watch the fireworks. As soon as they stepped out of Lin Mo's house, Chu-yi suddenly noticed something unusual at the house next door belonging to An Miaowei. An Miaowei was sitting alone at her cold and empty door, hugging her knees, with her face buried in her arms, seemingly crying. Hearing the loud fireworks and the happy sounds coming from Lin Mo's house next door, her tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. It seemed that all of this belonged to her. Lin Mo, look, what happened to An Miaowei? Chu-yi tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve. Following Chu-yi's gaze, Lin Mo saw An Miaowei squatting there, her figure lonely and desolate, like an abandoned child. Lin Mo frowned and, after a moment of silence, pulled Chu-yi away from there. When they could no longer see An Miaowei's figure, Lin Mo told Chu-yi everything about An Miaowei, including their childhood, how her attitude towards him had changed over the past 10 years, and also her attitude when she borrowed money from him a few days ago. Do you think I've been a bit cold-hearted? Lin Mo gently asked Chu-yi. After hearing Lin Mo's account, Chu-yi shook her head. She looked at Lin Mo seriously and said, "No, you've done enough already. You know why most couples delete each other after breaking up, right? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because they are heartbroken? Because that way, they can avoid future entanglements, completely sever their relationship, and allow each other to start anew, find new love, and begin new lives." Lin Mo pondered over her words. Jiangqing's Qingchuan district is located in the old city area. Although it isn't large or wealthy, the fireworks tonight were particularly dazzling. Holding hands, Chu-yi and Lin Mo walked through the alley, and not far away in the square, many people were gathering. Then came a grand fireworks party. Wow, it looks amazing. It's been so long since I've seen fireworks. Chu-yi looked at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, smiling with great joy. It wasn't just because she was happy to see the fireworks. It was because this new year was different from all the previous ones she had experienced. This year, in her heart, there was an additional very important person. Lin Mo. Seeing Chu-yi happy, Lin Mo was also happy. He casually bought a handful of fairy wands from a nearby fireworks stall and handed a set to Chu-yi. Have you played with this before? Fairy wands. I haven't played with these in a long time. Now that we're grown up, isn't it a bit childish to play with them? Not at all. Happiness doesn't have an age limit. If you maintain a youthful mindset, life will be more interesting. Okay, Then I want to play. All right, hold it well. Puff. Lin Mo flicked a lighter, and the top of the fairy wand instantly burst in a dazzling light. Wow, so beautiful, isn't it? Haha, by the way, you have to swing the fairy wand to have fun. Like this. As he spoke, Lin Mo started to swing the fairy wand in circles. He waved multiple fairy wands around with both hands. The brilliant lights danced along the path of his wrist, creating dazzling scenes. Seeing this, Chu-Yi cheered and began to imitate him. Bala Bala Little Magic Fairy transform. No, it's Bala Bala Little Magic Fairy full body transformation. That's not wrong. Both phrases work. I'm Little Magic Fairy Xiaolon, and you're the Little Magic Fairy Prince of Amusement. Hey, wait. Why is the Prince of Amusement a little magic fairy? Isn't he a boy? Yeah. How'd I not think of that back then? The two of them were having so much fun in the square. Meanwhile, Chu Qinhe was having a heartfelt conversation with Lin Mo's dad. Brother Chu's sister-in-law, you may not know this, but he has never had many friends since she was little. I'm really happy that she gets along with Lin Mo. After going to Qingbei, thanks to Lin Mo's care, I can worry a little less. Yi's mother passed away early, so I've poured all my energy and love into her. I have high expectations for Yi. I hope she can be happy. I also hope she can achieve academic success in the future, be able to stand on her own in this world, and protect herself. I don't know how long I can guard her. Lin Guodong nodded repeatedly. Hey, let's not talk about standing in this world. I feel it's difficult just to stand in this small Jiang city. I can't compare to you. Hearing this, Chu Qinhe sighed lightly. Hey, Brother Lin, let me tell you, don't focus on these things. They're all superficial. What's most important in life? It's family. Don't think that just because I have so many assets, I'm happy at all. Sometimes money can buy health, but money really cannot buy life or love. Chu Qinhe spoke sincerely, which moved Lin Guodong. Although he hadn't experienced the ups and downs as a man, he could feel Chu Qinhe's emotions. The love he had for Chu-Yi and the regret for his wife were both very genuine. Everyone has their own pain. In this regard, compared to Chu Qinhe, he felt much happier. He truly hoped that Lin Mo would have his own happiness in the future. That night, Chu Qinhe enjoyed a lively drink with Lin Mo's father. It wasn't until midnight, around 12 o'clock, that he staggered home with Chu-Yi. Perhaps this was the first time he had truly relaxed and felt happy since becoming a business tycoon. Along the way, Chu-Yi leaned against the car window, occasionally giggling at the scenery rushing past outside. Chu Qinhe, having closed his eyes to rest for a long time, also wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his mind was already planning other matters. Lin Mo was worth nurturing. This boy, with a simple background, managed to reach this point through his own efforts, a true miracle. It is often said that it is hard for a poor family to produce a noble child. In today's context, Lin Mo is indeed a rare genius among millions. If possible, it would be best for Lin Mo to take over the Chu group. Compared to Chu-Yi, he was smarter, more alert, and had more ambition. With Lin Mo around, Chu-Yi wouldn't have to bear such a heavy burden. Her life's path would be much smoother. This could also be seen as a way to make amends to his late lover. As he squinted at Chu-Yi, who was leaning against the car window, Chu Qinhe's eyes gradually became moist. That night, both Lin Mo and Chu-Yi fell asleep quite late. Recalling the moments when they held hands, setting off fireworks and enjoying the moonlight together in the square, Chu-Yi felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was daydreaming about their future. If everything went smoothly after graduation, he and Chu-Yi would successfully step into the hall of marriage. Would they have one, or perhaps two? No, maybe 3 children. He would take his parents to live in a grand riverside villa he bought. When they had time, they would help him and Chu-Yi take care of the kids. Meanwhile, he and Chu-Yi would lead the Lin group and the Chu group through the ever-changing international business world. However, to achieve all of this, the next 4 steps would be crucial. At present, his real estate company's operations were already on the right track. Several projects in Jiang City had made significant progress, especially the piece of land he had targeted early on, which had now been designated as a middle school district. In addition, several surrounding counties with good development potential were about to be expanded into Jiang City's economic development zone. Lin Mo was very optimistic about these opportunities. Once the first batch of funds was returned, he could expand his business throughout East China and scale up. After that, with just a slight effort, he could reap the rewards. Right now, he just needed to wait for the flowers to bloom. With some extra cash on hand, Lin Mo decided to start his internet master plan with Gu Shaoxing. Of course, until they truly rose to prominence, everything would have to be done discreetly. They aimed to surprise everyone and avoid the embarrassment of having their software in public beta while competitors were already applying for an IPO next door. Although Lin Mo had absolute confidence in completing these tasks, he still felt a hint of anxiety. He knew that what he and Gu Shaoxing were doing would inevitably trigger a butterfly effect. Once their platforms, Yuyuan, Douyin, along with Sharktooth and Lightning Express, successfully launched, several commercial giants who should have appeared would likely be swept away by the tide of the times. This reality was somewhat melancholic. The business world was indeed ruthless. When history decides to place you on a pedestal, you cannot refuse. And when it decides to bring you down, it can feel as quick as a snap of the fingers. Ultimately, people are just too insignificant. Lin Mo was lost in thought and slowly drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he and Chu Yi walked hand in hand, freely wandering through a brilliant galaxy. Suddenly, a strong light flashed by, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. He could only vaguely see what appeared to be a small sun, but it was attached to a giant ship. Just when Lin Mo wanted to get a clearer view, he was jolted awake. He opened his eyes, and the morning sun was slowly streaming through his window, illuminating the curtains to a bright sheen. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. Stretching lazily, it felt like a new beginning. 2013, here I come. Lin Mo immediately got out of bed, dressed neatly, and went out for a morning run, welcoming the first sunrise of the new year. The first day passed with sports, meals, and casual chats taking up most of the time. By the afternoon, after careful consideration, Lin Mo decided to contact Gu Shaoxing. He felt he could no longer wait. The plan needed to be launched as soon as possible. It felt like a voice in his heart was urging him on. With a single phone call, Gu Shaoxing hurried over from his home. He actually remembered the last time Lin Mo talked to him about a plan to make money through the internet. However, he had not heard any specifics from Lin Mo yet. Lin Mo took Gu Shaoxing to a nearby park, and the two began discussing Lin Mo's plan. I want to build a platform that can bring convenience to all merchants and customers. All merchants can open stores on this platform and sell products. This way, the platform can profit by taking a small fee, and it can also run activities like group buying discounts to help merchants attract customers. This way, merchants can gain more customers through the platform, creating a virtuous cycle. Of course, in the beginning, we can't compete with big companies, but we can take a different route. What if there were software that allows people to buy food and drinks from home and have them delivered to their door within minutes? They wouldn't even need to leave the house to solve their dining problems. Then, when our funding reaches a certain level, we can start competing with commercial giants, offering lower prices to attract more users. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lin Mo's idea left Gu Shaoxing in awe. Their family used to make a living by selling vegetables, and he had often helped his parents at their stall when he was young, so he naturally understood how hard it was to do business. If Lin Mo's idea actually came to fruition, the impact would be unimaginable. Lin Mo, I suddenly realize you're not just impressive. You are truly great. Do you know that? Right now, we really need a shopping platform that caters to us, the poor. And your idea of food delivery is truly genius. But Lin Mo, since we can think of this, maybe others have thought of it too. Are we too late? No way. The internet isn't that developed yet, computers aren't widespread, and even smartphones aren't common, so not many people have noticed this area. We have a great opportunity. That's true. Let's get started. Quick, tell me how we can do this. What can I do? Gu Shaoxing was already eager to get going. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. Now everything was within reach. At the beginning of 2013, there was already a preliminary development of food delivery services, but at that time, Most delivery was just taking orders over the phone from shops. Platforms like Yutuan and ele.me, which would become famous in the future, were still just small companies circulating locally. The real rise of food delivery would come in 2016, which meant he had 3 years to compete with these two predecessors. He needed to establish the first large-scale food delivery platform within 3 years. No, 3 years was too late. He had to complete it within 2.5 years. This would also be the first and most important step in his 10-year internet plan, because only by completing the first step could he move on to the second and third. Lin Mo and Gu Xiaosheng continued to discuss the preliminary development plan for their internet company. Of course, you'll be responsible for the technical side. The computer science major. We can't let your talent go to waste. Ha, that's right. To be honest, there aren't many who can compare in terms of my understanding of computers here at Yank University. The technical side is no problem, but if it's just me, it might take a bit longer. Building a complete website platform requires writing a lot of code. Even for the most basic functions, it would take me at least half a year to optimize everything if I'm working alone. Gu Xiaosheng found it a bit challenging. Don't worry about that. I plan to register a company and find some technical people to help you. Additionally, I can offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan and a 10% stake in the company. Sounds good, right? Lin Mo offered an exceptionally high price. Gu Xiaosheng only needed to provide the technical expertise to own a significant share of the company. It's worth noting that internet companies require a lot of capital, and Lin Mo's initial investment starts in a 9-figure range. If successful, Gu Xiaosheng would definitely become a billionaire. Among all the excellent programmers in the world, Lin Mo specifically chose Gu Xiaosheng. After all, he is his lifelong brother. In his past life, in a situation where he was nearly abandoned by everyone, only Gu Xiaosheng had unwaveringly supported him until the end. Upon hearing Lin Mo's offer, Gu Xiaosheng was so excited that he jumped up. That's a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, which means he could finally achieve financial freedom. Perhaps in his eyes, having a stake in the company couldn't compare to the practicality of that monthly salary. Without even thinking, Gu Xiaosheng immediately pledged to Lin Mo. I guarantee to have the platform ready within 3 months, but you have to come and guide us during that time to ensure we don't go off track. The two hit it off immediately, and Lin Mo happily replied, "Of course, I'll arrange the personnel and equipment for you, provide you with the best computer, and let's set the company headquarters in Yanjing." Oh yeah, I'm officially a person with an income now. After finalizing the big plans, Lin Mo didn't waste his vacation and quietly contacted Wang Difu, asking him to send someone to Yanjing City for market research under the guise of expanding the business. Meanwhile, Lin Mo analyzed the information they provided to find a suitable location for the company's address. On the other hand, he was also preparing the materials needed to register the company. This was a major undertaking, and he didn't reveal the true purpose to anyone, including Chu Yi and the errand-running Wang Difu. Because compared to the real estate industry, the internet industry was the true sword that would allow him to enter the commercial circle. Soon, the vacation ended and the new semester began. Lin Mo didn't expect that his originally steady pace of life would once again change. The new semester opened a new chapter. As before, Lin Mo still walked with Chu Yi. What surprised Lin Mo was that this semester they added a new course, and their teacher was the renowned financial professor and gold medal investor, Li Yang. Of course, Lin Mo was not just interested in Professor Li Yang's fame. He also valued the incredible network of resources behind him. In the entire business circle of Yanjing City, there was no one who didn't recognize this super investor, Li Yang. This teacher was known for his practical experience in trading. The students he taught had previously turned a fixed investment of 10,000 yuan into a 100% return in just 3 months through investment. Such results were explosive within the financial industry. It's important to note that the average return rate for all students in this practical course at Qingbei University was only around 20%, with few reaching 30%. Such performance in society is already considered outstanding. Since that female student named Shi Xiao achieved a 100% return rate 5 years ago, breaking the highest record for this course, No one had come close to matching that achievement. This also makes Professor Li often sigh, lamenting the loss of talent. Although in recent years he has held the title of the top professor in the finance department at Qingbei, in reality, he does not feel satisfied. He truly wonders when he will encounter such outstanding students again. Time and again, he has only found disappointment in his expectations. Gradually, he has stopped harboring fantasies in this regard. This year is no different. As usual, after announcing the rules for the 3-month practical course, he became a hands-off manager. He left a classroom full of bewildered students to study on their own. Next to Liji, several classmates quickly gathered around. Sure, I heard that the highest return rate record for Professor Li's course was once held by your sister. Is that true? Is there any need to ask? Of course it is. Back then, this caused a huge sensation. With a starting capital of 10,000 invested in futures and stocks, the return rate was 100%. That's right. Absolutely right. I've heard senior students in the club say that the return rate was 100%. It's amazing. I really don't know how it was done and would like to ask in person. To achieve a 100% return rate, all the selected stocks or futures must be on a significant rise, and one must buy and sell multiple times to reach such a high return rate within 3 months. Yes, but who can manage to have all the stocks and futures they buy rise significantly without any small increases or decreases? This is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Sure, you must have inherited your sister's true teachings, right? Teach us a few tricks. Right, sure, please teach us. Surrounded by a group of people, Liji's sense of pride was almost written all over his face. Of course I have learned my sister's true teachings. Don't think I'll teach you 2 tricks. Just follow me and copy my homework. Oh, then thank you so much, Sure. Thank you, Sure. With this, we're set and don't have to worry about failing the course. Ha! Liji was full of pride. He glanced over at Lin Mo and Chu Yi, who were whispering to each other, and a hint of disdain crossed his eyes. Later, he heard that Chu Yi sold that gem again after the banquet. So in his opinion, this was just a scheme between Lin Mo and Chu Yi to make him uncomfortable. Only he spent 2.5 million in real money. What a slap-in-the-face little drama. You guys are really having fun. Lin Mo, right? Last time you and Chu Yi played with me. The next time, I won't indulge you anymore. I will take back every bit of dignity I lost, little by little. You two just wait. Liji led his followers to start applying for accounts, searching for information, and preparing for the upcoming practical stock selection. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Lin Mo were still leisurely chatting. Lin Mo was still unclear about how this course worked, but Chu Yi knew very well about the legend of teacher Li Yang and the tradition of this course at Qingbei. Before attending Qingbei, someone had already told her about this. This course at Qingbei is one of the most important classes. If she could gain recognition from Li Yang and meet more influential people, her future prospects would be limitless. The rules are simple. The school provides each person with a starting capital of 10,000 yuan for 3 months. Within 3 months, you can choose any stocks or futures products you like for investment. At the end of the semester, the final return rate will be calculated, and rankings will be based on the return rate. A return rate of 20% is considered passing. However, as far as I know, the highest average return rate back in the day was only 30%. So every year, there are not a few students who fail this course. Chu Yi shared the information she knew with Lin Mo. Lin Mo listened attentively. When he heard about the legend of Shi Xiu, he was momentarily surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, behind this person, there was an entire large financial group, and their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. If they could achieve a 100% return on investment, maybe he could too. Moreover, he wouldn't have to buy and sell so frequently. He just needed to find a company that could increase its market value by over 120% within 3 months, and that would be enough. Though it sounded simple, where could he find such an impressive company? After Lin Mo expressed his thoughts, Chu Yi raised his question. However, Lin Mo appeared confident at that moment. He intentionally didn't elaborate further, leaving a suspense that made Chu Yi curiously tug at his arm, shaking it. Come on. I share my news with you. But you're not telling me your good idea. I'm going to be mad. I'm really going to be mad. Lin Mo remained silent, squinting his eyes, tilting his head back, signaling Chu Yi to reward him with a kiss before continuing. Chu Yi understood instantly, and her face turned red. I've noticed you're getting more and more annoying. I'm ignoring you now. Humph. Pretending to be angry, Chu Yi turned her head away. Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly comforted her. All right, I'll tell you. Don't be mad. In fact, I know of a company that can double its market value within 3 months. What? That's impossible. Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. I've never heard of any listed company being able to double its market value in just 3 months. That's impossible, Chu Yi said with certainty, but her eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Chu Yi's father, Chu Qinhe, had been in business for many years, and she had learned quite a bit from being by his side since she was a child. So she certainly had a certain understanding of these matters. To claim that any company could suddenly double its market value within 3 months was something she found hard to believe. She would think it was a scam. But oddly enough, this statement came from Lin Mo's mouth, leaving her conflicted. Lin Mo had never lied to her and had never made unrealistic promises. So Chu Yi trusted him greatly. She felt that Lin Mo wasn't joking. Could it be that Lin Mo had already researched this? Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Lin Mo smiled and patted Chu Yi's forehead, saying, in the first half of 2013, a soon-to-be-listed real estate company will rise. We just need to invest in this company. Lin Mo spoke with full confidence. Chu Yi was now certain that Lin Mo must have been keeping an eye on this kind of news. It seemed he was confident. However, she still reminded him, putting all your eggs in one basket is a big investment taboo. But I believe in you, he. Then I'll leave this 10,000 yuan with you to manage. And I look forward to seeing an excess return at the end of the term. Chu Yi took on the role of a carefree investor, and Lin Mo could only shrug. No way, without a reward, there's no motivation. Lin Mo leaned his half-face toward her, and Chu Yi gave him a quick peck like a dragonfly touching the water, then blushed and ran away. Chu Yi and Lin Mo's affectionate actions sparked cheers and shouts from their classmates in the classroom. Goddess, my goddess! Lin Mo, give me back my goddess. Ah, when I was young and ignorant, I mistakenly took a lowly for a treasure. Is it interesting to bully a single dog like me? Boo-hoo-hoo! Especially the single dog, Lu Xiaoyu, who was on the verge of tears. In their dormitory of 4, he was the only one left as a single dog. Watching the other 3 flaunting their love was just unbearable. Feng Yang brought his girlfriend Lu Ruoxi, and Zhang Yunlong also brought his new girlfriend to Lin Mo. The people in their dorm had long since become friends, so they immediately chose to stick together in such matters. Zhang Yunlong was the first to charge in. He knew very well how powerful and ambitious Lin Mo was. Even the prominent Chu Yi trusted him so much. Meanwhile, Feng Yang and Lu Ruoxi, both from humble backgrounds, also unanimously chose to follow Lin Mo, ready to trust him unconditionally. Their trust in Lin Mo had reached a considerable height. As soon as they got close to Lin Mo, they reached a consensus. Copying homework, no further discussion, it was a surefire win. Not to mention, studying with Lin Mo, they wouldn't fail any courses by the end of the semester. If things went well, they might even get a good ranking. Of course, they wouldn't just copy Lin Mo's homework without some payment. Meals were inevitable. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't stand the dog food around him, so he didn't join. Instead, he was using his excellent math skills to calculate probabilities. In just a short while, he had already used up several sheets of scratch paper. Bro, use less paper. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it. Zhang Yunlong patted Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, advising him earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu. Mo go. I think I should listen to you. I should use less paper. Lu Xiaoyu was in tears. Just like that, Lin Mo immediately had a 6-person collaboration group with a startup capital of 60,000 yuan. After that, he only needed to invest in his real estate company and wait for the returns. He would just wait for 3 months for the results. With Lin Mo as the helmsman, Chu Yi and Lu Ruoxi, along with Lin Mo's roommates, seemed to have a much easier time. Other classmates in their class were busy monitoring the stock market trends and news from various channels every day. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his group would finish their classes and homework and then go do what they wanted. Zhang Yunlong continued as usual, taking different girls out to various night spots, bars, and concert venues in Yanjing City every day. Feng Yang and Lu Ruoxi spent their days in the library, though it was unclear whether they were studying or dating. Only Lu Xiaoyu remained alone in the dormitory, playing with a Rubik's Cube. As for Lin Mo, he hadn't spent a single day idly in the dorm since the semester started. Besides attending classes, he was dating Chu Yi and also had to find time to manage his tech company's affairs. Lin Mo's tech company, named Yimo Technology Company Limited, was already established and had entered the initial phase. Now was the time when they needed manpower, so Lin Mo took on the roles of both HR and general manager himself. While recruiting, he was also writing project plans. When it came to hiring for the tech company, which was a rapidly growing field in the internet industry, Lin Mo had high standards. Of course, the compensation was also far above market levels. He had already recruited several top-notch internet hackers, internet management staff, and genius programmers with annual salaries in the millions. Small companies wouldn't appreciate this? There's nothing that money can't solve. Doubling the salary. Who wouldn't be tempted? To outsiders, it seemed like Lin Mo was just a rich second generation who was squandering his family's wealth. But only Lin Mo knew that the development of the internet was unstoppable, and if he didn't seize the opportunity now, there would be no hope for the future. This current investment would definitely pay off in the long run. He hadn't told Chu Yi about his entrepreneurial endeavors, so Lin Mo appeared particularly busy. However, within the 24 hours of a day, he still had enough time. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Almost all the students in the practical course started to see decent returns from their investments. Some students made a good profit of 20% through futures trading and managed to pass. Shirliji and a few classmates who worked alongside him achieved even higher returns of 30%. All of this was accomplished with the help of Shirliji's sister. Without his own abilities, Shirliji would still be lost in the world. In contrast, Lin Mo and his roommates had rather disappointing results. At this point, Lin Mo and his roommates only achieved a meager 5% return rate. Knowing the situation, Lin Mo remained calm, and he believed his roommates had a stable mindset as well. However, other classmates in the class were secretly spreading rumors and baseless speculations. Some students even gossiped behind their backs, especially about Shirliji, who was surrounded by his sycophants. At first, we believed that Xiao was right. Now, following Lin Mo, the so-called study god, we only have a 5% return rate. It's laughable. Yeah, study god is just talk. When it comes to actual trading, he shatters like glass. Exactly. Thanks to Xiao. At this rate, he will be first while Lin Mo and his group will definitely be at the bottom. Right, so what if Lin Mo defeated Chu Yi? It doesn't change the fact that he's just a poor nobody, pretending to be rich because of her. Let's see how long he can keep that up. Exactly, it's a pity for Chu Yi, who has been completely blinded by Lin Mo's appearance. She spent 30 million to have him come on stage and present her with gems. How could someone like her fall for a guy like him? After the first month's milestone, these students almost sat down with Shirliji every day to discuss matters. During these times, they never forgot to insult Lin Mo verbally. After all, they had become Xiao's most loyal lackeys. The third young master of a super wealthy family felt extremely honored to have their attention. In high school, some people preferred study gods over rich second-generation kids, but in college, the situation reversed. They envied the study gods and yearned to be rich second-generation kids themselves, especially with Lin Mo, this poor kid, managing to attract the attention of a super wealthy heiress like Chu Yi. Why weren't they so lucky? Never underestimate a person's jealousy. Even though these sycophants verbally criticized Lin Mo, deep down, they were crazily jealous of him. This is normal. Not just classmates, even relatives and family members can harbor jealousy. For example, Shirliji was also jealous of his older brother, who was regarded as a genius by the entire family. And he, despite being an undeniable rich second generation, felt overlooked. This is why he wanted to take Chu Yi for himself. Her background was too strong, not inferior to his family's. If he could do this, he could hold his head high and shock everyone. However, the world is strange. When someone is proud, heaven often slaps them in the face. In the second month, Lin Mo and his group stocks saw wave after wave of significant increases. By the end of the second month, they had hit the limit on multiple occasions. Lin Mo knew that Wang Difu had sold off those pieces of land according to his requests. With the influx of capital, his real estate company now had a staggering 1.5 billion on the books. Moreover, due to policy impacts, the valuation of other ongoing projects had surpassed 2 billion and was still on the rise. In less than a year, the value of his real estate company skyrocketed from over 100 million to an astonishing 2 billion. This was a miracle in the business world, which caused a fluctuation when listed last month. The stocks were in high demand and prices surged. Lin Mo's net worth continued to rise, reaching an astonishing level. It's worth noting that he controlled 95% of the shares in this real estate company. After the listing, he distributed 10%, retaining 85% of the shares. 85% of 2 billion means he has a net worth of 1.7 billion. Not only that, but he also has other investments, including an investment company under the name of the Chu family, which has invested in some short-term booming industries with an extremely high annual return rate, accumulating over 500 million in assets. In other words, Lin Mo is now definitely worth 2 billion. At just 19 years old, starting from scratch and possessing 2 billion in assets, he has become an unprecedented legend in the entire business circle. Of course, only a very few people know that the real behind-the-scenes boss of that real estate company is Lin Mo. Everyone else thinks that Wang Difu just got lucky and received strong support from the government. They have already won big this round. When the second-month milestone arrives and the day of results announcement comes, everyone is stunned when they see Lin Mo and his team's results. In just 1 month, the stock they bought doubled, a growth rate of 110%. This shocked everyone in the class, especially that old professor, whose black hole-like eyes began to shine. In one go, 6 students in the class posted returns exceeding 100%. This was simply shocking, although the old professor knew in his heart that they had exchanged answers. What does it matter? There must be a leading figure among them. That day, the old professor sought them out for a conversation. After questioning and an in-depth exchange, the name Lin Mo was deeply impressed upon this old professor's mind. This young man is extraordinary. In the future, he will undoubtedly have a place among business giants. There is still a month left until the practical class ends, and Lin Mo definitely has the chance to surpass the earlier Shirxiu. The old professor was eagerly looking forward to it. However, Shirliji's expression was not so good. He never expected that Lin Mo and the others would achieve such high returns by only choosing one stock. It had to be fishy. Perhaps Lin Mo had been prepared for this all along. He immediately sent someone to investigate which company the stock chosen by Lin Mo and the others belonged to. At the same time, Lin Mo's tech company was getting on track. Gu Xiaorong, with his outstanding workability, had only spent 2 months leading the newly formed team under Lin Mo to complete the initial construction of the platform. Next was testing and optimization. By the 3rd month, the platform was expected to officially go live. Both Gu Xiaorong and Lin Mo were very happy about this. Life was looking increasingly promising. They thought everything would proceed smoothly. However, what Lin Mo did not expect was that trouble would come in the 3rd month. That morning, Lin Mo suddenly received a call from Chu Yi. She sounded quite nervous on the phone. This made Lin Mo's nerves instantly tense up. When Lin Mo went downstairs, he found Chu Yi already waiting in front of the boys' dormitory. Lin Mo, whoa, whoa, whoa. As soon as Chu Yi saw Lin Mo, she rushed over and hugged him. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Mo quickly asked. Chu Yi anxiously grabbed Lin Mo's hand and said, Lin Mo, I'm scared. This morning, I suddenly received a lot of harassing phone calls. Look, since this morning, I've already received more than 10 calls, and I don't even know where they're coming from. Sometimes it's a man's voice. Sometimes it's a woman's voice. It's so strange. And just now, in the last call, that woman suddenly said in a vicious tone, "Just wait." What should I do? I'm so scared. I don't know if my dad offended someone or if something happened. I don't know what to do. What should I do, Lin Mo? As she spoke, Chu Yi was on the verge of tears. Lin Mo quickly asked, "Have you called Uncle Chu?" Chu Yi shook her head and said, "No, I haven't had the time to." Lin Mo could feel that Chu Yi was truly frightened right now. Perhaps the person behind those strange calls really was threatening Chu Yi. Seeing Chu Yi's aggrieved expression, Lin Mo hurriedly hugged her to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's just a few harassing calls. Don't be scared. If they really wanted to do something to you, they wouldn't be so brazen about it. Besides, we live in a society governed by law, so there's nothing to worry about. I will always protect you." With Lin Mo's reassurance, Chu Yi's emotions stabilized a lot. Although Lin Mo didn't know who was calling or their intentions, he was certain that the other party clearly meant no good. Could it really be that Chu Qianhe offended someone, and the enemy was targeting Chu Yi? This guess was quickly dismissed by Lin Mo, because upon careful thought, this line of reasoning had a clear logical flaw. If it were true that Chu Qianhe had offended someone, then the other party would first target him. After all, he was a businessman, and while businessmen pursue profit, they rarely harm each other's families. There is an unwritten rule in the business world. Harm should not come to wives and children. Otherwise, it would surely provoke a backlash from all the business giants. Moreover, if Chu Qianhe really had offended someone, he would have contacted Chu Yi immediately or notified her through some other means to be careful. He would definitely send someone to protect Chu Yi. After all, she was his precious daughter. He wouldn't just do nothing. From what Chu Yi was saying, it was clear that Chu Qianhe didn't know about this matter either. If that's the case, then the other party must be targeting Chu Yi directly. Since Lin Mo himself hadn't received any harassing calls, he judged that the other party was indeed coming after Chu Yi. Could it be that Chu Yi really offended someone? Impossible. She is so innocent and kind. How could she offend anyone? Lin Mo thought left and right, but couldn't find any answers. If one had to say she offended someone, the most suspicious person in Lin Mo's mind had two possible answers: Shiliji and An Miaowei. At the party the other night, Shiliji lost all his face and dignity because of Chu Yi and Lin Mo. So he has this motive for revenge. An Miaowei is similar. After Chu Yi and Lin Mo got together, An Miaowei might see Chu Yi as a rival in love, where she might impose her own grievances with Lin Mo onto Chu Yi. Thus, An Miaowei is also a suspect. Although saying this seems a bit forced, Lin Mo has a vague feeling about it. However, he currently has no evidence and cannot judge what the purpose of the mysterious person making the harassment calls is. Everything is just speculation. Do they really just want to intimidate Chu Yi? If it's not just intimidation, what else would they do? Would they harm Chu Yi? Is this a warning in advance? A chill rose in Lin Mo's heart. The so-called "it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark." To be safe, Lin Mo decided to stay close to Chu Yi from now on to protect her. In addition, Lin Mo informed Chu Qianhe about this matter. Naturally, Chu Qianhe immediately sent someone to buy an apartment in Yanjing City to settle Chu Yi and ensure her safety. Then, Lin Mo got a new phone number for Chu Yi, known only to himself and Chu Qianhe. This way, they could say they were foolproof. It would just be a bit troublesome to meet in the future. After arranging everything, Lin Mo prepared to fight back. Right now, Lin Mo had no mind to look at the results of the school's practical courses. Lin Mo's tech company was not lacking in internet experts. Therefore, investigating the source of the harassment calls to Chu Yi was not particularly difficult. The elite people he hired for a high price were all skilled. In the following days, after arranging for Chu Yi, he came to the company, gathered 3 experts to form a team specifically responsible for identifying the origin and usage range of those harassment phone numbers. Indeed, hard work pays off. Experts are experts. They quickly locked onto the origin and activity range of the other party. It turned out to be in Yinjing City, in the Sure Group's building. The answer was obvious. The mastermind behind everything was Sure Liji. Lin Mo furrowed his brows. It was indeed Sure Liji's trickery. This guy truly is relentless. But is his target really Chu Yi? If he really intended to take action, why would someone of his status and wealth play such childish games? It's likely that he has ulterior motives. What he truly wants is definitely something else. Just what scheme is he playing? Lin Mo was puzzled. However, he didn't dwell on these matters. Although he was unclear about the other party's actions, as long as he ensured protection for himself and Chu Yi, preventing the other party from finding an opportunity was enough. Then he would wait for a chance to strike back or draw them out. After all, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, dam it. Dealing with someone like Sure Liji would be easy for Lin Mo. The only difficulty was the Sure Group behind him. However, the Sure Group is the Sure Group, and Sure Liji is Sure Liji. Since Sure Liji has declared war on him, how could he remain indifferent? If the Sure Group truly wants to be his enemy, he would find an opportunity to acquire their group in the future. The Sure Group may be powerful, but Lin Mo is confident he can compete with them. If he can't even get past this hurdle, how can he talk about building a bigger business empire? Sure Liji, what goes around comes around. Inside the Sure Group building, An Miaowei was standing in front of Sure Liji's desk, reporting on the progress of her revenge against Lin Mo in the first phase. Young Master Sure, the first phase of the plan is proceeding very smoothly. As per your instructions, the harassment calls to Chu Yi have already stopped. Good. How many calls have you made in the past few days? Back to young Master Sure. We have made over 600 calls. Today we received a probing call from an unknown number. I suspect that Chu Qian, he should already be aware of the situation. I believe Chu Qian, he has already sent someone to protect Chu Yi. At this moment, Chu Qian, he must have developed a rift in his heart towards Lin Mo. I believe it won't be long before Lin Mo, that scumbag, will have an increasingly deepening conflict with Chu Qian he. An Miaowei reported expressionlessly. At this moment, her hatred for Lin Mo filled her mind. Ever since her mother was hospitalized, An Miaowei's father had also become much haggard. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in ages. In the past, she couldn't understand why Lin Mo treated her so well at first, but then ignored her later. She once thought it was Lin Mo trying to make her anxious, that perhaps he still loved her. But now she realized that Lin Mo was deliberately seeking revenge. Revenge against her past self. It was just that this revenge came too harshly. It made her foolishly regretful for a long time. And Miaowei regretted it. She regretted foolishly going back to chase Lin Mo. She felt that her former self was being foolish. In the months spent taking care of her mother in the hospital, their family had long lost its income, and eventually, they could only bring her mother home and wait for death to arrive. However, just when An Miaowei felt utterly desperate, it seemed that heaven had given her a lifeline. By chance, right at their doorstep, she unexpectedly met one of Sure Liji's subordinates who was investigating Lin Mo's background. An Miaowei initially approached those shady, slick people with a mindset of seeking revenge against Lin Mo. She did not expect to gain Sure Liji's recognition and importance. Evidently, Sure Liji valued her background as Lin Mo's childhood friend. Having this identity meant that she had enough understanding of Lin Mo. In other words, with An Miaowei, Sure Liji had a powerful ally against Lin Mo. Sure Liji looked at An Miaowei and smiled with satisfaction. This girl had indeed not disappointed him. She harbored enough hatred towards Lin Mo. Thus, she was the most suitable person to deal with Lin Mo and Chu Yi. You did well. Take this 200,000 to pay for your mother's medical treatment. When the second phase of the plan begins, I hope you can return as soon as possible. If we successfully break up Lin Mo and Chu Yi, there will be further rewards. When the day comes that we completely crush Lin Mo and ensure he has no place to die, I will give you even more enormous gifts. Sure Liji's expression was somewhat sinister, excitement unable to be concealed on his face. And Miaowei held the 20 thick envelopes in her arms. tears slowly welling up in her eyes. She smiled faintly, unsure if she was truly happy. She hated Lin Mo, but after having taken action against him behind his back, she still felt a bit sad. After all, he was someone she had truly liked in the past. The deeper the love, the sharper the hatred. Now, she could only strive to control herself, reminding herself that Lin Mo, that scumbag, deserved to die. Thank you, young Master Sure. I will definitely do a good job. That scumbag Lin Mo should have died a long time ago. I will definitely cooperate well with young Master Sure to bring about his downfall. An Miaowei said with determination. I believe you will do very well. I want to see you here in a week. The next phase of the plan cannot do without you. An Miaowei nodded, hugged the 200,000, and turned to leave. Shirliji watched An Miaowei's departing figure, his eyes gradually becoming sinister and strange. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had investigated the source of those harassment calls and found that they came from Shirliji's apartment building. He also analyzed Shirliji's motives for doing this. First, to scare Chu-yi, diverting Lin Mo's attention and scattering his energy. This way, in the future, he could keep Lin Mo around Chu-yi for a long time, weakening the time Lin Mo spent on other matters such as classes and data research during practical lessons. Second, by harassing Chu-yi, he could attract Chu Qian's attention. Once he gained Chu Qian's focus, it would surely mean consuming Chu Qian's time and energy. After all, Chu Qian is a businessman. Is there a business rivalry between the Chu family and the Sure family? Additionally, it could make Chu Qian think that his daughter wasn't being well taken care of at school, leading him to believe that Lin Mo wasn't reliable, potentially weakening Lin Mo's standing in Chu Qian's eyes. Even if this might yield minimal results, it was still a good start. Lin Mo pondered carefully and believed that all these points were indeed possible. In other words, this move was likely a plan that could hit 3 targets with one stone. Shirliji is not simple. How did he come up with such a plan with his intelligence? Could it be the idea of that genius girl from the Sure family, Sure Xiao? Lin Mo began to pay more attention to this person, because he was very clear that these events were absolutely just a part of the opponent's scheme. Where there is 1, there must be 2. Where there are 2, there must be 3. Without 3, there is no ceremony. So, what is Shirliji's next plan? For Shirliji, the situation at school may not be that important. His fundamental conflicts lie in face and dignity, not in money. Moreover, after investigation, it seems that Chu Qian's company does not have business in Yanjing City, and the Sure family has no business in Jiangxing. The 2 families can be said to have no contact. This means that the above 2 points can be excluded, and Shirliji's real purpose is likely to sow discord between him and Chu Qian. In this case, the current events might just be a small setup. There will surely be a series of schemes to follow. Thinking about it carefully made Lin Mo feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. No matter what, he couldn't guess what surprising action Shirliji would take next. After all, the enemy is in the dark while he is in the light, and being passive is inevitable. The person behind the planning has such deep scheming. Lin Mo increasingly believed that it was impossible for Shirliji to come up with this. For now, he could only take one step at a time. In the following days, Lin Mo took time to deduce. While observing Chu-yi, he also felt a bit of fatigue. Chu-yi had been with Lin Mo for quite some time, so she had already noticed his abnormality. Lin Mo, let me give you a massage. Don't tire yourself too much. You look worn out. Chu-yi said with a worried expression. To avoid making Chu-yi worry like this, he quickly smiled and said, It's nothing, don't worry about me. How have you been resting these past few days? Chu-yi looked at Lin Mo with concern. I've fine. Ever since I moved here, I've been sleeping really well for a few days, and I haven't received any harassment calls. But you put in a lot of effort for my situation. Look, you've even lost weight. Lin Mo held Chu-yi's hand and looked in her eyes seriously, saying, Don't worry, Yi. I'm fine. But Chu-yi said, You're lying. You only have that look in your eyes when you're lying. What's really going on? Even my family isn't telling me anything. Don't you trust me? As she spoke, Chu-yi suddenly threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo, I'm your girlfriend. Let's face whatever situation together. Okay? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Lin Mo initially wanted to keep it a secret, but looking at the current situation, he thought for a while and felt that he should tell Chu-yi. Perhaps he shouldn't have thought about hiding it from her. Unexpectedly, Chu-yi provided Lin Mo with a lot of information. She is actually friends with the genius girl from the Shi family, Shi Xiao. Lin Mo shared everything he had discovered and his suspicions with Chu-yi. Chu-yi's expression gradually became serious. She hadn't expected things to be so grave. It was clear that Shi was targeting Lin Mo. It seemed that the events from last time had left him harboring resentment against Lin Mo for quite a while. This guy really held grudges and was quite cunning. Such people are often more difficult to deal with. Shi Xiao is a remarkable woman. My dad had me interact with her before, and she gives off a strong sense of pressure. I heard that during her college years, she took down a top company in just 3 months, and the reason was merely that one of the company's employees offended her. In just 3 months, she managed to bring down a top company. This made Lin Mo feel an immense sense of apprehension toward her. To become a top company, the assets are typically above 1 billion, which shows her strength. Compared to Shi Xiao could easily outclass him by a wide margin. She was a formidable opponent. Lin Mo, don't worry, I will definitely not let Shi succeed. I'll explain things to my dad. He won't misunderstand you. Just relax. Stop being so serious, cheer up. Instead, Chu-yi comforted Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt warmth in his heart. Okay, I'll cheer up. I trust you, and I believe our relationship can withstand the test. Before long, laughter and joy filled the room as Lin Mo and Chu-yi shared happy moments together. Compared to before, Lin Mo felt much more relaxed now. With Chu-yi's earlier words, he felt reassured. This way, he no longer worried about the matters at hand. Next, he needed to focus on dealing with Shi. He hadn't figured out the full extent of this guy's schemes yet. Now Lin Mo clearly understood that the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. He had to be careful in his actions. He was all alone, and this situation was unfavorable for him. So he planned to prepare some things in advance for emergencies. In addition, he contacted Gu Shaoxing to help him prepare a few devices. Lin Mo had a vague feeling that these would come in handy one day. Although it was a society governed by law, he knew that Shi would definitely not make a move against him openly. Based on this guy's nature, he would surely resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, Lin Mo prepared various equipment without knowing the opponent's plans. He had Gu Shaoxing prepare many items such as listening devices, voice recorders, and miniature cameras. Gu Shaoxing was a bit confused. Bro Mo, why are you preparing so much equipment? Don't tell me you're planning to do something strange. I won't help you cover it up with sister-in-law. We don't do things that go against principles. Lin Mo was puzzled. What are you thinking? Am I someone who breaks the law? Just watch. These things will eventually come in handy. This might become our strongest line of defense for protecting ourselves. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, his phone rang. A name flashed on Lin Mo's phone screen. Shi. He hadn't expected that this phone number, which he had saved back when he became class monitor but had never contacted, would unexpectedly call him today. Things were getting interesting. Shi, is this the classmate you said wanted to harm you? How dare he still call you? Gu Shaoxing was puzzled. Lin Mo let out a sigh. Looks like they're about to make a move. Lin Mo picked up the phone and answered the call. Before Lin Mo could say anything, he heard Shi laughing on the other end. Haha, class monitor, it's me, Shi. Long time no see. How have you been? Lin Mo switched to speakerphone, and Gu Shaoxing, who was standing beside him, immediately got angry upon hearing this. He thought to himself, how does this guy still have the face to come and mock Lin Mo on purpose? Come on, say it to his face. He was about to curse at him, but Lin Mo quickly waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. I know it's you. I have you noted. So, what made you think of calling me today? Lin Mo remained calm as water. Shi continued to feign enthusiasm. Oh, my great class monitor. Can I call you if I have nothing to do? Didn't I miss you? This statement from Shi almost made Gu Shaoxing vomit his overnight meal. So damn disgusting. One could only say this guy is really twisted. However, compared to that, Lin Mo was still unfazed. In fact, he had long become immune to such things. With those three lively fellows in the dormitory, he had seen it all. Get to the point, I'm busy. If there's nothing, I'll hang up. Hey, don't class monitor. I actually just want to invite you to have a meal together. As soon as Shirliji said this, Gu Xiaochen immediately warned him in a low voice. This is a banquet at Hongmen. What a joke. This Hongmen banquet is too obvious. If Gu Xiaochen could see it through, wouldn't Lin Mo be able to? You want to treat me to a meal? What's the occasion for you to treat me to a meal? No free lunch. I think it's unnecessary. Let's forget it. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Shirliji quickly replied, Don't, class monitor. I actually want to ask you about investment matters. That's why I wanted to invite you to dinner. You broke through a 110% return rate in such a short time, while I've been working my ass off every day looking at data and information, and I still can't keep up with you. Honestly, I feel a bit unwilling in my heart, but bro, I admire you. That's why I thought of inviting you to a meal to ask you about investment matters. You must be gracious. Really, I'm begging you, class monitor. If it really doesn't work, should I kneel down for you? Shirliji's words showed humility, but his tone was that of someone looking down from above. Gu Xiaochen almost blurted out, You kneel. Even if you kneel, we won't agree. Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided to accept Shirliji's invitation, wanting to see what kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair it was. As the saying goes, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? He needed to change from passive to active. Being proactive allows one to control the entire situation, while being passive means he could only endure silently, which was too tormenting. All right, where's the location? You're not treating me to takeout in your Sure Group's building, are you? Lin Mo joked. Shirliji quickly replied, No, my class monitor, given your status, we have to go to Jua building. I've already reserved a private room. It's on the 6th floor, room 666. At noon tomorrow, I'll have a feast ready here, waiting for your esteemed presence. Shirliji happily said. Although Lin Mo couldn't see him, he could vaguely hear the muscles in Shirliji's face trembling with happiness from his voice. Okay, see you tomorrow at noon then. After hanging up, Lin Mo was rapidly organizing all the information in his mind. Gu Xiaochen, looking anxious, asked, Mo Gu, are you really going tomorrow? This is obviously a Hongmen banquet. Won't there be danger if you go? Lin Mo knew that Gu Xiaochen was worried about his safety, but this time, he had already made up his mind to go. However, he needed to make some preparations before going. Lin Mo looked at Gu Xiaochen seriously. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Xiaosheng, you must tell me this time. Seeing the determined look in Lin Mo's eyes, Gu Xiaosheng knew that Lin Mo had already made up his mind. He was well aware of the risks involved. He also knew that as an ordinary person, going against the Sure Group, a giant worth hundreds of billions, would likely come at a great cost. Gu Xiaosheng nodded without hesitation. He believed in Lin Mo, which was why he followed him to start a business. Without Lin Mo, he would still be a homebody wasting time either coding or playing games. Without Lin Mo, he didn't know how long his high school days would have remained silent. Lin Mo was his closest friend. Now that his friend was in need, how could he not step in? Don't worry, Mo Gu, I know what you want to do. Take this mini bug with you. Its transmission efficiency is higher. I can monitor the other party's every move in real time. If you are in danger, I will rush in to help you immediately. Lin Mo patted Gu Xiaosheng's shoulder heavily. This guy was indeed still so loyal. With you handling it, I can rest assured. However, this kind of equipment probably has a transmission distance limit. Are you going to go with me tomorrow? Yeah, I just need to wait outside the building. If anything happens, I'll rush in to save you. By the way, I almost forgot. I need to go buy a watermelon. Lin Mo was taken aback. He quickly stopped Gu Xiaosheng, who was getting lost in his thoughts. Stop. There's no need for that. You can go with me tomorrow, but I only allow you to monitor outside the Judah building. You are not allowed to act on your own. If anything unexpected happens, call the police immediately. But, no buts, Xiaosheng. We are brothers. I don't want to see you get into trouble. Don't worry, everything isn't as bad as it seems. Lin Mo's persuasion got through to Gu Shaoxing. Although he agreed to Lin Mo, he secretly vowed that if anything happened to Lin Mo, he would rush in to save him without hesitation. If he couldn't protect his brother, how could he still have the face to mix in society? In the afternoon, Lin Mo met with Chu Yi. He felt it was necessary to talk to her about this matter. Chu Yi might not be able to help, but at least he wanted to inform her, so she would have something to look forward to. However, this time after listening to Lin Mo, Chu Yi stubbornly pulled Lin Mo and wouldn't let him go. You clearly know that's a Hongmin banquet. Why do you still agree to go? I don't care. From tonight onwards, you stay in my room, and you are not allowed to go. Lin Mo knew that Chu Yi was doing this for him, but he also understood what he was doing. Chu Yi said, slightly angry, "You know very well what kind of person Shirliji is. He is insidious and cunning. What if he is trying to trick you this time, setting a trap to harm you?" Lin Mo gently stroked Chu Yi's hair and said softly, "I know he has bad intentions. I am aware of that. But I miss the simple happiness we experienced together in the past too much. I don't want our future days to be disturbed by such people, so this time I must completely eliminate Shirliji, this potential threat. I must defeat him thoroughly, so that he can never disturb us again." Lin Mo's explanation warmed Chu Yi's heart. Knowing Lin Mo's true intentions, her emotions gradually calmed down. But deep down, she felt increasingly guilty. She still had to rely on Lin Mo for protection. It seemed like there was nothing she could do. However, perhaps I can seek my dad's help. But Lin Mo, going alone is too dangerous. Maybe I should give Dad a call, see if he can send someone to protect you. Chu Yi said as she took out her phone to dial. Lin Mo hurriedly stopped her. "Fool, there's no need to trouble Uncle Chu. Don't worry, this little thing is nothing to me. I'll be fine. But, trust me, I've made all the preparations. I can handle it myself." Chu Yi still wanted to persuade Lin Mo, but Lin Mo maintained a confident demeanor throughout, gradually dispelling her worries. So, that night, he stayed here and had a good sleep. The next morning, after washing up and dressing, he put on the gear that Gu Shaoxing had given him before heading out. When the car stopped in front of the Jude Liu Hotel, Lin Mo looked at the dozens of stories high building, and a vision of a giant beast appeared in his mind. Since he was here, he would settle in and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Lin Mo turned around and waved to the driver, signaling them to leave, while also casting a glance at Gu Shaoxing in the back seat. The two exchanged a tacit understanding through their eyes, and the action began. Lin Mo calmly turned around and walked toward the Jude Liu. Today, he wore a deep blue casual suit, looking tall and straight, exuding a very masculine aura. The two doormen at the entrance of Jude Liu were stunned. With that kind of aura, it was impossible not to think he was a rich young man. If they served him, the tips would definitely be generous. When Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of Jude Liu, a young doorman quickly came over to greet him. "Sir, please come in." The other doorman watched Lin Mo walk away with disappointment written all over his face. He felt he had just missed the chance for a tip. It was Lin Mo's first time entering a five-star restaurant. I have to say, the luxury of this restaurant was indeed impressive. However, for Lin Mo, who had seen Chu Yi's super villa, it wasn't much. After entering, Lin Mo headed straight for the elevator. The doorman who had been following him hurriedly asked, "Sir, where are you going?" Lin Mo walked and replied, "Room 666 on the 6th floor. My friend has reserved a table for us to have a meal." "Right away, sir. I'll take you there." Lin Mo paid no attention to the doorman's eagerness. However, this did save him a lot of trouble. At least he didn't encounter some unreasonable person trying to block his way and mock him. The two quickly arrived at the luxurious private room number 666 on the 6th floor. The two bodyguards at the door, wearing sunglasses and impeccably tailored black suits, indicated that the identity of the person inside was extraordinary. Lin Mo casually took out a stack of 100 yuan bills and handed it to the doorman who had guided him, then walked towards the door. The doorman thanked Lin Mo profusely before happily leaving. As Lin Mo reached the door, the two bodyguards suddenly extended their hands to block him. "Stop, this is not a place for you." Lin Mo didn't want to waste words, so he simply said, I'm Lin Mo, a guest of young Master Shi. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi walked over with a hearty laugh. He was dressed in a flashy floral suit that looked very extravagant and bizarre. Haha, class monitor, you finally made it? Please come in, please come in. Shi immediately pulled Lin Mo inside, but the bodyguards still blocked the way. Entering is fine, but please cooperate with the inspection. Saying this, one of the bodyguards began to prepare to search Lin Mo, while the other had already quietly blocked Lin Mo's escape route. Meanwhile, Shi stood to the side, his eyes revealing a look of amusement, curious how Lin Mo would respond. Search? You want to search me? What right do you have to search my body? Lin Mo's attitude was very firm. The bodyguard was instantly intimidated by Lin Mo's powerful aura. However, Shi, who was nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over. He smiled and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, saying, Class leader, don't be angry, don't be angry. This is just a rule set by my dad. They're only doing their routine job. I'm sorry for this, Shi said, turning around to scold the bodyguard. This is my guest today, and you two want to search my guest? What are you doing? What are you doing? Am I not being listened to? Sorry, young master, but the master has instructed that anyone who meets you must be searched first to ensure absolute safety. You guys, damn it. Shi was extremely angry, but then looked helplessly at Lin Mo and said, My good class leader, I'm really sorry. You can see for yourself that my words don't carry any weight here. Then I'm afraid I must take my leave. As soon as Shi finished speaking, the bodyguard closest to Lin Mo walked toward him. It was obvious that he was intentionally trying to suppress Lin Mo. Does being good at studying and being handsome matter? In this circle, having money and power is what truly makes one the master. And as the third young master of the Shi family, even if he did nothing, he could indulge in a life of luxury forever, which would be enough to make him superior to others. But what good is Lin Mo's pure academic success? If he doesn't cling to Chu Yi's leg, he will never be able to afford that 30 million gem in his lifetime. And all he needs to do is save a few years' worth of pocket money. However, what Shi didn't expect was that faced with this situation, Lin Mo just turned around and left. Since you have no sincerity, then let's forget it. He didn't even look back. Shi panicked. How could Lin Mo completely go off script? If he leaves, won't my plan for today be ruined? It will be impossible to invite Lin Mo again in the future. The manpower and resources I spent these past few days will be wasted. No, I absolutely cannot let him go. Shi hurriedly yelled at the nearby security guard, calling him useless. Then he jogged up to block Lin Mo's path. Class leader, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Shi ran a couple of steps, panting, as he blocked Lin Mo. Sorry, class leader, I didn't arrange this well today. But my father is also considering my safety. I hope you can understand. How about this? I'll send someone to take them back to my father, and no one will disturb us anymore. Shi looked at Lin Mo with pleading eyes, lowering his posture significantly, hoping to coax Lin Mo back. However, Lin Mo coldly replied, Move aside. Lin Mo's demeanor showed he didn't want to stay here for another minute. This frustrated Shi. Normally, people would be eager to have a meal with him, practically begging for a chance. But why was Lin Mo so different? Eating at the Juda building starts at several thousand. Many people would do anything for it. Yet, as Lin Mo spoke, he ignored him and attempted to leave. Shi was almost in tears. Damn it, after preparing for so long, I can't let this opportunity slip away. He quickly caught up and grabbed Lin Mo's arm, but was easily shaken off. Shi hurriedly spoke to Lin Mo. Class leader, Mo, calm down. All the faults are mine. I'll apologize to you right now. I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Mo's expression and saw that Lin Mo was still angry. So he said, Are you still not satisfied, Mo? How about this? I'll deal with these two idiots right now. As he spoke, Shi began to shout, Indeed, you two idiots, you dare to block my Mo? You must be tired of living. From now on, you two can get lost. If I see either of you within 3 seconds, you know what will happen. Shirliji's words turned the bodyguards' faces pale. After all, these two were private bodyguards of Shirliji's father, and Shirliji had no authority to dismiss them. What he had just done was merely a performance to play along with this idiot, and he actually took it seriously. He was just the most useless third young master of the Shir family. What was he so proud of? Although they thought this way, the two bodyguards only looked a bit displeased but didn't say much. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Their pupils dilated, and their awed gazes instantly withdrew from the end of the corridor. The next moment, a voice filled with charm and cold elegance echoed in the hallway. "Little brother, you're making a mess again." As soon as this voice rang out, Shirliji couldn't help but shiver slightly. Damn, why is my sister here? Could it be that the plan is exposed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nobody else knows about this. Calm down, just observe the situation first. Shirliji was in a state of panic, but a thread of rationality deep inside forced him to remain calm. The moment he turned around, the expression on his face changed like the weather. With a fake smile, he looked at the approaching Shirxiu and asked, "Second sister, what brings such a busy person like you here?" At the same time, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the cold and elegant woman walking towards them. The woman was wearing a competent, deep blue coat, striding with confidence and exuding an aura. Clearly, this was the legendary genius sister of Shirliji, Shirxiu. She was very tall with slender limbs, but in all the right places, she was not lacking in curves. Her waist seemed to reveal endless charm with each step she took. Even someone like Lin Mo, who was usually composed, couldn't help but glance a little longer. However, he quickly turned his attention to her extraordinary and delicately beautiful face. It was evident that Shirxiu wore only light makeup, but under the sunlight streaming in from the window, she appeared even more exquisite, her skin delicate and translucent like gel. She might be the most beautiful woman Lin Mo had seen, aside from Chui. Shirxiu, the talented girl of the Shir family in this generation, was only in her mid-20s, yet she already had a fortune of hundreds of millions, famous in Huaxia. Chui had mentioned that she knew Shirxiu and that they were friends. Why had she suddenly come here? Lin Mo had planned to stir things up with Shirliji and see if he would reveal his true colors. Just as Shirliji was already panicking, he didn't expect Shirxiu's sudden appearance to cast a layer of fog over the current situation. He was unsure whether Shirxiu was brought in by Chui to help him, or if she was brought in by Shirliji to harm him. For now, he could only wait and see how things played out. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the ground gradually approached. When Shirxiu reached Lin Mo and Shirliji, she first shot a glare at Shirliji. "Who were you just saying you wanted to dismiss? Have you forgotten what our father instructed?" Shirxiu's voice carried a slightly neutral tone, full of authority. At this moment, Shirliji stood before Shirxiu, looking like a little lapdog. "Second sister, I." Before Shirliji could finish speaking, Shirxiu let out a cold snort. "If you can't control yourself even at the banquet, then so be it. But today, in front of guests you invited, you act like this, showing no sense of propriety at all. You've completely lost face for the Shir family." As she spoke, she glared at Shirliji again, and then turned to look at Lin Mo. "You're Lin Mo? Sorry to embarrass you. My younger brother has always been a bit playful and doesn't know how to conduct himself. If he has offended you in any way, I hope you can understand." Shirxiu spoke gracefully, her demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. Standing here, she and Shirliji were like two different people. Who could tell that they were actually siblings? As Shirxiu spoke, she smiled at Lin Mo. This gentle and unpretentious attitude made people feel comfortable, especially coming from such a beautiful woman. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder, are Shirliji and Shirxiu really siblings? Moreover, he had heard that the eldest son of the Shir family was a giant in the business world, known for his iron-fisted methods that intimidated all kinds of people. How could such an outstanding person have a brother like this who is so incompetent? It was truly puzzling. However, Lin Mo was still curious about how Shirxiu could know his name. This indicated that, at the very least, she had some understanding of him. but he was unsure of her intentions in coming here. Was she here to help her brother? Lin Mo decided to test the waters a bit. He noticed that Shi Xiu's expression had softened considerably. "Who are you?" Lin Mo asked. As soon as Lin Mo's voice fell, Shi Liji interjected, "Lin Mo, don't play dumb. I don't believe you don't know my sister. She's so famous in the business world." "Oh, am I supposed to know her? Whether she's famous or not has nothing to do with me." Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. "You." Shi Liji was furious. He hadn't expected that Lin Mo could talk back so effectively, leaving him speechless for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, don't be so arrogant. Shi Liji, disappear from my sight immediately." Shi Xiu spoke up, her tone cold and serious. Upon hearing this, Shi Liji shivered and quickly responded, "I'm leaving right now." Before he left, he shot a vicious glare at Lin Mo, then fled in embarrassment, finding a corner of the balcony to light a cigarette. Lin Mo shrugged innocently, indicating he didn't want to provoke this trouble. Shi Xiu turned around, revealing a charming smile. "As you can see, I'm Shi Liji's older sister, Shi Xiu." "Oh, so you're the legendary Shi Xiu. I've heard a lot about you. I'm curious, how does seeing your sister know me? We shouldn't have met before, right?" In response to Lin Mo's cautious inquiry, Shi Xiu smiled thoughtfully. "How could I not know a talented young man like Lin Mo? Besides, you are also Yi's boyfriend." Lin Mo understood now. She knew him mostly because of Chu Yi, but he was unsure whether she had investigated him or if Yi had specifically told her. Lin Mo smiled faintly and asked, "So, senior sister also knows Yi. Did she tell you I was here today?" Lin Mo's probing went a step further, but Shi Xiu simply smiled and said, "No, I'm here today to have dinner with clients. I just happened to hear my younger brother's voice, which is why I came over. I just didn't expect that Lin Mo, you would also be here." Listening to this, Lin Mo silently began to calculate again in his heart. Shi Xiu continued, "Junior Lin Mo, I've heard your name resonate throughout Qingbei. Even teacher Lu Yang proudly talks about your achievements whenever he meets people. I'm someone who loves talent, so I've always wanted to find an opportunity to communicate with you. Since we have the chance to meet today, how about you join my junior brother and me for a meal? I'll come find you after I finish over there. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pondered in his heart. It seems today won't be a wasted trip after all. Then, Lin Mo agreed. After making the arrangement, Shi Xiu left in her high heels. However, Shi Liji began to feel a headache. Shi Xiu keeping Lin Mo here was unexpected for him, and Shi Xiu wanting to stay and communicate with Lin Mo was even more out of his expectations. What should he do? Just let Lin Mo go? But there's only one chance, and if he missed it, who knows how long he would have to wait. If he wanted to think of a way to deal with Lin Mo next time, it might take a long time. Right now, he really had no other choice. He would have to take it step by step. If it really doesn't work out, he could just send Lin Mo over to An Miaowei next door in advance. Then he could lie to his second sister and say that Lin Mo had left. Done. With Shi Xiu's suggestion, this time the bodyguard's search was just a formality. The two miniature listening devices hidden under his wrist buttons were thus brought in by Lin Mo. After that, Shi Liji returned to his enthusiastic demeanor. He pulled Lin Mo to sit down and insisted on letting Lin Mo take the seat of honor. Then he poured a full glass of 82 Lafite for Lin Mo before returning to his own seat. The 82 Lafite. Is this even still available for sale? Ah, monitor. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Really sorry. Today my brother wasn't a good host. I apologize, please forgive me. Come, brother, let me toast you. I'm drinking, you do as you like. Shi Liji raised his glass and downed it in one go. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed. At that moment, after Shi Liji finished drinking, his expression was quite unpleasant. No, dude, are you really okay with this? Lin Mo's continuous actions were all slaps to his face, making him furious, and his true self finally revealed. Of course, Shi Liji could also see Lin Mo's thoughts. He constantly reminded himself to control his emotions. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Lin Mo drank that glass of wine. As for the rest, That would be left to An Miaowei in the next room. As long as she fakes the scene of Lin Mo being coerced, and then the bodyguards go in and take a few photos, everything would be settled. Lin Mo would be completely finished. Thinking of this, Shirley's lips curled into a smile again. Today, no matter how much trickery he had to use, he had to make Lin Mo drink that glass of wine. Come, monitor, let me toast you again. Thank you for taking care of us usually. In the future, I will surely trouble you more. Please bear with me. If I do anything wrong, you must point it out. Saying this, he downed it in one go. Lin Mo continued to watch him perform. At this moment, his mind was rapidly analyzing the surrounding risks and the true intentions of Shirley. After 2 glasses of wine, Shirley still saw no sign of Lin Mo wanting to drink. He then raised his glass and said to Lin Mo, "Class monitor, this next glass is my apology wine. At the last birthday banquet for Sister E, I almost ruined your engagement. It was my foolishness. I deserve to die. It's been more than half a year, and this matter has been weighing heavily on my mind. Every time I think of it, I can't help but want to give myself a slap. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to say sorry to you and your sister-in-law. But there has never been such an opportunity. Today, I finally have the chance, and I sincerely want to say, I'm sorry. I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness, but I hope you won't hold a grudge. Come, let's drink this glass, and let's laugh off our grievances today." Shirley spoke these words with great emotion, as if they were heartfelt confessions. If it were anyone else, they might have been genuinely deceived by him. But Lin Mo was very clear about this guy's true nature. If he could have the heart, even a sow would climb a tree. However, this guy seemed very eager for him to drink this glass of wine. Lin Mo finally remembered that everything Shirley had done earlier seemed to be laying the groundwork for persuading him to drink. Since that was the case, this wine must have some trick to it. Knockout drug? To drink or not to drink? Since he was already here, if he didn't fall into the trap, how would this guy tell the truth? Lin Mo smiled lightly, looked at Shirley, raised his glass, and said with a smile, "Since young Master Shur has said so, then it would be disrespectful not to comply." At this moment, outside Jiuan building, Gu Xiaoshu, who was curled up in a rented Volkswagen, suddenly jumped up with a worried expression. Bang! He hit his head on the car roof, and the pain made him grimace and crouch down, covering his head. Oh damn, what is Brother Mo doing? How could he agree to drink with that lunatic? I can tell that guy definitely did something to the wine. How could Brother Mo be so foolish? But recalling Lin Mo's instructions before leaving, Gu Xiaoshu did not rashly act, but continued to listen to the movements at the banquet. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was in her room, pacing back and forth with her phone in hand. She knew Lin Mo had gone to the banquet and felt restless and uncomfortable. She was worried that something might happen to Lin Mo, so she decided not to think too much and wanted to test Shirshio's attitude. If she found anything unfavorable towards Lin Mo, she would quickly look for other ways to support him. However, she didn't expect that after making over a dozen calls, she only heard the busy signal on the other end. This made Chu Yi increasingly anxious. Lin Mo, you must not have any trouble. Chu Yi tightly held her phone, standing by the window, gazing at the distant tall buildings. The sky, which was originally sunny, suddenly changed, with clouds blocking the sunlight. The air became heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Chu Yi stared blankly out the window, and after a moment, her expression became determined, as if she had made a significant decision. Lin Mo had told her before that no matter what, she must not tell Chu Qianhe about this matter. But now it seemed that apart from Chu Qianhe, no one else could help them. Just as Chu Yi picked up her phone, the ringtone rang. Seeing the words Dad flashing on the screen, Chu Yi was overjoyed. However, she quickly managed to calm her emotions before answering the call. She didn't yet know why her dad was calling. This wasn't exactly a time for celebration. Hello? Dad, why are you calling me now? What? Do I have to pick a time to call my precious daughter? Ha! Chu Qianhe chuckled. Oh, that's not what I meant. I just meant I'll forget it, it's nothing. If it were another time, Chu Yi would definitely joke around with Chu Qianhe, but now she was very nervous about Lin Mo's situation and she couldn't bring herself to joke with her dad. Chu Qianhe was very perceptive. He knew his precious daughter well. Wasn't Chu Yi just worried about Lin Mo right now? This made Chu Qianhe genuinely feel that he was getting old. He really was getting old. In the blink of an eye, his daughter already had someone she liked, and as a father, he was no longer the first person she thought of for support. Although this feeling of loss was deep, he quickly buried it in his heart, because he still had something important to confirm with Chu Yi. Where is Lin Mo right now? Chu Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. She didn't expect her father to ask about Lin Mo so soon. Did he already know about this? Or was he just trying to confirm? Remembering Lin Mo's request back then, Chu Yi hesitated again. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Qianhe immediately understood that Lin Mo wasn't nearby. He then said, "That kid, the next time I see him, I'm definitely going to give him a good lesson." Chu Yi felt confused and displeased when she heard this. "Dad, what are you doing?" Her tone was a mix of blame and a hint of a pout. Chu Qianhe understood and put away his smile, pretending to be serious as he said, "What? Can't I say anything about him? You don't even know that kid Lin Mo secretly purchased a real estate company in Jiangcheng without telling us. In less than a year, its value has already exceeded 2 billion. If I hadn't investigated who wanted to mess with my precious daughter, I would have never thought that this kid could pull off such a big operation right under my nose. Tell me, should I scold him?" Chu Yi was stunned. She recalled what Lin Mo had said during the new year, under the starry sky, almost casually. Believe me, I will use my own hands to create our future." At that time, Chu Yi hadn't paid much attention. She thought that once Lin Mo married her and took over her dad's business, he would definitely accomplish something. But now, suddenly hearing this news left her feeling a bit dazed. How did Lin Mo manage to do this? How many secrets did he really have? Was Lin Mo's investment in this practical course actually his own company? Chu Yi was increasingly realizing that Lin Mo was truly a treasure of a man. The more she understood him, the more she discovered just how excellent he really was. Just like during her coming-of-age ceremony, others might think it was all because she helped behind the scenes, but she knew that everything was created by Lin Mo himself. Meeting Lin Mo was a stroke of luck for Chu Yi, and she was grateful that she insisted on attending Qingchuan No. 1 middle school. Fate is so wonderful. Without even realizing it, she met the best person. However, in order to calm Chu Qianhe down, Chu Yi deliberately told a lie. "Dad, actually, I know about this matter." When Chu Yi said this, Chu Qianhe was stunned. What? He didn't expect his daughter to team up with Lin Mo to deceive him, which made him a little sad. But then he thought, with such an excellent son-in-law taking care of Chu Yi, he had no more worries. Chu Qianhe pretended to be angry and said, "You Chu Yi still consider me your father, yet you even kept this from me. We just thought we'd tell you when we've developed and grown bigger in the future." Developed and grown? Isn't the current development already quite substantial? You didn't need to tell me. I found out myself? Try to hide things from me while being in the same industry as me? What are you thinking? However, you two are doing well. You've already achieved such a large market value. Chu Qianhe continued to praise Lin Mo and his precious daughter, but Chu Yi suddenly interrupted him. "Dad, I need your help." Upon hearing this, Chu Qianhe's voice abruptly stopped. He knew that for the strong-willed Chu Yi to say such a thing, it must mean she was facing real difficulties. He quickly comforted her and asked what was going on. Chu Yi truthfully told Chu Qianhe about Lin Mo's situation. After thinking for a while, Chu Qianhe seemed to come up with something and immediately stated that he would arrange it right away, telling Chu Yi not to worry. He didn't want Lin Mo to have problems. This future son-in-law was far more outstanding than he had imagined. At this moment, a sense of relief gradually settled in Chu Yi's heart. After hanging up the phone, she recalled what her dad had just said and felt a little dissatisfied. "Stinky Lin Mo, how dare you keep secrets from me? Just wait and see how I deal with you later." On the other side, Shirliji happily raised his glass to toast Lin Mo. "Come, brother Mo, I'll drink to you, ha ha ha." Looking at the results of his painstaking efforts over the past few days finally bearing fruit, Shirliji felt genuinely happy at this moment. However, Lin Mo did not rush to drink. He gently swirled the wine in his glass before taking a big gulp in front of Shirliji. Shirliji also raised his glass and drank it all down. In fact, he had also put something in his own wine glass. He was worried that Lin Mo might suddenly ask to switch glasses, but that situation did not occur. Shirliji thought that Lin Mo was just as he expected. He usually bragged about how impressive and smart he was, but he was still easily manipulated by him. Shirliji smiled happily. At this moment, Lin Mo was stuffing his mouth with food from the table. While Shirliji wasn't paying close attention, Lin Mo took the opportunity to let the liquor leak out from the corners of his mouth. After eating a couple of bites, Lin Mo's expression turned bad as he gasped for air. Phew, phew, Shirliji, is this fake wine? It has a strange taste in my mouth. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Shirliji looked down on him even more. The strange taste Lin Mo mentioned was naturally regarded by Shirliji as the taste of medicine. Perhaps because he had already taken the antidote beforehand, he didn't feel anything. How is that possible? This is La Fight. Where would the strange taste come from? You must not have had it before, right? Shirliji explained. You must be mistaken. Why don't you take another sip and try? Seeing Lin Mo still gasping for air, Shirliji quickly urged him to eat a few more bites of food. He no longer pressured Lin Mo to drink. The amount of medicine in that last cup was enough for Lin Mo to sleep for a few hours. Now he just needed to quietly wait for the medicine to take effect. Lin Mo certainly knew what Shirliji was planning in his heart, but he remained calm and composed, playing the role to the fullest. He ate heartily from the dishes on the table. This wine is hard to drink, but the food tastes pretty good. What is this? Steamed, soft-shelled turtle, right? Shirliji shook his head. No, this is called longevity turtle. What kind of name is that? Lin Mo casually mocked. Then what about this? Boiled cabbage? A bit plain, huh? Right, this is boiled cabbage. Although Shirliji found Lin Mo's last comment a bit strange, he didn't think much of it. After answering Lin Mo's question, he suddenly noticed something odd about Lin Mo's condition. He seemed dazed, swaying unsteadily. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Shirliji's mouth. It seemed the medicine was taking effect. Calm down. He only needed to wait another 10 or 20 seconds, and Lin Mo would be quietly lying here. Then he could make his move. Watching Lin Mo clutch his head and begin to sway on the spot, Shirliji pretended to comfort him and supported Lin Mo. Class leader? MOG? Are you okay? Why do you have such a low tolerance for alcohol? He helped support Lin Mo, but Lin Mo offered no response and simply slumped to the ground. Shirliji called out a couple of times as a formality. MOG? MOG? Seeing that Lin Mo didn't answer or move, he quickly waved for the bodyguards at the door to come over. Quick, lift him up and take him next door to An Miaowei. The two bodyguards were quick on their feet, lifting Lin Mo and heading towards the door. Seeing this, Shirliji suddenly had a thought and hurriedly moved in front of them, peeking out the door to take a look. After confirming there was no one else outside, he waved them on. Then he led the two bodyguards to carry Lin Mo next door. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Shaoxing had just finished making a call to the police and was rushing towards Jiuyue building. Lin Mo's last sentence was very clear. A bit plain, huh? This was Lin Mo's signal to Gu Shaoxing to hurry and report to the police. The numeric representation of plain is 110, a little joke that Lin Mo and Gu Shaoxing often shared. So when Lin Mo mentioned this, Gu Shaoxing immediately understood. Lin Mo was in danger now. He had really had a problem with that drink. Lin Mo needed his help. He had to rush to assist him. Without saying another word, Gu Shaoxing dashed towards Jiuyue building, but the security guards and doormen stopped him at the entrance. Just as he was about to be turned away, realizing Lin Mo was in danger and time was of the essence, Gu Shaoxing suddenly had a clever idea. He claimed he was a guest in room 666 on the 6th floor and that someone had impersonated him and gone inside. Naturally, his words immediately alerted the security guards. Someone had mixed in. This was serious. You must know that everyone entering and exiting here is either wealthy or influential, and if something went wrong, they couldn't bear the consequences. So they immediately rushed with Gu Shaoxing towards the 6th floor. At this moment, in room 667 on the 6th floor, a beautiful woman lay on the large sofa. She was dressed very lightly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be An Miaowei. After those men carried Lin Mo inside, they simply threw him onto the sofa, and then Lin Mo heard their conversation. "Move faster. Keep your voices down. Don't let my sister find out. You two, make sure to take more photos later. And you, An Miaowei, you're dressed too much. Show a bit more skin, otherwise the photos won't be convincing." "Oh no, this won't do. If you show even a little more skin, I'll tell you that things have reached a point where there's no room for negotiation," Shirliji warned. "You must execute the plan without fail, and make your act as realistic as possible, portraying Lin Mo as if he is assaulting you. Once we take Lin Mo down, you will certainly benefit from it, understand?" Shirliji spoke with a hint of threat. At that moment, An Miaowei's feelings were completely different from when she first heard about this plan. Back then, she harbored deep hatred towards Lin Mo, but now, as time passed, that heart-wrenching pain had faded significantly. Sometimes she wondered if her current situation was truly created by Lin Mo. If her mother hadn't refused to lend money to Lin Mo's mother back then, would things have turned out differently? Would their relatives and neighbors still be so unwilling to lend money to her family? Faced with Lin Mo, who lay on the bed, An Miaowei found it hard to make a firm decision. However, Shirliji's threat reminded her of her mother, who was still lying in a hospital bed. At that moment, An Miaowei dared not disagree. She had no choice. She glanced at Lin Mo, who was motionless on the bed, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she finally made up her mind. "Lin Mo, I'm sorry," she said, nodding at Shirliji. Then she slowly began to remove her shirt. Once everything was agreed upon, Shirliji immediately ordered 2 bodyguards to strip Lin Mo of his clothes. "Move faster, don't be so slow," Shirliji urged impatiently. He kept peeking through the door to check if his sister was coming. "You two useless fools, hurry up," he urged again. However, at that moment, the 2 bodyguards struggled with Lin Mo's clothes, only managing to remove his suit jacket. Shirliji was so anxious that he was about to step in himself. "Useless! Get out of my way!" he cursed as he approached to remove Lin Mo's clothes. But then something unexpected happened. Lin Mo suddenly sprang up and kicked Shirliji in the chest. Lin Mo often exercised, and having built up his strength, this sudden kick unleashed tremendous force. Shirliji was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. The other 2 bodyguards were stunned for a moment, frozen in place. It wasn't until they heard Shirliji's agonizing cries from the floor that they snapped back to reality. "What the hell? You actually woke up?" Shirliji shouted as he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Lin Mo. The 2 bodyguards bolted towards Lin Mo quick on his feet. Lin Mo dodged the chair just in time. The scene descended into chaos. An Miaowei quickly wrapped herself in the blanket and hurriedly hid in a corner, trembling with fear. Then, at that moment, a loud commotion erupted from the stairs. Someone shouted from outside, "Quick, they're in 667, followed by urgent footsteps and the sound of a door lock being swiped. Gu Shaoan was the first to burst through the door, shouting Lin Mo's name. "Mo, go. I'm here to save you. Hang in there." He kicked aside Shirliji, who was about to smash the chair down on Lin Mo. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected of a brother, he really came through. Soon after, security rushed in, and the chaotic scene unfolded before their eyes. The security personnel quickly pulled the 2 bodyguards apart. After a moment, the chaotic environment began to quiet down. Lin Mo calmly observed the expressions of Shirliji and those security guards. It was certain that everyone had witnessed this scene. In fact, he had already heard the faint footsteps on the stairs. That's why he deliberately provoked Shirliji to hit him. Now, it seemed that Shirliji's charges might have just increased. However, after looking at An Miaowei in the corner and Shirliji beside her, the security captain's expression became more interesting. "I'm sorry, young Master Shir. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's all this kid's fault. He said someone was impersonating him to enter your private room, so I thought." He then turned and coldly glared at Gu Shaoxing. Weren't you saying someone was impersonating you? What's going on? The security captain thought to himself, this is bad. He's messed up the affair of the third young master of the Shi family, and his job here is probably over. Gu Shaoxing completely ignored him and kept looking around Lin Mo, back and forth. Once he confirmed that Lin Mo was fine, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing how these security guards were treating Shi Liji, Lin Mo also understood that it seemed there was no way to resolve this before the police arrived. Sometimes, power truly intoxicates people and can turn black and white upside down. Right now, he needed to buy some time for the police to arrive. Otherwise, with so many security guards around, he really couldn't do anything to Shi Liji. Thus, he needed to act incredibly calm so that these security guards wouldn't dare to take action against him. After all, why would someone earning thousands in salary risk their lives? They couldn't afford to offend young Master Shi. Would they really want to offend someone who dared to go head-to-head with young Master Shi? Lin Mo's calm demeanor made Shi Liji even more intolerable. He felt as though he was being played for a fool. Who would have thought you looked so sharp, but are so cunning? Lin Mo snorted coldly. That's because everyone else is good-looking, but you are not. Not good-looking? Good-looking? Damn it, Lin Mo. Who are you cursing? Shi Liji cursed Lin Mo fiercely and then shouted at the two bodyguards beside him. You two go on. Break his legs. Even if you haven't been drinking, what does it matter? Do you think you can run away today? At this moment, Lin Mo shouted, Shi Liji, don't you find it strange that I clearly know your banquet is a trap, yet I still came? Don't you want to know why? Lin Mo's words made Shi Liji chuckle. You want to say you called the police in advance? If calling the police worked, would I still be young Master Shi? Let me tell you, do you know who the director of the XX Bureau in Yanjing is? Do you know how powerful our Shi family is in Yanjing? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Shi Liji burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face from laughing so hard. Looking at Shi Liji, Lin Mo smiled and said, You, the third young master of the Shi family, seem to have a poor memory. Did you forget so quickly that a few days ago you had someone make over 600 harassing calls to Chui? Hearing Lin Mo mention this, Shi Liji laughed even more. Ha! I thought you were saying something important. Let me tell you, even if I stand here today and let you investigate, if you find even a hint of evidence, I won't call myself Shi Liji. Shi Liji looked at Lin Mo with a smug expression. This posture was like a victor looking down at a defeated opponent. Lin Mo's heart raced as he observed Shi Liji's transformation from a confident aggressor to a cornered animal, his bravado slipping away. The tension in the room thickened, and the bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the shift in power dynamics. Is that a threat, Shi Liji? Lin Mo asked, maintaining his composed demeanor despite the danger. You realize that threatening me now only adds to your troubles, right? He smiled, his confidence palpable. Shut up. Shi Liji spat, his face contorted in anger. He waved his hand, signaling his bodyguards to approach Lin Mo get him. But before they could take a step forward, Lin Mo pressed a button on the recording device, and a loud, clear voice echoed through the room. Shi Liji, you are being recorded. Any harm that comes to me will be documented, and I have people waiting outside to intervene. The message hung in the air, and Shi Liji's bravado faltered again. The bodyguards hesitated, their loyalty wavering as they processed the implications of Lin Mo's words. Damn it! Shi Liji shouted again, his composure cracking. You think you can scare me with words? I'll make sure you regret this. Lin Mo remained unfazed. Regret? The only one who will regret this is you, Shi Liji. You think your threats will work? I may not be able to take you down alone, but I have allies in the right places. You're not as untouchable as you believe. An Miaowei, still in the corner, felt a mix of emotions. She had watched the entire confrontation unfold, a sense of guilt creeping in as she realized the extent of Shi Liji's malicious intent. For a moment, she considered stepping in to help Lin Mo, but fear gripped her. Enough of this! Shi Liji finally barked, regaining some of his composure. You're bluffing. You're just a pathetic loser trying to play games. Lin Mo tak chakut softly. Am I? You know, it's funny how the tables have turned. Just a moment ago, you were the one in control, and now look at you. All it took was a little revelation of your own words. Shirliji's face contorted with rage. I won't let you get away with this. He lunged forward, but Lin Mo was ready. Stop right there, Lin Mo shouted, raising the recording device again. One more move, and I'll have this sent out to everyone, including your father. Do you really want to face the consequences of your actions? Shirliji froze mid-step, weighing his options. The realization that he was outmaneuvered settled in. His mind raced, searching for a way out, both from this situation and the impending fallout from his own family. Let's make a deal, Shirliji said, his tone shifting to one of desperation. What do you want? Money? Influence? I can help you out. Just let me go. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift in power. You think I'm interested in your corrupt offers? I want you to face the consequences of your actions, Shirliji. I want you to pay for what you've done. The bodyguards exchanged anxious glances again, unsure of how to proceed. The atmosphere was charged, and the balance of power had irrevocably shifted. Think about it, Shirliji. You can either walk away and face the music, or you can continue down this path of denial and aggression, which will only lead to your downfall. Lin Mo continued, his voice steady. Shirliji's mind raced. He realized he was at a crossroads, one that could determine his future. I need time to think, he stammered, his bravado evaporating. Lin Mo smiled, sensing victory. Time is something you don't have. I suggest you make your decision quickly. Suddenly, the door burst open, and two figures entered the room. Lin Mo's allies. They stepped in with authority, and the atmosphere shifted once more. Boss, we heard everything, one of them said, eyeing Shirliji with disdain. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Shirliji paled at the sight of them. He recognized the two men as part of Lin Mo's network, people who wouldn't hesitate to make good on their threats. Get out, Shirliji shouted, panic rising in his voice. This is none of your business. Too late for that, Shirliji, Lin Mo said, his voice calm but firm. You've made it our business the moment you decided to threaten me. Now, what's it going to be? The tension in the room reached a boiling point. Shirliji's bravado was gone, and he was left with the stark reality of his situation. With the walls closing in around him, he could feel the weight of his decisions crashing down. All right, he finally exclaimed, backing away. I'll cooperate. Lin Montag nodded, at his feet. Good choice. Now let's discuss your future and the consequences of your past actions. At the same time, after sending off a client, Shirshio arrived at the door of room 667 and listened to the noise inside. When she walked in and saw the disarray, the messy bed, a disheveled woman, and a group of men of different identities, she instantly became furious. Shirliji, what kind of trouble are you causing again? Shirshio shouted in extreme anger. Upon hearing this, Shirliji, who had just been cursing, trembled in fear and hurried over. Sister, you must not misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me. He waved his hands anxiously, looking as if he had just escaped a nightmare. It's her. It's all because of that shameless woman. Shirliji pointed at An Miaowei, and immediately, everyone turned to look at her. Under the gaze of so many people, An Miaowei's face turned pale, and a strong sense of shame and humiliation washed over her. She knew her reputation was completely ruined, and she would never be able to hold her head high in this lifetime. Oof. Do you think I don't know your character? Get back in there. Shirshio glanced at An Miaowei and ruthlessly reprimanded Shirliji. She understood perfectly well that this wasn't the idea of this poor girl. She knew her brother's nature too well. I'm leaving. I'll leave right now. Shirliji, however, was overjoyed. Being told to leave seemed like a scolding, but in reality, it was a form of protection for him. Leave? Right now. It seems you won't be able to leave. The police are already on their way, and I have the recording of the entire process from earlier, Lin Mo said, blocking the doorway and stopping Shirliji. As soon as Shirliji finished speaking, two bodyguards immediately rushed towards him and pinned him to the ground. You guys are rebelling, Shirliji yelled, while Shirshio interjected. Shut up. Chu Qianha has already called me. Xiao was at a loss for words regarding her brother. Even at this moment, he still dared to be so defiant. Although the Shi family had power and influence, if the other party were an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but was Lin Mo an ordinary person? Not to mention that he himself had a fortune of over $1 billion. But behind him was Chu Qianhe, a supergiant not weaker than the Shi family. Upon hearing this, Shi Liji immediately froze, the blood draining from his face. He stammered, You, good job, Lin Mo. This whole thing was your plan. You schemed against me. Shi Liji finally reacted. Seeing his plan exposed, he was instantly furious. His eyes, filled with bloodshot rage, stared at Lin Mo as if he wanted to swallow Lin Mo alive. That kick from earlier truly hurt like hell. He was now forcing himself to threaten Lin Mo. Xiao, however, kept her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. An Miaowei was scared, lowering her head and curling up, not daring to say a word. The two bodyguards stood there silent. Only Lin Mo remained calm. That's right, I didn't drink that glass of wine. Speaking of which, you really went to great lengths to deal with me, Lin Mo said, glancing at the corner where An Miaowei was huddled. He hadn't expected An Miaowei to side with Shi Liji against him. He really didn't know how these two got together. It was truly a twist of fate. They had been childhood sweethearts in their past life. And although their relationship had already broken down, he hadn't expected it to come to the point of turning against each other like this. This scene was truly lamentable. Xiao was exceptionally intelligent. The moment she witnessed the scene, her mind quickly connected the dots, and she had already pieced together the context of the situation. It was evident that her foolish brother had set up a trap against Lin Mo, akin to a banquet of treachery. However, things did not go as planned, and instead, Lin Mo managed to turn the tables on him. This outcome was within her expectations. She had investigated Lin Mo, and this person was extraordinarily formidable. When Shi Liji saw Xiao approaching, he looked like a chick that had spotted an eagle, unsure of where to hide. In his home, he feared no one more than his second sister. She showed no mercy when dealing with him. Since childhood, he had endured many beatings from Xiao, and to this day, he still bore psychological scars. His awe of her was deeply ingrained. Sis, are you here to save me? Shi Liji grinned, resembling a child who had made a mistake and was trying to cover it up. His sneaky movements were akin to a mouse cornered by a cat, looking both comical and somewhat pitiful. Of course, it's better to discipline a brother early on. Yeah, that makes sense. Lin Mo and Gu Shaoxing whispered to each other on the side. The two bodyguards, intimidated by Xiao's glare, dared not raise their heads to meet her eyes. A few security guards watched as Xiao walked over and quickly made way for her, creating a path. Everyone witnessed Xiao's approach, yet no one dared to utter a word. The atmosphere was completely dominated by Xiao's powerful presence. How dare you ask me why I'm here? If I hadn't come, you'd probably be in jail by now. Get over here! Xiao shouted angrily at Shi Liji. Shi Liji jumped in fright. Finally, with a sheepish grin, he slowly crept out from behind the bodyguard. Sis, let's talk this out. Don't be angry. It's not as serious as you think. At that moment, the more Shi Liji explained, the angrier Xiao became. This foolish brother of hers had no recognition of his mistakes at all. He always took pride in his little tricks, but one day, those tricks would surely lead to his downfall. Is this not serious? Open your eyes and see what you all are doing. Murder, solicitation, rape. None of these charges are enough to put you behind bars? While educating Shi Liji, Xiao glanced at the corner where An Miaowei and Lin Mo, who was standing with Gu Shaoxing, were situated. Do you have any idea how grave the situation would have been if I had arrived a bit later today? Hearing this, Shi Liji suddenly froze, lowering his head and adopting a well-behaved demeanor, but his mouth still argued back. Isn't it because nothing has happened yet? Everyone is fine. Can't we just go back to our own homes? Nothing has happened yet. Xiao was nearly driven mad with anger. Shi Liji, you have disappointed me so much. I named you Shi Liji hoping you would have ambitions, but I never expected you to turn out like this. Isn't it because of this name that people always belittle me? Do you still dare to retort? If her father finds out about this, you won't be able to escape the consequences. Sis, let me explain. However, Shirliji's thick skin was surprisingly resilient. He even pointed at Lin Mo, claiming it was all Lin Mo's doing. He was afraid Lin Mo would commit some immoral act, so he rushed in to stop him. This kind of twisted reasoning was truly outrageous, and it seemed he had done this many times before. Unfortunately, he had kicked a metal plate this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shaoxing beside him spat out, "You really have no shame at all. If we hadn't been prepared with your slippery tongue, Lin Mo would probably have been in deep trouble today." Speaking of which, Lin Mo took out the miniature recorder. As Lin Mo pressed the switch, Shirliji's voice began to echo in the room. "You too, take more photos later. And you An Miaowei, you're wearing too much. Show a little more skin, otherwise the photos won't be convincing." "Oh no, you can't show too much. I'm telling you, things have reached this point, and there's no turning back. You must execute the plan without fail. Make the act as realistic as possible, portraying Lin Mo as if he's violating you. Once we take Lin Mo down, I won't forget your benefits, you know." That's enough. The recording was still playing, but Shirxiu could no longer listen. She interrupted everyone's thoughts with a stern voice. She had originally planned to seize this opportunity to win over Lin Mo, who was a talented person. If she trained him seriously, he could definitely become her right-hand man, even helping her against the entire Shir family. Who says women are inferior to men? However, with this kind of incident occurring, it was destined that someone as talented as Lin Mo would become her enemy. She hadn't even implemented her plan yet, and her stupid brother had already ruined everything. Seeing Lin Mo's current expression and state, it was likely that today's incident wouldn't end well. Although she wanted to win over Lin Mo, Shirliji was still her brother. She couldn't just watch her brother get into trouble without doing anything. At times like this, family always comes first. However, Lin Mo was not someone to be trifled with. After some deliberation, Shirxiu decided to handle big matters and small matters separately. She could only try her best to channel her anger onto Shirliji. After all, she could not save her brother. Then she would look for an opportunity to extend an olive branch to Lin Mo, trying her best to calm his anger. She just hoped that Lin Mo could stay calm. Given her effort to show goodwill, she hoped he would give Shirliji a slight lesson, but not be too harsh as to really send him to jail. If it truly came to that, their family would completely sever ties with Lin Mo, leading to an irreconcilable situation. "Shirliji, you come over here." With her anger amplified, Shirxiu's fury was too much for Shirliji to withstand. He could only obediently listen. After all, he was already at a disadvantage. The more defiant he was, the easier it would be to get beaten. He had some experience in this regard. "Stand in front of me," Shirxiu shouted angrily. "Sis," Shirliji whimpered. Shirliji complied and walked over. Gu Shaoxing turned back to glance at Lin Mo, barely stifling a laugh. "This girl has some guts." Lin Mo smiled, but didn't say anything, signaling Gu Shaoxing to keep watching. There was still a good show to come. The next moment, Shirxiu raised her leg and kicked. "Ah!" Shirliji let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Everyone winced and turned their heads away. Before anyone could react, Shirxiu rushed over to Shirliji, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. Seeing this, Shirliji was thrown into a panic. No, good sister, hey, stop whining and let go, it hurts, Shirliji's cries were pitiful, making the onlookers feel distressed. This scene was truly hard to watch. Shirliji was in a panic, shouting as if he had foreseen the events that were about to unfold. The crowd was just beginning to look over in surprise when Shirxiu gritted her teeth and swung her right hand, delivering 2 slaps to Shirliji's face. "Slap! I'm going to teach you a lesson for your reckless behavior. Slap! I'm going to teach you for not learning your lesson. Slap! I'm going to make you listen to your father. Slap! I'm going to make you stop harming others. Big sister, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I was really wrong." After taking 4 hard slaps, Shirliji finally cried out in pain. He hugged his head and squatted down on the ground. How brutal! Gu Xiaoxing grinned and whispered to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. However, after seeing Gu Xiaoxing's expression, Lin Mo felt a bit confused. Isn't it brutal? Why do you look so excited? Me? Am I? Shi Xiao finished her performance and no longer cared about her foolish younger brother. She turned around and began to charm Lin Mo. Junior Lin, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I didn't mean to scare you. It's all my fault for not teaching my younger brother properly, which led him to do something so ridiculous, almost harming you in the process. But fortunately, it didn't have any serious consequences. When we get back, I will definitely discipline him strictly to ensure he won't cause you any more trouble in the future. As she spoke, she casually pulled out a black card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. This card has 5 million in it, and the password is my birthday, 880917. Just a small token of goodwill as compensation. Please accept it. If there's a chance, I would also like to invite you to join our group. We really appreciate outstanding young talents like you. Shi Xiao held up the bank card, and Gu Xiaoxing couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, 5 million! In his lifetime, he had never seen so much money. How many skins could you buy with that? Lin Mo casually glanced at Shi Xiao, but did not reach out to take the bank card. Lin Mo declined. Smart people know that this 5 million was not a compensation for the apology, but rather a hush money. Taking this money would mean not pursuing the matter with Shi Liji anymore. Otherwise, it would be evidence of his own crime. As for what crime, he wasn't taking bribes in the sense of abusing power, but he could be charged with extortion. Given the Shi family status, they could easily dictate whatever they wanted. 5 million was enough for him to live a lifetime in prison. Moreover, Lin Mo wasn't someone who coveted money. He looked down on this money. Not only that, but he also felt more wary of this woman before him. This icy beauty was trying to brush off Shi Liji's mistakes with just a few words, portraying him as a clueless child, hoping Lin Mo wouldn't dwell on the matter anymore. She also wanted to win him over. If he were an ordinary person, hearing about 5 million would have made him lose his senses and forget everything else. Even Gu Xiaoxing seemed to have unknowingly fallen for her ploy. She was not simple. Her level was far above Shi Liji. Dignified, elegant, and generous, behind such a mask often lies a strong woman. When dealing with such people, you can't afford to be careless. However, at this moment, Lin Mo was completely unfazed, because he had his own principles and plans. Moreover, someone had already come to help him resolve the trouble. Just a moment ago, he had quietly confirmed with Gu Xiaoju that she had already called the police before going upstairs. The increasingly clear sound of police sirens gradually pierced the ears of everyone in the room. Woo woo woo. The urgent sound of the sirens instantly put everyone's nerves in the room on edge. Gu Xiaoju and Lin Mo exchanged glances, remaining silent. Seeing that Lin Mo had not taken any action despite the approaching sirens, Shi Xiao glanced out the window and then suddenly turned to Lin Mo, her expression serious. Shi Liji was already panicking and didn't know what to do. Who called the police? Who called the police? TMB Lin Mo, was it you? I'll kill you. Shi Liji charged at Lin Mo like a madman. However, the calm Shi Xiao grabbed him. Then she slapped him hard across the face. Can you have a little bit of ambition? She glared at Shi Liji and then shifted her gaze back to Lin Mo. Although the situation was dangerous, Lin Mo had remained silent, so she felt she still needed to negotiate, even though she didn't want to deal with her useless brother anymore. Lin Mo, I hope you seriously consider this. I can offer you a 10% stake in my Tianxiu group, making you my largest shareholder. This sentence left others confused, but Shi Liji exclaimed in disbelief, Sister, are you crazy? 10%, that's worth $1 billion. Is he worth you putting so much on the line? Lin Mo said calmly that 10% stake was not so easily given away. Just the various contract handover ceremonies would take an unknown number of days. And among them, Shi Xiao could back out at any time. Even if she didn't back out, she aimed to pull Lin Mo into her group to exploit his connections and the Chu group's resources to make more money, while continuously diluting his shares. The business world is very deep. Xiao glanced at Shi. After all, he is my brother. Whose brother he is has nothing to do with me. Lin Mo shook his head. He is still the third young master of the Shi family. Xiao continued, but she was already frowning. So what? Lin Mo still insisted on his stance. Lin Mo, are you really going to go against the entire Shi family? Xiao narrowed her eyes. The Shi family is not as simple as you see it. Although on the surface they seem equal to your backers, the Chu group. Remember, this is Yin Jing. Lin Mo shook his head. It's precisely because this is Yin Jing that your Shi family can't cover everything, right? What Lin Mo said was not wrong, causing Xiao to fall silent. 100 billion level conglomerate represents not just money, but also power. Without the support of power, it's hard to climb to such a position. In a small city, one could truly dominate everything. Even the mayor would have to show respect. But this is Yin Jing, let alone the Shi family. Even if the four great families joined forces, they couldn't dominate here. Is there really no room for negotiation? Then you need to ask them. Lin Mo looked towards the door. A group of fully armed police rushed in, and behind them, Lin Mo saw a familiar figure. Chu Yi had also arrived. Everyone stand against the wall. As soon as the police entered, they took control of everyone in the room. In this space, people of different identities and the chaotic environment suggested that a fierce argument had already taken place. Although it wasn't as bloody and tragic as described by the reporter, they could sense that the situation was likely not that simple. This was going to be a headache for them. Chu Yi followed behind the police, anxiously searching for Lin Mo's figure as she entered. Finally, her gaze landed on someone standing with Gu Shaoxing. Lin Montauk. The moment Chu Yi saw Lin Mo, her previously anxious face instantly filled with joy and tears. She excitedly squeezed through the crowd and ran toward Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo also noticed Chu Yi. As soon as she got close, Chu Yi threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Whispering in his ear, she said, "You're okay. That's really great. It's really great that you're okay." Tears were already welling up in Chu Yi's eyes. Lin Mo could hear her quiet sobs. Before coming here, Chu Yi had noticed the time was getting late, so she had called Lin Mo several times, but he never answered. She was worried that something had really happened to him. Images of Lin Mo being tortured flashed in her mind, and she didn't want such things to happen. So, she ran out alone to look for him. However, she didn't expect that her father, Chu Qianhe, had already contacted a local businessman friend, asking him to help coordinate the situation. He assured her that there would soon be results and told Chu Yi not to worry. But still, without any news about Lin Mo, Chu Yi's insistence eventually persuaded Chu Qianhe. He understood that his only precious daughter resembled her mother too much. If pushed to the limit, she might indeed disregard everything to find Lin Mo. Since that was the case, it was better to let her have her way. Moreover, he himself had already taken a private jet to Yinjing and would arrive by evening. When Chu Yi arrived at Judalu, she happened to run into the police preparing to enter. She followed them all the way to the suite. Fortunately, Chu Yi finally saw Lin Mo here. Lin Montauk was okay. Everything was fine. Chu Yi ultimately couldn't hold back her tears, letting them flow from the corners of her eyes down her cheeks. Lin Mo gently comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. It's all over now. Now, no one will continue to call and harass you. Lin Mo gently brushed Chu Yi's hair. His gaze was filled with love. This girl had never disappointed him. Once, Chu Yi had stood up for him, and now she had appeared at a crucial moment. It seemed that no matter when or where, Chu Yi always cared about him. Perhaps this was what it meant to be loved without needing to say a word. They had both become a part of each other's lives, intertwined for one another. Lin Mo cherished this feeling. It was something he had never experienced in his past life. Chu Yi was the only person, aside from his father, who could give him this kind of feeling. One could even say that the current Chu Yi can provide Lin Mo with emotional experiences that his parents cannot offer. This kind of feeling, similar to familial love, yet distinct from it, is perhaps what people often refer to as love. Lin Mo silently vowed in his heart that he must handle these trivial matters as soon as possible, protect the girl in front of him, and ensure she does not fall into a tragic fate. Moreover, he must give her a happy future. Chu Yi and Lin Mo embraced each other. Everyone in the room remained silent. However, in Shirshio's eyes, there was a hint of envy, or perhaps jealousy, more than what others displayed. Yet, she said nothing and quietly watched. At that moment, An Miaowei looked at Lin Mo and Chu Yi, her expression the most complex. The pain she felt at the beginning had not diminished. It was mixed with envy, but gradually transformed into sadness. And then, as if a light had switched on clarity, she murmured to herself, "If it were me, would I be able to do the same?" Perhaps the glasses-wearing language teacher from back then was right. She was no longer worthy of Lin Mo. Watching Lin Mo and Chu Yi in each other's arms, she recalled the time spent with them. The memories of watching Chu Yi and Lin Mo play together after class, the moments when they shared breakfast, discussed problems together, and the scene at the school gate where Chu Yi said goodbye to Lin Mo. All of these used to belong to her alone. As she thought about it, tears streamed down An Miaowei's face. She hurriedly turned her head towards the window, but couldn't help but glance back at them again. In her eyes, it seemed that now she had nothing left that he would miss. Suddenly, it felt as if time was a merciless knife, cutting into her heart with each stroke. Though painful, it finally woke her up. This world was inherently cruel. If one remained obsessed and oblivious, they would only be ground down to have more wounds inflicted upon them. For years, she had never understood what love really was. Time seemed to be a breeze, gently passing by, yet it inadvertently took away her joys and sorrows. Although it made her heart ache, it ultimately removed the veil that had clouded her eyes. In a daze, An Miaowei saw the past Lin Mo waving at her. This time, she chose to walk towards him, but as she reached out to grasp his hand, the illusion shattered instantly. An Miaowei let out a long breath. It seemed that after experiencing all of this, she finally understood her own heart and what true love was. Yet, it was all too late. That treasure of a boy had already slipped away from her grasp and would never return. "You're so annoying, so annoying. You made me worry to death," Chu Yi said, playfully punching Lin Mo's chest. "Lin Montak Chucket. Don't worry, I'm Lin Mo, the indestructible. I don't care. No matter what you say, I will never let you face these dangerous situations alone again. Okay, I promise you. From now on, we'll face everything together." 10 minutes later, everyone in the room, including the security guards, was taken to the police station to give statements and be questioned. Lin Mo's recorder was the most crucial piece of evidence, but the testimonies posed a challenge for the police. The few people who could testify for Lin Mo were only two. It was unclear whether the security guards were bribed by Shirshio or threatened by Shirliji, but at that moment, they all pointed their accusations at Lin Mo. They stubbornly denied the content of the recording, instead claiming that Lin Mo had only recorded a part of a performance. The truth was that after getting drunk, Lin Mo had attempted to do something inappropriate with An Miaowei, and it was Shirliji who had intervened. Lin Mo realized that the Shir group was already taking action behind the scenes to protect their young master. Although this approach was shameless, it was indeed effective. Although there was physical evidence, this evidence lacked any visuals, leaving everyone unclear about what really happened. At this time, if there were insufficient witnesses, it became difficult to determine who was telling the truth. Despite the hotel having surveillance, no one could have imagined that all the footage from the 6th floor had mysteriously vanished. The response from Jude Liu was that the surveillance system was broken and under repair. It was obvious that the Shur family was quietly using their financial power to operate behind the scenes. With such interference from these people, it would be even harder to uncover the truth under these circumstances. One must admit that the foundation and strength of a large family became apparent at this moment. Everyone knew what the answer was, yet it was impossible to reach a definitive conclusion on the matter. Even with Lin Mo having a backing like Chu Qianhe, it was of no help because this was not Jiangsheng. Even a strong dragon would find it hard to suppress a local snake, let alone face another strong dragon. Throughout the interrogation process, everyone took turns participating. After more than 3 hours of questioning and listening to the recordings dozens of times, they still could not arrive at a conclusion. Just as things reached a stalemate, An Miaowei suddenly stepped forward. Her eyes were vacant, and her entire demeanor seemed unlike her, yet she appeared unusually calm. It was as if she had matured significantly in an instant. This USB drive contains all the evidence against Shirley, including but not limited to photos and videos of some items he previously destroyed. This is incredible. This physical evidence is too important, too crucial. The police immediately launched a new phase of the investigation. With An Miaowei's evidence, the case swiftly progressed to a new stage. The evidence regarding the 600 harassment calls mentioned in Lin Mo's recordings was found on that USB drive, showing the corresponding phone, computer, and operator involved. Additionally, there were recordings and secretly filmed videos of Shirley planning these matters and explaining them to An Miaowei at that time. These recordings and videos were her preparations for self-protection. Faced with this situation, Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that An Miaowei, who had always been at odds with him, would actually speak up. Furthermore, she proactively exposed Shirley's conspiracy. Although Lin Mo didn't know her true intentions, according to An Miaowei, "I've figured it out. She has truly figured it out. From now on, I will no longer cling to you or be your enemy. I want to pursue the meaning of my own life." Lin Mo was unclear about what An Miaowei had figured out, but judging by her current state, it seemed that after this incident, she had matured a great deal compared to before. Although he was unsure about the specifics, he had to admit that sometimes people change in an instant after going through certain experiences. However, none of this mattered to him anymore. He had long since stopped caring about An Miaowei, let alone anything else. Since she had come to terms with things, perhaps this was her best resolution. Despite having this evidence, Shirley still wasn't immediately convicted and sentenced. He was detained, waiting for further interrogation. Later, the Shir family even spent a large sum to hire the most famous lawyer in the country, Zhang, to prepare a defense for Shirley at the trial scheduled for a month later. As for how things would turn out in a month, no one knew. They were doing everything possible to make efforts. Thus, a banquet specifically set up for Lin Mo ended with Shirley being imprisoned, coming to a close. 3 days later, Gu Shaoxing resumed his work on the technology company's project. An Miaowei was detained because of her involvement in the harassment case against Chu Yi, constituting a criminal act. She has been imprisoned, awaiting subsequent court hearings. Lin Mo and Chu Yi returned to their regular school life. From that point on, legends about Lin Mo began to circulate throughout the campuses of Qingbei. During the second semester of his freshman year in the financial practice course, Lin Mo achieved a stable return rate of 220%, securing first place in the finance department. This result shattered the highest record in this course at Qingbei since it was established, and it more than doubled the previous record. As a result, the three kings of the dormitory, incited by Zhang Yunlong, joined forces with Feng Yang's girlfriend to organize a grand celebration party for Lin Mo, uniting the two major dormitories. Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu both expressed their intention to follow Lin Mo from now on. No matter the storms or the wealth, they were determined to stick with Lin Mo, planning to create a future together with him. Zhang Yunlong even stated on the spot that he wanted to invest in Lin Mo and do business together to make money. Lin Mo naturally agreed, but he didn't elaborate on the specifics. He planned to wait until the listing plan for his technology company was completed before discussing it further. By then, Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu would have their own roles to play. 2 days later, Lin Mo's reputation at Qingbei gradually spread further. Even the Guanghua School of Management at Yenjing University began to share legends about Lin Mo occasionally. Students from other schools came to seek his advice. However, Lin Mo turned them all down one by one. He simply had no time to deal with these trivial matters. In addition to the affairs of the technology company, there was a personal issue that was bothering him: Shirxiu. In the past 7 days, Xiao had approached Lin Mo regarding Liji's matter no less than 5 times. To win Lin Mo over, she raised the stakes with each offer, starting from, "Lin Mo, let my brother go, and we can sit down and talk. As long as you withdraw the lawsuit, we are willing to give you 10 million as compensation. If you are willing, you can also come work at the Sure Group with an annual salary of 2 million. To the final ultimatum, Lin Mo, don't be ungrateful. Do you know what you are doing? You are standing alone against the Sure Group, which is among the top 100 companies in Huaxia. If you continue to be stubborn, we will take necessary measures. At that time, don't expect Chu Qina to help you." No matter how Xiao threatened or lured him, Lin Mo remained firm. He only knew that Liji posed a threat to his happiness with Chu Yi. If he didn't eliminate this threat now, it would surely become a major problem in the future. Whether to break ties with them now, or wait until problems arose and then lament, Lin Mo had his own scale to weigh. Moreover, he didn't believe that he was currently unable to contend with the Sure Group. At least his real estate company was already maturing and steadily improving. The products of his technology company were about to be launched, and according to Lin Mo's estimation, everything would change in 2 months. A significant shift was about to occur. The first step in his 10-year business plan would be set at this moment. As for the next 2 months, even if he couldn't compete with the Sure Group, he still had Chu Qin's support behind him. Lin Mo was full of confidence. "The Sure Group, huh? What do I, Lin Mo, have to fear? Success or failure will be revealed in 2 months." Facing Lin Mo's confidence, Xiao sighed. "Lin Mo, why must you be so stubborn? Why do you have to fight against the odds?" She truly did not want to see this only man who caught her eye lead himself to a dead end. But the wheels of fate did not stop because of her actions. A week later, Xiao once again sought out Lin Mo. The Sure family's organization had received news that the evidence chain regarding the Sure Liji incident was now complete. Furthermore, due to Chu Qin's intervention, capturing Sure Liji at the police station was no small feat. They had no connections there, and any small maneuvers they might attempt would be difficult. There was no way for Sure Liji to escape conviction. The head of the Sure family organization and Sure Liji's father were furious. He threatened to take action against Lin Mo, target Lin Mo's company in Jiangxing, and even declare war on the Chu family organization. This matter stirred up a lot of commotion within the Sure family organization. However, in the end, the furious father of Sure Liji was persuaded by Sure Xiao through her eloquence. Thus, Sure Xiao took on the role of negotiator once more to communicate with Lin Mo. Both of them understood that this would be Sure Xiao's last negotiation with Lin Mo regarding the Sure Liji incident. The outcome depended on this encounter. As usual, she began by reminiscing with Lin Mo. They met in the cafe below the library of Qingbei University, sipping coffee while chatting. Having learned from previous experiences, she was more straightforward this time, laying out the conditions she could offer from the outset. However, Lin Mo remained unmoved. "Withdraw the lawsuit? Impossible. This matter is non-negotiable. You can leave now." Faced with Lin Mo's cold rejection once more, Sure Xiao felt angry inside, but she suppressed her emotions. Her conscience told her that in this matter, it was indeed Sure Liji who had wronged Lin Mo first. Moreover, the subsequent actions of the Sure family had hurt Lin Mo's feelings even more, which led to the situation escalating to this point. However, after experiencing this incident, she increasingly admired Lin Mo for his intelligence, decisiveness, and composure, and for valuing deep relationships, especially the affection between Lin Mo and Chu Yi. The image of the two of them loving and supporting each other lingered in her mind for a long time. Yes, Sure Xiao felt envious. If Sure Liji weren't her biological brother, she truly wouldn't care about his life or death. That worthless person would eventually lead the Sure family organization to ruin. Although she was a successful career woman, her love life was a mess. She had been in 3 relationships, and even the third had reached the point of discussing marriage. Yet she was ultimately let down. Why? Because she was too strong. The men she was with, who were undeniably outstanding, always felt overshadowed by her, unable to hold their heads up at home. In her eyes, Very few men made a significant impression, but Lin Mo was an exception. Initially, it might have been because Chu Yi had described Lin Mo too highly when introducing him to her. However, with multiple interactions over time, Shi Xiao increasingly appreciated Lin Mo. She even felt a subtle liking for him, because Lin Mo was the first young person she had met who dared to confront her head-on. His proud and unyielding demeanor struck a chord in her heart. Wasn't he the Prince Charming she had always imagined? Although she was a strong woman, she was still a woman who desired to be protected and cared for. Perhaps this was why she repeatedly tried to prevent her father from taking action against Lin Mo. If the Shi family organization were to act against Lin Mo, even with the Chu family organization's protection, Lin Mo's future would be fraught with obstacles. Despite that, she still argued that it was because Chu Yi was her good friend, and she didn't want to fall out with her friend. However, Shi Xiao knew she couldn't delay much longer. When the time came for irreconcilable differences, in the face of family interests, she would have to choose the latter. Currently, she can only do her best to win over Lin Mo. Why don't we change the subject? Shi Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still voiced her thoughts. In 2 months, I will use every possible means to acquire your real estate company. What do you mean? Lin Mo did not see Shi Xiao's intention. He just felt that Shi Xiao seemed to be digging a big pit for him to jump into. Shi Xiao continued, "How about we make a bet?" "Sorry, I refuse to gamble on anything related to real estate." Lin Mo knew that as soon as the word gamble was involved, there would be no good outcome, so he firmly refused. However, Shi Xiao was persistent. "Just listen to me finish. Our group has already investigated, and although your real estate company in Jiang City has reached a certain scale, it only has assets of about 4 billion. 3 months ago, it was 2 billion, and now it has doubled. You should be clear about the strength of our Shi Group. To bring down a company of your scale, Shi Group only needs to lift a finger. By saying this, you should understand the seriousness of the matter. Once it reaches that point, I won't be able to help you anymore." Lin Mo shook his head. "I don't need your help. I have my own ways." "What way do you have? Don't you know that my father is already preparing to implement a plan against your company? Once he really orders to block your business resources, your company will go bankrupt within a month." Shi Xiao was agitated. Lin Mo realized that Shi Xiao might really have something to say. "All right, no more jokes. Let's hear your thoughts. We make a bet. In 2 months, we each invest 100,000 in stocks or futures that we believe in, and after 2 months, we will compare the profits. The one with the higher return wins. If you lose, please withdraw your lawsuit immediately. As long as my brother is safe, we won't launch any targeted strategies against you. If you win, I will no longer bother you to withdraw the lawsuit. Everything will proceed as it should. How about that?" As soon as Lin Mo heard Shi Xiao propose this suggestion, he immediately laughed. What Shi Xiao was proposing was not a bet at all. It was simply digging a big pit for him. What's the point of this competition? Although you are quite a decent person, do you really think the Shi Group still has any credibility? Even if I win, do you think your father, the head of Shi Group, will really not take action against me? And even if I lose, as long as Shi Leji is safe at home, can you guarantee that he won't join forces with your father to take action against me later? Someone as clever as you should see that the current situation cannot be reconciled. Face reality. Shi Xiao knew that Lin Mo had a point, but she believed she was a variable. "Lin Mo, please believe me. Since I'm betting with you, I have a way to ensure your safety afterward. I will talk to my father. Shi Xiao, I always thought you were not a naive person, but today, I suddenly feel like my judgment has declined." "Fine, let's leave it at that." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stood up and left. "Lin Montauk, Lin Montauk." Shi Xiao called after him several times, but he didn't turn back. After leaving the cafe, Lin Mo smiled faintly and then raised his phone to his ear. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. It was Chu Yi. "Why don't you agree to Shi Xiao? Maybe she knows she can't compete with you, which is why she proposed this competition, to give you a fair chance to win." "Really, do you think that way? You must have heard my explanation just now." "Of course I heard it, but I still feel that Shi Xiao has a point. Moreover, what's important is that I don't want you to get hurt. What if things really escalate to the point where the Sure group and I are at odds? They might try everything to deal with you afterward. Lin Mo smiled thoughtfully. He actually wanted to break ties with the Sure group. If the Sure group didn't take action, he would probably have to put in quite a bit of effort to deal with them. But once the other side moved, Lin Mo would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. At that point, only Lin Mo would know who the real prey was. However, to ensure things went smoothly, he still maintained his usual style of secrecy. I know you're worried about me, but I'll be fine. You still don't know me, huh? I'm the most thorough when it comes to doing things, Thorough? Last time, I wonder which idiot almost got beaten to the ground by someone, Humpta. That was an accident, and it definitely won't happen again. Don't worry. This time, I plan to seek help from Uncle Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu smiled slightly. I'm okay then. I believe you. No, I believe my dad, I've noticed you've been getting more mischievous lately. Not long after Lin Mo's words, a young man in a black suit followed closely behind him. In fact, this person had been sitting not far away during Lin Mo's conversation with Shi Xiao, disguised as an office worker. He had a camera and a voice recorder in his pocket, in the Sure group building, on the 38th floor, in the chairman's office. A man in a black suit stood straight in front of a large desk, reporting to the stout and balding Shi Zhongtian, who was sitting upright. After briefly saying a few words, he respectfully raised a black voice recorder and handed it over, placing it in front of Shi Zhongtian. Chairman, this recording contains the complete contents of Miss Shi and Lin Mo's negotiation. Shi Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction, casually took the recorder, looked at it with interest, and casually said, "You did well on this matter. You can go back now. Continue to follow Xiao in secret. Remember, ensuring her safety is always your top priority." Yes, Chairman. After the bodyguard solemnly replied, he turned to leave. Shi Zhongtian added a few more words. Don't let Xiao know about this, or you know what the consequences will be. Understood? I will keep it a secret. This person was named Chun Yin, and he had been with the Sure group for over 10 years. He was currently Shi Xiao's bodyguard. It was the first time he had seen Shi Zhongtian so wary of his daughter, going so far as to have him monitor and record her actions. In their family, Shi Xiao was always the one he trusted the most. Given this situation, it seemed that Shi Zhongtian was already aware of the fact that Shi Xiao seemed to have feelings for Lin Mo. Chun Yin felt a bit tormented. He had watched Shi Xiao grow up step by step. He had an indescribable feeling towards her. However, he couldn't think too much about it, as he understood what Shi Zhongtian meant by consequences. In the Sure group, those who failed to fulfill the chairman's orders ended up with one of two outcomes. Either they retired to their hometown, or they went abroad for a vacation. Of course, both of these are nominal, because the bodyguards of the Shijia family know that anyone who takes either of the two paths mentioned above has never been contacted again. After the bodyguards left, Shi Zhongtian turned on the voice recorder. The voices of Shi Xiao and Lin Mo began to echo in the office. Shi Zhongtian quietly listened to the conversation between Shi Xiao and Lin Mo throughout the process. He lay on his reclining chair, eyes closed, expressionless. However, when he heard Shi Xiao repeatedly guiding Lin Mo and promising him an escape route, he was so angry that he slammed his fist against the armrest. His hefty body made the recliner creak. At that moment, the flesh on his belly quivered. It was clear that he was very angry. However, Shi Zhongtian still couldn't understand why. Why would his second daughter side with an outsider? They had never met before and had little in common. Could this be what they call love at first sight? Is love really so powerful? Can it make his precious daughter, whom he has raised for over 20 years, surrender so easily? Lin Mo, the kid who fell from the sky. I want to see just how much you weigh. Shi Zhongtian suddenly sat up and slammed the table. His eyes widened in anger as he stared out the window. Looking out, the bustling city of Yanjing seemed to lie beneath his feet. He was confident after years of navigating the business world, having seen all kinds of storms and waves. But now, with his third son imprisoned because of this Lin Mo and his second daughter seemingly liking him, Shihangshan felt as if a stone was lodged in his heart, making him feel stifled and uncomfortable. After contemplating for a long time while gazing out the window, Shihangshan finally withdrew his gaze. It seemed he had made up his mind. He turned back to his desk, grabbed a piece of paper, and began to write and draw, with various arrows crisscrossing, as if he were deducing something. During this process, he kept muttering to himself, "If this person is not dealt with, it will surely lead to great trouble in the future." At this time, Lin Mo and Chu had finished dinner and were strolling through the campus. After the absurd events of the past few days, this moment of tranquility felt particularly precious. The brightly lit campus of Qingbei was devoid of stars when looked up at, but the evening breeze, mixed with the fragrance of grass and trees, made one feel content and at ease. Lin Mo particularly liked this relaxed atmosphere. If he could, he truly wanted to hold Chu-Yi's hand and just walk slowly forever. They strolled hand in hand around the campus, passing by the teaching buildings, the library, and arriving at the sports field. The sports field at night was still bustling with activity. People were jogging, playing basketball, skipping rope. Everyone was pursuing what they loved in their own way, striving to become better versions of themselves. In the very center of the sports field, there was a large group of people gathered. Though they weren't exercising, they were responding to the beautiful and passionate youth in their own way by singing. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still think of the you who used to cry the most? When a freshman suddenly began to sing this song, people on the sports field gradually started to join in. Soon, more and more people gathered towards the center of the field. Perhaps during their first year of college, freshmen often reminisced about their high school days and that special someone. Lin Mo and Chu-Yi also stopped to watch. Whoever marries you, the sentimental one, who has read your diary, whoever puts your long hair up, who makes your wedding dress. The singing was melodious and graceful. More and more classmates began to sing along. Lin Mo and Chu-Yi held hands and swayed to the rhythm. In fact, they had heard this song long ago. However, they didn't feel much about it back then. But now, upon suddenly hearing this familiar melody and lyrics, everyone felt a myriad of emotions, hard to express. The singing continued, but the atmosphere had clearly transformed from a solo performance to a chorus of hundreds. Under the lights, many classmates had tears glistening in their eyes. Perhaps everyone has regrets, Lin Mo suddenly said. Yes, who doesn't have regrets? If he wasn't reborn, he imagined that his regrets would never be compensated. Lin Mo, I didn't expect that we would sit together from high school to university. We're so lucky, hee. Lin Mo nodded. Yeah, we should continue to sit together until we graduate university. Chu-Yi made a silly face, looking at Lin Mo with great interest. What's up? Are you thinking about An Miaowei? Feeling regretful, right? Why are we talking about her? Lin Mo was confused. Besides, what do I have to regret? Having you as my girlfriend is already a blessing. I don't know how many lifetimes I've earned. How could I have regrets? I'm too happy for that. Oh, how strong your desire is, he. Actually, I knew it even without you saying it. Although you appear to hate An Miaowei on the surface, you surely have a bit of regret in your heart. After all, you and An Miaowei were childhood sweethearts for so long. It's quite normal to have those feelings over time. However, I can sense that in your heart, there's only a tiny bit of regret. There's nothing else. Chu-Yi looked at Lin Mo very seriously as she spoke. In fact, this was the first time the two of them talked about An Miaowei and Lin Mo's past. There had been some avoidance before, but for some reason, when they talked about this tonight, everything seemed to come naturally. Although this topic seemed extremely risky, Lin Mo could feel that Chu-Yi wasn't bothered by it. Moreover, Chu-Yi could accurately express what was on his mind, indicating that her understanding of him had deepened. This represented that their relationship had reached a certain level, where mutual trust and understanding had grown sufficiently, allowing their thoughts to reach a higher plane. This also marked a further development in the relationship between Lin Mo and Chu-Yi. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Lin Mo looked at Chu-Yi seriously as he spoke. At that moment, their gazes met. They both closed their eyes simultaneously, and Lin Mo slowly leaned in to kiss her, to which Xu Yi gently responded. When Lin Mo returned to the dormitory, he was carrying 2 large bags. These were the snacks he bought for the other 3 lively roommates. Self-eating hot pot and some side dishes. The reason he was doing this late at night was that Lin Mo was preparing to launch a new plan. He decided to pull his roommates together to start a new financial company. The tech company had already gotten on track. Although Gu Xiaosheng was still inexperienced, he could essentially solve most technical issues due to the new platform's advantages. As for the others, Lin Mo had already handed them over to professionals. He just needed to find time to check in and grasp the overall situation. On the real estate side, Chu Qinhe would definitely be able to handle things. So now Lin Mo could free up his hands to start working on finance. The reason for this urgency is that I have a premonition that the Sure Group will soon take significant action. Right now, he does not have the strength to confront the Sure Group alone, but bringing Zhang Yunlong on board will deepen his foundation significantly. The reason for this speculation is that Sure Xiao has not sought negotiation with him again. This marks that the Sure Group has already given up on the path of negotiation. An action targeting him is likely about to begin. Lin Mo must prepare adequately and try to rapidly expand his strength in the time to come. At any time, being strong is the most important thing. Wow, Brother Mo is the best. You even thought of bringing back snacks for us, said Lu Xiuyu, his eyes lighting up as he saw Lin Mo carrying 2 large bags into the dorm. Every time Lin Mo brought snacks for the 3 lively ones, Lu Xiaoyu, the foodie, was always the most enthusiastic. Although his height and weight were equal, he had no intention of losing weight. To him, it seemed that weight was a trivial matter, and finding a partner didn't seem important either. However, this self-discipline was genuinely hard for Feng Yang to tolerate. I say, Fatty, can you tone it down a bit? Brother Mo brought things back, and he hasn't eaten any himself. Lu Xiaoyu turned back and glared at Feng Yang. Although he felt uncomfortable being called fatty, he had become accustomed to it after spending so much time together. You say that as if I'm being unreasonable. How many times has Brother Mo brought things back that weren't for us? Besides, if Brother Mo treats us to food, what's there to be polite about, right, Brother Mo? Lu Xiaoyu said with a knowing look. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Xiaoyu's emotional intelligence is improving. When are you going to find a partner? Brother Mo, don't tease me. I might just cry. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Today, I'm treating you all. Feel free to eat. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately put away his gloomy face. He happily accepted the 2 large bags from Lin Mo and quickly ran over to the table to start examining what delicious snacks were inside. Seeing this, Feng Yang hurriedly jumped off the bed. Brother Mo, you can't keep indulging him like this. Fatty, slow down a bit. Leave some for me and Yunlong. Last time, everything Brother Mo brought back was eaten by you alone. Feng Yang kept complaining. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was not happy. Look at what you're saying. How am I so selfish in your eyes? Am I wrong? Feng Yang retorted defiantly. Lu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at Feng Yang. As Lu Xiaoyu fired back, Feng Yang was not to be outdone. Not Xiaoyu. Did you eat fish tonight without spitting out the bones? You're so sharp-tongued. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang's daily banter in the dorm was something Lin Mo had become accustomed to. After putting down the bags, he went straight to the balcony to wash his face and instantly felt refreshed. The fatigue from the day was alleviated considerably. New plans also needed to start being prepared. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He also needed to prepare multiple companies so that people could not see through his true strength. Although Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang came from ordinary families, they were smart and capable. Unlike super-rich second-generation heirs like Shi Leji and Zhang Yunlong, who got into Qingbei through special admission, the 2 of them had entered based on their own strength. Moreover, as a roommate, Lin Mo also wanted to lend them a helping hand. At this moment, Zhang Yunlong returned. As soon as he entered the room, he tossed his guitar onto his bed and then focused his gaze on the table. The table was filled to the brim with self-heating hot pots and various side dishes, arranged by Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang. Wow, self-heating hot pot. We're having a gathering in the dorm tonight. Whose idea was this? It's awesome. To be honest, wasn't it bought by Mo? Zheng Yunlong's face was filled with excitement as his gaze darted back and forth between Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu. Feng Yang grinned and said, "Of course, it was definitely bought by Mo. Right. Anyway, you can't rely on Feng Yang," Lu Xiaoyu added with a jab. "What do you mean by that?" Feng Yang exclaimed. "Good thing anxious." Lu Xiaoyu gave Feng Yang a disdainful look. "Nothing much, I just think you should change your clothes. I'm really tired of seeing you in that outfit all the time." Feng Yang retorted angrily. "Well, I have the right to wear what I want. You change your clothes too. You're still single." Zhang Yunlong looked confused, wondering how the conversation had shifted to this point. Lin Mo leaned against the door frame of the back door, watching the lively scene in the dorm with a smile that hadn't faded. Speaking of which, he had been busy with matters related to his tech company and the ongoing competition with the Sure Group, and indeed hadn't had a meal with his brothers for a while. Lin Mo almost forgot what that feeling was like. He felt that compared to the competitive business life, he preferred this relaxed atmosphere. Chatting with brothers who shared the same ideals, engaging in playful banter, without any conflict over interests, without the need to guard against each other, and without suspicion. How nice and easy this life was. However, such a life could be poor. Why are more and more young people opting to lie flat? It's not because life is as beautiful as they imagined, but rather filled with harsh realities. The gap between the gentle campus and the big dive out of society is too vast. Without a buffer, it's indeed easy to collapse under pressure. Brothers, let's have a small hot pot dinner in the dorm tonight. Also, there's something I want to discuss with you. Lin Mo's words immediately stopped the three lively characters from bickering. Okay, we'll listen to Mo and argue later. Come on, welcome Mo to speak. Ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Zhang Yunlong even provided sound effects as background music. The three of them were incredibly supportive. Stop, 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 don't make a fuss. Hurry up and get everything ready. We'll talk while we eat. Let's go. As Lin Mo began to move, the other three quickly followed. Since it was a self-heating hot pot, they only needed to prepare the other side dishes Lin Mo had brought back and cook them together. 10 minutes later, the four of them returned to their seats. While waiting for the meal to start, Lin Mo brought up the main topic. "I want to start a company, and I'm not sure if any of you are interested." As soon as Lin Mo said this, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang exchanged glances, unsure of what to think. Zhang Yunlong, however, cheerfully expressed his support. "Sure, I wholeheartedly support you." "Great. What kind of company do you want to start?" Zhang Yunlong's willingness to support Lin Mo so generously is largely because he knows that Lin Mo has a real estate company backing him. Additionally, he is also supported by a big figure like Chu Qianhe. With such a prominent person backing Lin Mo, it's clear that Lin Mo's decision is well thought out. The potential for development of such a company is indeed immeasurable. Even if the future profits are uncertain, out of respect for Lin Mo, they have to give him this chance. However, judging by the expressions of Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu, it seems they are not very willing. Firstly, they both come from ordinary families, and when it comes to investing, they really can't contribute much in terms of energy or financial resources. Secondly, they don't have a complete understanding of Lin Mo's financial strength. They only know that he is relatively well off and that his partner's father is a group chairman. Given this situation, the investment risk is still quite high. However, just as they were hesitating, Zhang Yunlong asked them a question. "But, Mo, what kind of company do you want to start?" Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang shifted their focus back to Lin Mo. "Yes, Mo, what kind of company are you thinking of? Please tell us. We really don't know much about this area. Neither of us has the capability to invest in stocks, but working for you shouldn't be too embarrassing, right?" Feng Yang said somewhat shyly. However, Lin Mo didn't look down on them at all. This is because Lin Mo understands Feng Yang's situation. After all, he also comes from an ordinary background. He can fully relate to Feng Yang's thoughts. With a family condition that isn't good, where would they get money to invest? Lu Xiaoyu's situation is similar. "Okay, Let me explain briefly. I want to start a financial investment company. The main focus will be on equity investments in financial enterprises, exercising the rights of investors and fulfilling the obligations of investors according to the amount invested, aiming to preserve and increase the value of financial assets. It can also be understood as a kind of financial intermediary institution that pools funds from individual investors and invests them in various securities or other assets. The reason I want to establish such a company is firstly because it aligns with our field of study, allowing us to apply what we've learned. Secondly, I want to earn some money together with my brothers. It's that simple. Lin Mo briefly described his thoughts, and Zhang Yunlong quickly nodded seriously. I will unconditionally support you. But there are two issues here. First, none of us have relevant professionals. Without experience, it will be very difficult to develop later on. Second, there's the issue of startup capital. If possible, I would like to invest. Looking at Zhang Yunlong's expectant gaze, Lin Mo smiled. Lack of experience isn't a problem. We can find professionals to handle professional matters. What we need to do is learn from the side and eventually surpass them. As for the issue of startup capital, I can provide it, and if you want to invest, that's fine, but I must have absolute control of the company. What do you think? Any other questions? Zhang Yunlong clapped his hands happily and laughed. No problem at all. Since Mo Ge has decided to lead us to make money, how could I have any issues? Let's do as you say. I'll invest. Great. I'll bring the business plan over later, and we'll study it carefully. Lin Mo smiled. Zhang Yunlong's investment signifies that the first step of his business plan has begun. Now, he has enough capital to enter a rapidly growing industry. This is also a crucial battlefield of the plan, an essential part of the overall strategy. That is, live streaming platform. Xiaoyu Fengyang, where are you two? This is a rare training opportunity, you know. If possible, I would like to hire you both as my senior investment advisors permanently. When our company grows and becomes stronger, you two can also consider investing in it later. What do you think? Lin Mo had already expressed himself clearly, and both Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang understood Lin Mo's good intentions. They also knew that this might be a rare life opportunity for them. Lin Mo's capabilities had given them tremendous surprises during the recent practical class. If they missed this chance, the opportunity to ride on his coattails would be lost, and they would surely regret it for a lifetime. No matter the outcome in the future, following Lin Mo on this venture would definitely yield benefits. The valuable experience they would gain from this industry was indeed substantial. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang exchanged smiles and then solemnly nodded towards Lin Mo. Mo Ge, I'm with you. Great, then it's settled. The four of them quickly came to an agreement in the dormitory. Once the direction was confirmed, Lin Mo began to outline the subsequent work arrangements. He pulled in Zhang Yunlong to help him draft the business plan, while Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu were responsible for market research. It must be said that Zhang Yunlong truly lived up to being from a prominent family. Although he usually appeared careless and seemed only interested in music, showing no apparent liking or ability related to anything outside of music, Lin Mo discovered that Zhang Yunlong had a significant understanding of business matters, especially in finance, since this experience began. Children from affluent families indeed have a unique advantage when it comes to accessing information. With just one phone call, the butler would compile the most detailed information, something that money can't buy outside. This was truly enviable. The things they came across in their daily lives might be what others can only learn from books. One can only say that envy doesn't matter. True strength is what counts. After all, such a monumental business empire has been built through generations of hard work. How many ordinary people are qualified to compete with them? In the future, there will be a famous saying describing the rigid class structures. How can the efforts of one person compare to the business acumen built over 3 generations by others? With the 4 of them working hard, the preliminary preparations for the financial investment company were steadily progressing. However, on this day, Lin Mo received a phone call that forced him to pause his current work. President Lin, we have a situation. The call was from Wang Difu. Upon hearing the word situation, Lin Mo's heart sank. Explain in detail. Yes. Recently, a company called Haoqi Real Estate has suddenly emerged in Jiangxing's industry, and it has risen to prominence in just 1 month. Many plots of land in Jiangxing have been snatched up by them ahead of other competitors. I'm worried that they have also set their sights on the land we plan to bid for in the new urban area, which is why I wanted to call you to report this in advance. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked, "Who is the legal person of this company? Have you clarified the relevant information?" Wang Difu quickly replied, "I checked this earlier. This company was just established a month ago, and the legal representative is a person named Haoqi. I still don't understand how they managed to rise so quickly. It doesn't seem like there's anything special about them. It's really strange. I just can't figure out how they managed to acquire so much land from other competitors in such a short time. It seems that this company has an extremely powerful background and resources, which will allow it to take over land from the major real estate companies in Jiangxing," Wang Difu said to himself. Lin Mo, however, was murmuring to himself, Haoqi? His last name is Shi? Could he be from the Shi group? Wang Difu, you need to conduct a thorough investigation into Haoqi's background immediately. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in Jiangxing. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Difu's heart sank. He had been following Lin Mo for quite some time, but it was the first time he had seen Lin Mo take such a serious interest in a situation. He realized that this incident might be even more serious than he had thought. Clearly, a thorough investigation was necessary. Otherwise, the territory that he and Lin Mo had painstakingly built could be at risk. He then promptly responded seriously to Lin Mo. "All right, President Lin, I will send someone to investigate immediately. I will let you know as soon as I have any news." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo thought for a long time. Based on the current situation, Haoqi should indeed be from the Shi group. He might even be a relative of Shi. Lin Mo felt that the Shi group had already begun their retaliation against him. Thinking it over, the timing did seem about right. Just not long ago, Shi had been convicted and imprisoned. Lin Mo knew that the world did not have so many coincidences. Therefore, the situation had become quite clear. The reason he still had Wang Difu investigate was simply to verify his own speculation. From Wang Difu's description, the other party seemed to be coming in strong, targeting his real estate company. Their intentions were too obvious, and it could be said that it was as clear as day. This was a declaration of war. How could Lin Mo not understand? Since the other party had already made their move, Lin Mo also began preparing his own actions. No matter which strategy they used, all he needed to do was to face them with troops when they came and to bury them when they came. It's almost the end of the semester. It seems it's time to make a move. The next day, Lin Mo sent an address to Zhang Yunlong and arranged to meet him privately. Zhang Yunlong was surprised to receive such a request from Lin Mo, as it was the first time he had experienced a private meeting with him. Mo Gu doesn't usually do this. It shouldn't be anything major, right? Yeah, it shouldn't be anything major. After successfully winning over Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlong decisively chose to go and see. However, he didn't expect that the place Lin Mo had chosen to meet was in an office building. Mo Gu, I'm here. But why is this an office building and not a restaurant? The address is correct, right? Zhang Yunlong nervously sent a text to Lin Mo. After a while, he received a reply from Lin Mo. The address is correct. You'll know when you come up. Although Zhang Yunlong didn't know what Lin Mo was up to, he still went up. Take the elevator to the 6th floor and look to the left. Following Lin Mo's instructions, Zhang Yunlong headed straight for the 6th floor. When he reached the elevator entrance on the 6th floor and saw Lin Mo standing at the door of a company called Mo Network Technology Company Limited, Zhang Yunlong was completely stunned. How many companies had his roommate Lin Mo opened? Mo Gu, is this also your company? Wow, this is so cool. By the way, Mo Gu, you've been hiding your cards too well. First, there was your real estate company, and now this internet technology company. If you hadn't mentioned it, none of U.S. brothers would have ever known. Zhang Yunlong kept praising Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly waved his hand and said, "All right, we're all brothers here, no need to show off." Wait a minute, Mo Gu, you have to let me finish. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. It was clear that Zhang Yunlong genuinely admired Lin Mo, as he increasingly felt that Lin Mo was hard to read. He would never know what unexpected cards Lin Mo still had up his sleeve. When they first met, he thought Lin Mo was just a slightly handsome, ordinary guy. As for being a top student, that was less impressive to him, a super rich heir, than having a good-looking face. But later, news broke that Lin Mo was in a relationship with Chu Yi, the beloved daughter of the richest man in Jiang City. That alone was enough to astonish him. A deep love story between a wealthy heiress and a poor boy. Then it was revealed that Lin Mo already owned a real estate company in Jiang City, with a market value in the billions. This left him utterly speechless. If it hadn't been for Lin Mo's strict instructions to keep it quiet and not spread it around, including in the dormitory, Zhang Yunlong would have burst out with excitement long ago. However, what shocked him even more was that just yesterday, Lin Mo had discussed establishing a financial company with him and two other guys from the dormitory. Today, he was brought here by Lin Mo, who directly threw an entire tech company in his face. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong truly felt overwhelmed. Lin Mo's financial strength was indeed hard to imagine. How could he be just a 19-year-old with an utterly ordinary family background? Zhang Yunlong didn't know how Lin Mo managed all this, but he believed that Lin Mo's capabilities were likely far beyond what he had already seen. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunlong admired Lin Mo even more, becoming increasingly respectful during their conversation. By the way, Mo Gu, what exactly did you call me here for? It can't just be to give me a tour of your tech company, right? Lin Montag smiled faintly. Although Zhang Yunlong seemed carefree and rough around the edges, he was actually very attentive, emotionally intelligent, and quite clever. It was perfectly suitable to discuss live streaming business matters with him. That's right. I called you here today to discuss something. I don't want anyone else to know, so please keep it a secret. Zhang Yunlong's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "What is it? Just tell me directly. Brother, whatever I can do, I won't be vague about it. In that case, I will speak plainly." Seeing Zhang Yunlong so straightforward, Lin Mo decided not to beat around the bush. Since they were both smart, it was best to get straight to the point. My tech company is now on the right track, and the website platform optimization is in its final stages, so we need to start planning the new business in advance. What do you need me to do? Zhang Yunlong got right to the point, not wasting any words. Actually, it's very simple. I want you to be in charge of our company's live streaming business. With your talent, I believe you'll definitely shine in this field. However, Zhang Yunlong didn't know much about the live streaming business, so he was a bit confused. What kind of live streaming business? Is it like news broadcasting? Lin Mo could tell that Zhang Yunlong knew nothing about this field. However, upon reflection, it was indeed true that the live streaming industry was just starting out, and not many people were aware of it. So he roughly gave Zhang Yunlong some related science popularization information. You can share music with everyone online through live streaming, play games live, and showcase anything you want to share with everyone through live streaming. Lin Mo explained a bit, and Zhang Yunlong already understood. Does this mean I can make more friends through this platform? Can I also share videos of me singing on this platform? Zhang Yunlong asked tentatively. Lin Mo smiled faintly, as if deep in thought. Given Zhang Yunlong's explosive singing talent, there would definitely be no problem. Of course you can. After receiving Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Zhang Yunlong immediately clapped his hands in excitement. Wow, that's really amazing. I've made up my mind. I'm going to do this with you. Really? You need to think it through carefully. This is not a small matter, and you can't pull back once you've started. This matter is significant, and Lin Mo naturally did not want Zhang Yunlong to lose interest after just a few minutes and back out when faced with difficulties. So he gave him a warning in advance. Zhang Yunlong stood there in contemplation for 2 seconds before finally his gaze became firm, as if he had made a decision. Mo, I've really thought it through. Let's do it. I'm not good at business, and I can't manage things. I can't help with the family business. My dad always says I'm like a useless lump of clay that can't be molded. Now with you, Mo, guiding me to make money in finance and giving me the opportunity to continue doing what I love. I have to give it my all. Okay, then it's settled. Lin Mo smiled and then led Zhang Yunlong to tour his tech company. Lin Mo showed Zhang Yunlong around the office area and introduced him to Gu Xiaojing. After that, he took Zhang Yunlong to his office. By the way, Mo, can this live streaming project really make money? Just by sharing your own videos or through live streaming your activities, it feels like something is missing. How do we make a profit? Zhang Yunlong's concerns were not without reason, but Lin Mo already had countermeasures in mind. He was a seasoned experiencer in his previous life. Now he just needed to replicate successful strategies. Don't worry, I've already planned everything. All you need to do is follow my lead, and I'll take care of the rest. Just think about it. When hundreds of millions of people across the country become your fans, you will shine brighter than any star. Zhang Yunlong scratched his head. Mo, you're joking. Even if I have 10,000 fans who like my singing and dancing, I would be overjoyed. But Mo, the active internet population is only in the tens of millions right now. Are there really that many people who watch live streams? Can we really make money? Zhang Yunlong still found it hard to believe. In 2013, smartphones had come out, but their expensive prices kept many people at bay. Moreover, we were still in the 3G internet age, and the concept of live streaming was still very much in its infancy, developing gradually through video formats. This is also why many internet giants had not turned their sights on this field, burning money with no visible profit. But Lin Mo came from the future. He knew very well that in 10 years, the development of the internet would be unimaginably fast. Right now, out of every 10 people, only one might have the means to go online regularly, and most of them were probably just playing small games on $43.99. But 10 years later, out of every 10 people, 11 would be familiar with the internet, and 90% of them would enjoy watching live streams, videos, and other social activities. No one dared to imagine this right now. And thus, Lin Mo could seize this business opportunity at the smallest cost to gain the maximum benefit. He smiled and patted Zhang Yunlong on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhang, do you believe that 10 years from now, video streaming will become an indispensable form of entertainment for everyone, integrating into everyone's daily lives? Have you found the information on Shihaoqi?" On the first day of Lin Mo's arrival in Jiangxing, he went straight to his real estate company. In the long-vacant chairman's office, Wang Difu was reporting to Lin Mo. "I've already found it. That Shihaoqi is the eldest son of the chairman of the Shi Group in Yanjing." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly. As expected, seeing Lin Mo's demeanor, Wang Difu felt that he must have anticipated this already. He was a bit puzzled in his heart. "Lin Xiao, the Shi Group is not here for good intentions. Should we adjust our bidding strategy this time?" We need to adjust. I'll send you the revised plan shortly. When the bidding starts, remember to look at my expression to make decisions." Okay. After Wang Difu finished speaking, his eyes revealed a hint of lack of confidence. Standing in place, he hesitated to speak. Lin Mo naturally understood Wang Difu's concerns, so he said, "If you have something to say, just say it. We are colleagues and also friends. There's nothing we can't discuss." Wang Difu nodded. With Lin Mo's reassurance, he felt free to express his thoughts. "Lin Xiao, the Shi Group is strong. Will we be their opponents? Should we seek help from the Chu Group?" Lin Mo appeared thoughtful and asked Wang Difu again, "Is there any other issue?" Wang Difu didn't say anything more. "No, that's all." Lin Mo smiled. He had already considered this issue long ago. Let's go all out. Although the Shi Group is a towering tree, its reach into Jiangxing is just a small branch. Although our system isn't large either, if our strategy is good, we can still make them bleed. At first, Lin Mo thought of having Chu Qianhe as his backing. But after some thought, he realized it was unnecessary. The reason was that the Shi family came to Jiangxing this time not only to grab part of Lin Mo's customer resources with prices above market value, but they also took away the livelihoods of other businesses in Jiangxing. Without Lin Mo needing to act, other businesses would naturally unite to fight back. Especially Jiangxing's real estate tycoon, Chu China, who would definitely not sit idly by. Lin Mo didn't need to take action. He just needed to observe the changes. When necessary, he could step in. In the past 2 days, he had combined his memories from his previous life with the current situation to deduce the present state and changes in Jiangqing's real estate industry. Although there were influences from the butterfly effect and the overall pattern was somewhat different from before, he felt there was still a 90% certainty. Seeing Lin Mo so confident, Wang Difu also felt reassured. Everything depends on what Lin Xiao says. As he spoke, Wang Difu suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Mo was puzzled. He thought perhaps something he said had been problematic. Unexpectedly, Wang Difu replied, No. I just suddenly found the name Shi quite funny. Funny? Really? Haoran Jingqi, galloping the world. How grand. Isn't it good? However, his name sounds like Shi, meaning is delicious in a playful tone. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. After finishing all the matters, Lin Mo returned home for a visit. Lin Mo had long decided that no matter how busy work got, he must take time to accompany his family. After visiting his parents and seeing they were well and happy, he felt at ease. In the evening, Wang Difu received the bidding plan sent by Lin Mo. To be honest, he had been looking forward to Lin Mo's brilliant strategies for a long time, so he quickly opened it to check. However, all he saw were 4 words: seize the opportunity. Does Lin Xiao not trust me anymore? Wang Difu was dumbfounded. In the afternoon, looking at Lin Mo's confident demeanor, he thought Lin Mo had already written out the plan. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo pulled such a stunt. However, he still felt that Lin Mo was not that kind of person. He would definitely speak directly. But didn't Lin Xiao say that the land would double in value? Such important land, and the bidding would only be based on the situation? Wang Difu felt a chill run down his spine. After a long time, he calmed down and carefully contemplated the meaning of Lin Mo's words about acting according to circumstances. He tossed and turned until 3 in the morning before finally falling asleep. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the alarm clock, sitting up suddenly in bed. Damn, it's over. I still haven't figured out what Lin Xiao meant. Forget it. I'll see how it goes then. As he said this casually, he suddenly realized something. Arriving at the bidding venue, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were already waiting inside. You're here. Lin Xiao, Miss Chu, good morning. Hey, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep last night? Why don't you go back and rest a bit? Upon hearing this, Wang Difu quickly smiled and waved his hand. No. I'm full of energy, it's nothing. Wang Difu said as he yawned. Lin Xiao, I really have no problem. Wang Difu understood that this time was crucial, and of course, he couldn't be absent. Lin Mo was well aware of this too. Okay, just pay attention to my signals later. Got it? Wang Difu nodded seriously. So that was it? Lin Mo actually had a plan in mind. His idea of acting according to circumstances essentially meant adapting to changes while keeping the core objective unchanged. In simple terms, it was about having a fixed goal while adjusting the methods based on the opponent's changes. Wang Difu seemed to understand. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It seems that Lin Xiao is determined to get that piece of land. I need to gear up and give it my all. The bidding conference was about to start soon. The entire hall was already filled with a crowd. This particular bidding meeting was extremely special. It not only concerned the fate of individual enterprises, but also related to the honor of local businesses in Jiangqing. Not to mention that Shi had previously snatched their business, which didn't involve many large projects. However, this time was different. This official bidding conference was crucial for the construction of Jiangqing's economic development zone. It was all big projects. If that outsider Shi managed to seize this too, it would truly be embarrassing. Thus, for this battle, almost all entrepreneurs with some strength in Jiangqing's real estate industry were present, and they came with grievances and anger. Lin Mo sat in a middle-back position, side by side with Chu Yi and Wang Difu. Lin Mo, did my dad ask you which project you're interested in for this bidding conference? He asked, but I didn't say. I knew it. Yesterday, he was so worked up, saying that this son-in-law is no good. Ah, that won't do. Is it still too late to say something now? Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask him yourself. Chu Yi teased. Lin Mo turned his head and looked around, noticing that Chu Qinha hadn't arrived yet. Only Chu Qinha's secretary and their vice chairman were present. Lin Mo smiled. He had thought Chu Qinha would arrive a little later, but it seemed that Chu Qinha had other plans. This bidding conference was quite grand, and many people attended. Among them were real estate tycoons and young elites who came to make connections. As a result, Lin Mo felt relatively insignificant among such a large crowd. Moreover, not many people knew him. Most assumed he was an outstanding junior from the Wang Difu family, here to make an appearance. Wang Difu's wealthy real estate company now boasted assets of over 10 billion yuan. Although they still couldn't break into the top 3 real estate companies in Jiangxing, they were still considered one of the major players. From the moment he entered, almost everyone present greeted him politely. However, Lin Mo remained exceptionally calm, preparing for the upcoming proceedings. This bidding featured 3 large plots of land that the government valued highly. These 3 plots could be described as key projects for Jiangxing's new urban area over the coming years. 2 of the plots were located in the center of the new urban area, adjacent to a large park and a riverside scenic area. These 2 plots would be the focus of today's bidding. Everyone knew that whoever secured these 2 plots would undoubtedly become the leader in Jiangxing's real estate market in the future. The 3rd plot, while the largest in area, was somewhat remote, located on the edge of the new urban area and across the river from Jiangxing. The area across the river was a suburb, with desolate mountains and few people. A river made a significant difference in desirability. Almost no one paid attention to this plot. If they could bid on it, they would, but if they couldn't, it wouldn't matter much. However, Mo Qianyan's goal was precisely this land. No one expected that 3 years of changes could lead to such a dramatic shift. The overlooked land across the river would become the largest luxury community in Jiangxing in the future. As for why the center was not as valuable as the suburbs, that would be explained later. Soon, the first round of bidding began. It was for the smallest plot of land, located in the center of the planned area, and thus had the highest value. This plot has an area of 160,000 square meters, with the new district government to the south, the highway exit to the east, and Jiangxing Park to the west. It is a square piece of land, each side measuring 400 meters, and it is expected that 5 residential buildings can be constructed on it, each with 4 units, totaling about 2,000 residential units, with an approximate housing area of 200,000 square meters. The starting price is 800 million yuan. As soon as the representative from the Real Estate Bureau spoke, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became lively. 810 million, 820 million, 830 million. The current bidders were mainly small real estate companies, with the true giants yet to make their offers. They were calculating their profit margins. In 2013, Jiangxing's average housing price was over 3,000 per square meter. Naturally, the central area would be a bit more expensive, with an expected selling price of 11,000 per square meter. Approximately 200,000 square meters at 11,000 per square meter would yield a total value of 1 billion. No, this was only the housing value. There were also parking lots, ground floor commercial rentals, and property management fees. The total value was about 1.2 billion. If the construction cost was around 1,000 per square meter, then the construction cost would be about 200 million. In other words, this plot of land, to be profitable, at most could be sold for. I bid 800 million. Finally, the first big player spoke up. He was a young man in a suit, not very old. Yet he exuded a mature and steady aura. His offer of 800 million plunged the room into a dead silence once again, with everyone staring in surprise at this young man. 800 million? There was hardly any profit in that. Don't forget, the real estate company also had to pay for relocation. With a total value of only 1.2 billion, construction costs of 200 million, and relocation possibly costing 1 or 200 million, what would be left to profit? Lin Mo looked over, and the young man happened to glance back at him, revealing a dangerous glint in his eyes. Haoqi Real Estate, sure Haoqi. Liji's elder brother. 800 million? You can't make any money off that. Forget it, that exceeds the budget. Let's see if we can get some stocks or something. What can we do? Competing for land with such top-tier financial groups means we're just here to serve as extras. Many people shook their heads and sighed, withdrawing from the bidding for this piece of land one after another. Wang Difu looked towards Lin Mo, waiting for his decision. Lin Mo extended his hand and gently gestured with 2 fingers. Wang Difu was taken aback and momentarily didn't dare to speak. This will definitely incur a loss, he murmured, but Lin Mo continued to signal with 2 fingers. Gritting his teeth, he made a bid. Fuguei Real Estate offers 1 billion. As soon as this was said, the entire venue erupted. Pfft, 1 billion? So fierce. Boss Wang has gone crazy. 10 billion. What do you want this piece of land for? 1 billion? Are you insane? Not to mention, President Wang is really going for it. Sai, there are just too many fools here. 10 billion. Everyone knew that buying this piece of land for 1 billion was guaranteed to incur a loss. They wouldn't be able to recover the capital. Even Haoqi frowned slightly. The price indeed didn't leave much profit. However, could Lin Mo be a fool? Naturally not. This profit was calculated based on future housing prices rising by 1,000. But what if the housing prices increased by more than 1,000? For every increase of 1,000, the profit would exceed 2 billion. As the heir of a prominent family in Yanjing, he had vaguely heard news that housing prices were about to rise. However, he wasn't clear on how much the increase would be. 12 billion. Thinking of this, he spoke again, looking coldly at Lin Mo. Making money was secondary. With the Sure Group being so large, they truly didn't care about a couple of billion in profit. It wasn't that they didn't care. Rather, investing over 10 billion and taking a long time to earn only 1 or 2 billion was indeed a bit too little, even less than bank interest. His main purpose for coming to Jiangxing was to undermine the development of Lin Mo's real estate company. 12 billion? Are you insane? That's already a loss. Yeah, the Sure Group is ruthless, directly raising the price to 12 billion. Hey, it looks like this piece of land is going to be taken by an outsider. People were discussing among themselves, clearly thinking that Lin Mo wouldn't bid anymore. After all, 12 billion was truly frightening. 10 billion. Just when everyone thought Fuguei Real Estate was about to give up, Wang Difu raised his sign again. Hiss! At that moment, everyone collectively gasped. Crazy, this industry had completely gone mad. Fuguei Real Estate actually raised the price again. What were they trying to do? Did they want to go head-to-head with the Sure Group? Thinking of this, they were immensely impressed by the courage of Fuguei Real Estate. With the price reaching this level, everyone saw it as a guaranteed loss. Obviously, Wang Difu was fighting for dignity for Jiangxing. Would Haoqi take the challenge? Seeing everyone looking at him, Haoqi's muscles twitched and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He was now being roasted on a fire. If he didn't bid, he would really be looked down upon by Lin Mo. All along, he had pressured others. How could it be his turn to be pressured? 18 billion. He shouted an unimaginably high price, and the entire auction venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was simply too ruthless, suddenly skyrocketing to 18 billion. Looking at Haoqi bidding 18 billion, Lin Mo revealed a faint smile. In the clash with Haoqi, he had completely taken control of the initiative. 1.8 billion is Lin Mo's bottom line. Even if housing prices in Jiangxing are expected to soar in the future, the value of this piece of land is only around 1.8 billion. However, the issue is that this piece of land is too small. It can only accommodate 5 buildings, leaving very little room for profit, while also locking up 1.8 billion in funds. Even if it can make money, it's simply not worth it for Lin Mo. It's still the same principle. He won't take on projects with returns lower than Matai. When Haoqi comes to operate, he will certainly face obstacles from various companies in Jiangxing. After all, he's an outsider, and everything will be inconvenient for him. Not to mention, just the relocation negotiations alone could take 3 years. In his previous life, The negotiations for this piece of land took 3 years. If Shaoqi negotiates, and other real estate companies intentionally throw obstacles, it might take 4 to 5 years. This piece of land is a loss for Shaoqi. Not only that, but with his funds suddenly reduced by 1.8 billion, the land he wants to secure is now a confirmed loss. Buying land from the government requires cash flow. Even a $100 billion group can only manage to secure a few pieces of land worth 1.8 billion each. Seeing that Lin Mo did not raise his bid any further, Shaoqi let out a cold snort, already understanding Lin Mo's strategy. Next up is the 8th piece of land, located on the right bank of the Jiangxing River, with a usable area of 600,000 square meters, expected to build 7,000 residential units, with a total housing area exceeding 700,000 square meters. Starting price, 930 million, with each bid not less than 10 million. This 8th piece of land is not as good as the first piece in terms of location, but it is close to the river and has a riverside scenic area, which is quite nice. With a housing area exceeding 700,000 square meters, based on current housing prices in Jiangxing, this area could sell for about 4,500 per square meter. In other words, the total revenue could reach 3.1 billion. Construction costs are 700 million, relocation costs are 300 million. 1 billion, 1.1 billion, 1.75 billion. In an instant, several real estate companies began competing, with prices continuously climbing, soon breaking through the 1.5 billion mark. After reaching 1.5 billion, the number of bidders gradually decreased, as at this price, although there is still profit to be made, the margin is already small. In 2013, after the rapid economic development following 2008, the average annual inflation rate reached 8%. This means that from purchasing the land to building and selling houses over 5 years, profits must exceed 50% to outpace inflation. Otherwise, 1.5 billion deposited in a bank or used to buy government bonds would yield 400 million in interest over 5 years, with minimal risk. This time, Lin Mo did not bid. He glanced at Chu Yi beside him and nodded at her. Chu Yi did the same, nodding to the vice president of the Chu Group. Before coming here, he had done detailed planning and had informed Chu Yi about the expected housing prices in Jiangxing 5 years later. In 5 years, the price of Riverview apartments in the location of the 8th piece of land could reach 15,000 per square meter. The average housing price in the entire community would be 14,000, meaning that the total revenue from selling them all would not just be 3.1 billion. It would be 10 billion. Lin Mo was extremely eager for this piece of land, but unfortunately, if he buys this piece, he would not be able to purchase the next one. Although this piece of land is profitable, compared to the next piece, it is insignificant. However, if he does not buy it, the Chu Group can. He could treat it as a gift for his father-in-law, Chu Qianhe. Chu Real Estate bids 1.8 billion. At Chu Yi's signal, the vice president of the Chu Group made the bid. Even though Chu Qianhe did not come, he had given clear instructions. Everything is up to Chu Yi and Lin Mo. 18 billion. There's no profit margin left, forget it, let's give up. Even if the housing prices rise in the future, at most it will be a maximum of 10,000 per square meter. This price, forget it, we can't compete with the Chu Group. Yeah, we can't compete, let's give up. Hearing the Chu Group's offer, those who originally planned to bid fell silent. 20 billion. Just as everyone was quiet, Shaoqi suddenly spoke up again. As expected of the Shi Group, such a strong cash flow. Lin Mo was secretly amazed, but it was fine, he was merely a spectator in this competition. After all, no matter how much the Chu Group bids, as long as it's within 20 billion, this piece of land is bound to be profitable. 20 billion, 1 million. Compared to Lin Mo and Shaoqi competing with several million increments, the vice president of the Chu Group was very cautious, only increasing the bid by 1 million. 22 billion. Sure enough, the moment the Chu Group increased their bid, Shaoqi immediately countered with a bid. Because the Chu Group was also within the range of the Shi Group's attack, the vice president of the Chu Group frowned and remained silent for a moment. Glancing slightly at Chu Yi and Lin Mo, seeing them nod, he increased the bid again. 22 billion, 1 million. Sure, Haoqi sneered, continuing to raise the bid by 3 billion all at once. 25 billion. Does the Sure group really want to go against my Chu group? This time, the vice president of the Chu group could no longer hold back, standing up and glaring at Sure Haoqi, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wished he could kill him. Bidding a few billion more means losing several billion. Had the highest bidder wins. If you have the strength, keep bidding. Sure Haoqi faced off against the vice president of the Chu group without fear, a faint smile on his lips. The vice president of the Chu group gritted his teeth and stared at Sure Haoqi. 26 billion. He shouted through clenched teeth, clearly furious to the extreme. You all made me bid 8 billion more before. Now it's your turn. Sure Haoqi showed an easygoing expression, feeling extremely pleased to have tricked the Chu group. Lin Mo almost burst out laughing. You bid 8 billion more, but the Chu group could still make 40 billion profit. Sure enough, controlling future opportunities makes earning money too easy. Who would have thought that years later, housing prices in Jiangxing would triple? Sure Haoqi did not make any further bids, and the Chu group ultimately won the second piece of land for 26 billion. Having acquired 2 pieces of land at such an inflated price, the small to medium real estate companies watching were filled with excitement. It was as if they too were part of this multi-billion investment, exhilarated. 3 minutes later, as the real estate bureau took out another map, pointing to a large area marked with a big red circle in the center of the map. Now, we will start the auction for this third piece of land. Looking at this map, a sharp gleam appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. It could be said without exaggeration that this piece of land would become the most luxurious area in Jiangxing in the future. It would also be the largest project in Jiangxing for the next few years, and it would be the ultimate goal of his initial plan. This third piece of land is located on the west side of the Jiangxing River, along the riverbank, with the largest area, 2 kilometers long and 700 meters wide. The total area reaches 1.4 million square meters, with an estimated construction of over 15,000 residential units, totaling nearly 200,000 square meters of living space. Currently, the starting bid price is 1.5 billion. When the starting bid price was announced, the real estate bureau's main official sounded noticeably lacking in confidence. Why? Because it's too remote. The east side of the Jiangxing River is the center of the new urban area, where every inch of land is precious. But what about the west side? It's barren mountains and wilderness. There isn't even a bridge. In such a remote location, will anyone really buy houses if they are built? Moreover, the construction costs here are significantly higher. Why? You at least need to build a bridge, right? You also need to construct several roads, right? And what about housing prices? Can you sell it for 4,100 per square meter? How many people would buy? As a result, many people began to discuss and shook their heads. This is the suburbs. No one will come here. Although this piece of land is large, it's so far away that it probably won't sell. Exactly. I think the prime location on the east side of the Jiangxing River is much more reliable. 1.5 billion. They really dared to quote that price. The government can't be out of money, can it? There are still a few plots of land in the center that haven't been sold. Why start selling in the suburbs? All along, land in the suburbs has been as cheap as cabbage. This piece of land was overlooked by everyone, not even by Shirliji or the Chu family consortium. If it weren't for a rebirth, even Lin Mo couldn't imagine it. But the reality is just like this. Why will it become the most luxurious area in Jiangxing, surpassing even the city center? Everything is due to the right timing, geographical advantages, and favorable conditions. The right timing refers to time. In 2013, housing prices hadn't risen yet, and land prices were also stable. In 2014, housing prices in big cities began to soar, and although small cities were a year late in rising, developers had already sniffed out the business opportunities. In other words, if this piece of land was auctioned a year later, its price would be far beyond this. Geographical advantages refer to location. The suburbs are not as good as the city center, but they're developing quickly. As soon as the land is approved, construction can begin immediately. It's much easier to set up camps in these remote areas. Favorable conditions refer to speed. When housing prices soar, the demand for homes increases, while the supply in Jiangcheng is insufficient. Otherwise, why are pre-sold homes selling so well? Because there aren't enough initial units available. The first two plots of land were delayed for years due to relocation, and they were completed in 2018, while this plot is expected to be finished by the end of 2015. In 2016, right at the peak of the housing price surge, do you think people would buy here? The boss who bought this land earlier did just that. He made so much money. Do you know what he did next? He built 3 magnificent bridges, one every 700 meters, incredibly luxurious. He created a 3-kilometer scenic area along the river. This made the area surpass Jiangdong and become the most prosperous region. With 15,000 households, not a single one vacant, it became a legend in Jiangcheng. Moreover, he gained fame and wealth, achieving success and retiring. A small boss instantly became the second richest person in Jiangcheng, directly topping the list after the Chu family consortium went bankrupt. The bankruptcy of the Chu family consortium was also related to real estate. Lin Mo still remembers in 2023, when he walked along this scenic area in Jiangxi, he saw that next to this luxurious community, there was an even more luxurious-looking community. Unfortunately, it was a ghost town. At a distance of just a few meters, the bustling atmosphere and the desolation are starkly apparent. Because the house can't be sold anymore. By the time it was built, no one was buying houses anymore. In Jiangcheng, those with such strength can probably only be the Chu family consortium. Back to the main topic, how much profit can be made from this piece of land? With 15,000 residential units and over 200,000 square meters of living space. According to the luxury housing prices in Jiangcheng in 2016, the average price is around 13,000 per square meter. That amounts to 2.6 billion. Inside, there is a large square, and the underground parking spaces exceed 5,000, with potential additional profits reaching over 2 billion. So, what is the construction cost? For 200,000 square meters of living space, the construction cost is about 2 billion, and there are no demolition costs. The 3 large bridges would cost about 200 million. The riverside scenic area of 3 miles won't exceed 300 million. The total construction cost would be around 2.5 billion. 10 times. It's a full 10-fold increase. But without experiencing it, how could one understand the value within? The land worth 1.5 billion passed by in 3 minutes before a middle-aged man made an offer. 1.51 billion. Lin Mo glanced over. He didn't know if this middle-aged man was the richest person in Jiangcheng, as he had never seen him before. No one believed in this piece of land. Even Sure Haoqi looked down on it. He bought high-priced land in the city center, expecting to see appreciation firsthand. But buying a piece of land in this godforsaken suburb, what's the purpose? It's even a suburb of a third-tier city. As for the Chu family consortium, they had already eaten one piece of land and couldn't swallow another for a while. Even if they could, if Lin Mo told them this land could earn 2.6 billion, no one would believe it. Instead, they would think of him as a fool. 1.51 billion once, 1.51 billion twice. Just as it was about to conclude, Lin Mo notified Wang Difu, letting him hesitate before making a bid. Fuguay Real Estate offers 1.52 billion. Upon seeing Wang Difu's bid, Sure Haoqi narrowed his eyes slightly and followed with his own bid. 1.555 billion. This time he was very cautious, afraid of being tricked. Buying land in the city center is not a concern for selling. At most, he would suffer a slight loss. But buying in the suburbs, if the houses can't be sold, then it's a loss of 2 to 3 billion. That's why no one dares to buy this land. They can't afford to lose. Even companies with hundreds of millions in assets can't withstand this kind of loss. He was afraid that if he offered a high price, Lin Mo wouldn't want it, and it would fall into his hands. His original intention was merely hoping Lin Mo would spend a little more money to buy it. The first piece of land was due to face, and it was in the city center, so it would definitely appreciate. 1.6 billion, we won't go higher than that, Lin Mo said to Wang Difu. not lowering his voice. Sure, how'd she happen to hear? Fuguay Real Estate bids 1.6 billion. Wang Difu raised his card again, and indeed, upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, sure Haoqi laughed heartily. This third piece of land raised by 80 million made Lin Mo spend an additional 80 million. It was so satisfying. 1.6 billion once, 1.6 billion twice. Is there any further bidding? 1.6 billion, 3 times. Congratulations to Fuguay Real Estate for winning this piece of land. As the hammer fell, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Now, this piece of land is at 1.6 billion. After 3 years, it could be worth 3.3 billion, and there would be countless people vying for it. In just 3 years, he could become the largest real estate company in Jiangxing, with assets exceeding 3.1 billion. No, it doesn't even take 3 years. Just with the rising property prices in big cities, this land would constantly appreciate, and he could use the land to borrow even more money to invest in the internet industry. After winning this piece of land, he didn't plan to continue in real estate. He would let Wang Difu manage it, and he prepared to focus on entering the internet industry. Another year has passed since the college entrance examination, and Jiangxing No. 1 High School is now surrounded by many parents and reporters. When Lin Mo and Chu Yi, both wearing hats, arrived at the school gate, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks, gazing at the familiar entrance. A year ago, he was here, diligently studying as a senior, hoping to get into a prestigious university. Now, a year later, he has become a prominent business tycoon in Jiangxing. The transformation is almost unbelievable. Yet, it's all happening to him. All of this stems from his second chance, allowing him to rewrite his fate. Perhaps it was just the right timing. The last exam had just finished and countless students poured out of the teaching building. Some were excitedly rushing towards their friends, while others hung their heads in despair, looking like defeated roosters. There were also students quietly shedding tears, and some were even sobbing loudly. Meanwhile, reporters eagerly approached to interview them. This student, how do you find the difficulty of this year's exam? It was tough, very tough, all because of senior Lin Mo, who scored full marks last year. So this time the questions were so difficult. Boo-hoo, I can only score 670 points. I usually score 700 in the mock exams. 670. Your bragging skills need improvement. I suggest you learn from Lin Mo's way of boasting. Tell me how. I want to learn. Is it difficult? How hard can 1 plus 1 be? 6, as expected of senior Lin Mo. Lin Mo. At the school gate, Chu Yi, hidden in the crowd, chuckled, making Lin Mo feel a bit embarrassed. Have you said that before? Definitely not. That's all made up by the reporters. Wow, senior Lin Mo. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted Lin Mo and shouted excitedly. Instantly, more people turned their attention to him, and some even took out their phones to start recording videos. Look, is that senior Lin Mo? So handsome. It really is senior Lin Mo, my idol. I actually saw senior Lin Mo. Oh my, senior Lin Mo is even more handsome in person. I want to marry him. Stop dreaming. Senior Lin Mo is our goddess's boyfriend. In an instant, various praises erupted, and some infatuated girls went wild. Immediately, a commotion arose, and everyone rushed towards Lin Mo, wanting to take a photo with him. The reporters also came over with their cameras. Lin Mo appearing at the college entrance examination scene of Jiangxing No. 1 High School was big news. Run? Lin Mo shouted, but he discovered that Chu Yi had already slipped away, watching him with a smirk. Lin Mo, academic god, are you dating anyone now? Lin Mo, academic god, is your first kiss still intact? Lin Mo, academic god, who do you think is prettier, Chu Yi or Diliriba? Lin Mo, academic god, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Mo, academic god, can you reveal who you're dating? In an instant, Lin Mo was surrounded by reporters by a bunch of younger female students. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat a few times, trying to shake off everyone's attention. Unfortunately, there was no escaping. How could he, being so outstanding, not attract so many admirers? It's so brutal. My clothes are being torn. On the way back, Lin Mo felt like crying. It was his first time experiencing the madness of fans. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled with delight came from the car. She sat in the back seat, her legs draped over the edge of the seat, looking at him with a radiant smile. This was the first time she had laughed so freely. Before, she always maintained an image of a dignified lady. Lin Mo shot her an annoyed glance. That's enough. Just wait until we get back. You'll see how I deal with you. I don't care. I'm going to laugh at you. Chu-yi pouted her lips and haughtily let out a hum. The driver took Lin Mo and Chu-yi back to Lin Mo's home. Upon arrival, Lin Mo saw only his mother, but not his father. Lin Mo, you're back. Ne2. Come, sit down. I'll go make dinner. Mom, where's Dad? Is he feeling unwell? Your dad? His health has been poor for a long time. At this time, he should be practicing Tai Chi with those old men. Lin's mother welcomed Lin Mo and Chu-yi into the living room to sit down. You chat with Lin Mo for a bit. Annie will wash the vegetables first. Okay, thank you, Annie. Chu-yi nodded obediently. Lin Mo looked around the living room and said, This house is a bit small. It won't be enough to host you and Uncle Chu later. I'm planning to buy a villa. They've worked hard all their lives and deserve to enjoy some comfort. Then I'll help you pick one. No need. I've already seen some. Lin Mo chuckled and pointed outside. Look, I chose that place. What place? Chu-yi looked out the window in confusion, but saw nothing. The Jiangqing Bay No. 1 villa. It's elegant and quiet, perfect for retirement. Hearing this, Chu-yi raised her eyebrows and said, That place isn't cheap, you know. Doesn't matter. For family, it's not a big deal. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Making money is just to improve the lives of one's family, right? While the two were chatting, sounds of furniture being moved and came from next door. Lin Mo and Chu-yi curiously stepped out of the courtyard to take a look and found a few people moving new furniture into An Miaowei's house. There was also a woman in her 60s directing them. Be careful. That's the television. Don't break it. He, the genius from Jiangqing, Lin Mo, lives next door. Now I don't have to worry about my granddaughter's education for first grade. I heard that Lin Mo has already become a millionaire. If my granddaughter gets to know him, won't she be soaring? Lin Mo. Isn't that the aunt who has been trying to introduce her granddaughter, who hasn't even started kindergarten yet, to him? Just then, the aunt spotted Lin Mo, her eyes lighting up. Ignoring the furniture, she hurried over. Oh my Lin Mo, you've grown so tall. I carried you when you were little. Back then, I said I would marry my granddaughter to you. And you nodded. Lin Mo. Your granddaughter hasn't even started school yet. Was she born when you were carrying me? Lin Mo quickly pulled Chu-yi back inside and closed the door. That was terrifying. Meanwhile, Chu-yi couldn't stop giggling and didn't forget to tease. How many people is that now wanting to marry their granddaughter to you? Lin Mo helplessly waved his hand. Fame brings trouble, and it turns out that being well-known comes with so many worries. However, he didn't forget to ask his mom why someone else was living in An Miaowei's house. He soon got the answer. To gather medical expenses, An Miaowei sold the house, and her family had long since left Jiangqing. I hope in the future, she can live the life she wants. Lin Mo sighed softly. After all the ups and downs, he didn't feel as much resentment towards An Miaowei anymore. With An Miaowei's family moving away, the long-standing connection between him and her, which lasted for 11 years, finally came to an end. After finishing the affairs of the land auction in Jiangqing, Lin Mo and Chu-yi quickly returned to Yinjing. Before leaving, he informed his old man that he probably wouldn't be back for the entire summer vacation. His business had reached the most crucial battle. The team led by Gu Yixing had spent 3 months developing the delivery platform, Are You Hungry? And it had finally completed all testing. Given the powerful capabilities of Gu Yixing's team, building such a platform would have only taken a month. However, Lin Mo insisted on perfection. He set numerous blueprints, detailing every step and interface, and even marked potential bugs that might arise. Looking at the exquisite interface and convenient operations once the results were completed, Gu Xiaoxing and the others were once again impressed by Lin Mo. Compared to the existing delivery platforms, this was on a whole different level. It was like the difference between a Xiaomi phone and a bulletproof vest. Lin Mo, however, just smiled faintly. Behind him was not just one person, but the entire future. After dozens of version updates, the delivery platform was now significantly advanced, putting Lin Mo ahead by dozens of versions compared to others. Although the delivery platform was completed, the real challenge lay ahead. Everyone was at a loss, including the clever Chewy. How to get merchants to join this platform, how to get customers to download this platform, and how to recruit delivery riders. It seemed simple, but in practice, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. This was why Lin Mo wasn't planning to return during the summer vacation. He was determined to get this situation sorted out. If physical stores needed to seize small city markets first, then internet platforms had to seize big city markets first. The reason was that the internet was not yet widespread. Most ordinary people, especially the middle-aged and elderly, had little contact with mobile platforms. They could only make calls or send messages, nothing more. In contrast, young people in big cities were different. They had strong learning abilities and adapted quickly to new things. They could obtain what they wanted from the internet, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. And being in Yanjing was the best place for promotion. He was also a first-year academic prodigy at Qingbei University, renowned throughout the university circle, a natural advantage. He had already conceived the first step in building the delivery platform. That was to center the promotion around Qingbei University and spread it to hundreds of other universities in Yanjing. Then, these young students could bring in more friends, family, and the surrounding commercial community. This was the simplest, quickest, and most efficient method he could think of. In 2013, when the internet was not as developed, Lin Mo knew that even if he spent 10 billion on advertising, the effect would be minimal. Because even if someone downloaded the delivery platform, if there were no merchants in their city, how could they order food? And if there were merchants, where would the delivery riders come from? How could he find them all at once? But at the school, it was much simpler. Most businesses around the school were willing to join because they could earn more with the delivery platform. As for the delivery riders, it would be the diligent students from the school. When Lin Mo was in college, there were students working at nearby restaurants delivering food, earning just 1 yuan per delivery. But Lin Mo was different. He did not exploit them. Even the students would earn the same amount per delivery. Such a price would definitely attract many students from rural areas looking to earn a living. Don't worry about this rider. Although the plan is already in place, relying solely on his own strength, it is impossible to unite all the universities in Yanjing to join the takeout platform before the new semester starts. This is a huge workload, involving many universities and over 10,000 stores. Negotiating with each one individually would take an indefinite amount of time. At night, Lin Mo stood by the window, still contemplating how to promote it. Negotiating with each one individually isn't realistic, and if I take the initiative to negotiate, it would make me look like the passive party, which would be very disadvantageous for me. And promoting it in the name of advertising near the universities also seems somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, talking to those universities one by one is quite a troublesome task. While Lin Mo was deep in thought, Chu Yi, who had just finished bathing, gently approached, carrying a faint fragrance. She had her long, damp hair cascading softly around her shoulders, her figure graceful and alluring. She wore a silk robe that clung tightly to her charming curves, perfectly outlining her enticing silhouette. "What's wrong? Are you still troubled about how to promote it?" Chu Yi smiled gently, sitting beside Lin Mo and lightly wrapping her arm around his shoulder. The internet is still not developed, and promotion is indeed a significant challenge. Lin Mo sighed softly. No wonder the two major takeout giants in later years made significant progress only in 2016. How times have changed. Not to mention 2013. Even in 2018, many people still didn't trust things on mobile phones, thinking it was all a virtual scam. Even in Yanjing, promoting new things is extremely difficult. But at the same time, this is also an opportunity for him. It's precisely because of the difficulties that the current market is still in a blank state. Otherwise, how would he have the chance? I have a good idea. Perhaps we can give it a try. Chu-yi mischievously blinked her eyes, revealing a playful expression. What idea? Lin Mo turned to look at Chu-yi in surprise. Hee, if you kiss me, I'll tell you. Chu-yi smiled mischievously. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Chu-yi pouted. Just one kiss. Looking at her delicate little face, rosy and tempting like a peach, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle and kissed her smooth forehead. Pop! Chu-yi immediately squinted her eyes in satisfaction, looking blissful. All right, now tell me, what idea do you have? Lin Mo asked with a smile. We definitely can't negotiate ourselves, and we don't have enough qualifications to negotiate with those universities. Even if we do it under the name of the company, it wouldn't work. That's because we are still too weak. For these universities, we are not a strong national enterprise, and they wouldn't pay attention to us at all. But what if, instead of us negotiating, it's Tsinghua and Peking University behind us? Negotiating under the name of Tsinghua and Peking University carries enough weight, and with our recommendation and promotion, it would absolutely convince those universities to agree to join the takeout platform. Chu-yi playfully stuck out her tongue and said cheekily. Lin Mo frowned slightly upon hearing this. I've thought about that, but we can't get Tsinghua and Peking University to represent us. Did you forget how much Professor Guangyang values you? If he knew you were thinking this way, he would definitely support you wholeheartedly. He is a professor at Qingbei University, much higher in status than us. Lin Mo still shook his head. I've thought about it, but Qingbei University might not agree. My abilities aren't enough yet. Chu-yi said helplessly. Lin Mo, you're worrying too much. Just think about it. If Qingbei University produces such an outstanding student like you, why wouldn't they agree? In the future, because of your achievements, you will become a legend at Qingbei University, surpassing Yanjing University in prestige. Don't you think so? Besides, the vice president of Qingbei University is a good friend of my dad, Lin Mo. Wow, so there's this connection, and you didn't tell me. Lin Mo pretended to be angry. You didn't ask. Chu-yi pouted, teasing Lin Mo. Lin Mo snorted, reaching out to flick her nose. So, should I thank you then? Of course. Classmate E, you really are my capable assistant. Tell me, how should I repay you? Lin Mo said with a half-smile. You tell me. What do you think? Chu-yi's face turned red, not daring to make eye contact with Lin Mo, lowering her head and whispering. How about you take a day off tomorrow? Seeing Chu-yi's shy appearance, Lin Mo felt a thrill in his heart and couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, holding her delicate and soft waist. Lin Mo buried his head in the crook of Chu-yi's neck, taking a deep breath of her unique fragrance. Smelling her scent, Lin Mo felt incredibly at ease, as if he were floating in the clouds. Being tightly held by Lin Mo, Chu-yi couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her pretty face flushed, her heart racing rapidly, and her body filled with an inexplicable tingling sensation. Lin Mo, chill. Lin Mo placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Then, Lin Mo gently kissed Chu-yi's earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her ear. This made Chu-yi's cheeks turn even redder. The unusual stimulation made Chu-yi feel weak all over, almost unable to stand. Lin Mo's hand slowly moved down, grasping Chu-yi's full and upright chest, gently kneading it. The soft and elastic feel made Lin Mo intoxicated, unwilling to pull away. As night deepened, the room was filled with an infinite spring atmosphere. 3 days later, Lin Mo found Professor Guangyang. The professor, who had set investment records at Qingbei University, was very enthusiastic. Professor Guang had invested in many small enterprises, several of which had become top companies in the industry, gaining high recognition. His vision was indeed sharp, and Lin Mo was someone he saw as exceptionally different in his investment career. He had a premonition that this 19-year-old young man would shake the entire world in the future. not just limited to the country, but the whole world. After Lin Mo introduced his food delivery platform plan, Professor Kwang's eyes brightened, and through Lin Mo's description, he saw the future. Once the food delivery platform is promoted nationwide, what a vast wealth it would be, at least in the range of hundreds of billions. Lin Mo himself didn't expect this exchange to go so smoothly. Professor Kwang expressed his full support for him. After the meeting, Lin Mo stepped out of Professor Kwang's office and breathed in the fresh air outside. It turns out, I've always underestimated my own abilities. Lin Mo softly spoke, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. 5 days later, good news arrived. Tsinghua University and Peking University expressed strong support for Lin Mo's entrepreneurial venture as a college student and actively promoted it, featuring it prominently on their official websites. He was the first person in the school to receive support for college student entrepreneurship. In later years, it was only after 2015 that college student entrepreneurship began to gradually expand, and Lin Mo had advanced this timeline by 2 years. He became a role model for college students nationwide. No need to go out. You can place an order and have meals delivered to your doorstep. No queues, no waiting, just time it right, and you can enjoy a steaming hot meal at home. Is the supermarket too far? Don't want to go downstairs? Just a few taps on your phone, and daily necessities will be delivered to your home. New users who download the app receive a 1 yuan red envelope, and the first 30 orders have no delivery fee. The forward-thinking advertisements, exquisite platform visuals, and smooth system. He never anticipated that he would become an overnight sensation. His entrepreneurial plan for a delivery platform attracted requests from major universities to join, extending far beyond Yanjing City. In just 2 short months of summer vacation, a total of 365 universities across the country signed contracts with Lin Mo, with over 30,000 merchants joining the platform. The rapid development of the plan forced Lin Mo to equip a professional rider system and hire a large number of delivery personnel. Sometimes, opportunities come so quickly. Lin Mo's previous confusion stemmed from a lack of confidence due to information disparity. 10 years later, these advertisements will be everywhere. But now, an advertisement from a closed leather factory can become popular all over the country. In these 2 months, countless people and companies sought Lin Mo's investment. Everyone knew that Lin Mo had taken off. His delivery platform was thriving, and his Yimo technology was set to soar. Naturally, Lin Mo refused to invest. He didn't lack startup funds and certainly wouldn't distribute shares to others. He didn't share with others, but he generously distributed shares to his own team. Gu Xiaosheng, as the core technician of Yimo Technology Company, Limited, received a full 10% of the shares. His 3 roommates, Zhang Yunlong, Feng Yang, and Lu Xiaoyu, received 5%, 2%, and 2% of the shares respectively. Even the remaining technicians shared 1% of the shares. What? 1% of shares is too little? Keep in mind that before the school year started, Yimo Technology Company, Limited was already valued at over 100 million. 1% then equals 1 million. Divided among everyone, each person still gets a substantial sum. Thanks to Lin Mo's generosity and the company's growing strength making the shares more valuable, these employees were highly motivated, and their efficiency peaked. As the delivery platform gained more popularity, many large companies expressed interest in acquiring it, including a nationally renowned giant that wanted to buy Lin Mo's company for 3.1 billion. Lin Mo rejected the offer, knowing from his foreknowledge that the delivery market was worth far more than 3.1 billion. In 2016 alone, etched was acquired for 66.5 billion. Now, someone wants to buy Lin Mo's company for 3.1 billion? Is that even possible? As Lin Mo gained more fame, the first to be unable to sit still was the Sure Group. Smash! At the Sure Group headquarters in the chairman's office, the sound of a cup breaking echoed. Good job, Lin Mo. He actually had this up his sleeve. Not only does he have a real estate company, but he also has this kind of business. His personal worth has already surpassed 100 million. Sure, Zhongtian gritted his teeth in anger, yet there was also a flicker of fear in his eyes. This junior was too monstrous. In just 1 year, he had amassed a fortune of 100 million. The efforts of 3 generations of the Shi family had only accumulated an asset of just over $1 billion. You too. How should we handle this? Shi Zhongtian coldly looked at the man and woman before him, Shi Xiao and Shi Haoqi. Father, I didn't expect that Lin Mo actually had a backup plan. The real estate company in Jiangxing is just one of his cards. Shi Haoqi's expression was somewhat grim. As the successor of the Shi group, he had been working hard for 10 years, building his wealth to 3.1 billion, and was hailed as the pride of the Shi family's current generation. But he never expected that this Lin Mo, at just 19 years old, had reached a position almost equal to his own. You too. How should we handle this? Shi Zhongtian coldly looked at the man and woman before him, Shi Xiao and Shi Haoqi. Useless. Shi Zhongtian scolded once again. His 2 children were truly disappointing. One was stuck in Orange City, and the other was still being fooled in Jiangxing for the sake of face. Father, I have an idea that can solve this situation. Shi Haoqi suddenly brightened. What idea? Hearing that Shi Haoqi had a plan, Shi Zhongtian quickly asked. Father, to catch the thief, you must catch the king first. How about? Shi Haoqi made a gesture across his throat, clearly suggesting killing Lin Mo to completely cut off his escape route. Fool! Do you think Lin Mo only has Chu Qinyan supporting him from behind? Do you want the Li family to send their heads over? Shi Zhongtian certainly understood Shi Haoqi's meaning and scolded him harshly. The real estate in Jiangxing might be backed by that old fox Chu Qinha, but this time his technology company also has ties to the Zhang family. And how do you know that he doesn't have even bigger forces behind him, like those hidden families or supergroups worth trillions? What should we do then? Is it really acceptable to let him continue to grow? Shi Haoqi frowned tightly. Father, we must come up with a countermeasure. Otherwise, by the time that Brat's technology company goes public, it will be too late for us to strike. Shi Zhongtian pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to Shi Xiao. What about you? Do you have any ideas? Dad, I don't want to get involved in this matter. Shi Xiao shook her head. She didn't want to participate in such things anymore. Even if you don't want to get involved, you must. The forces watching me are too many. If we don't take action, you too, Haoqi, can destroy his real estate company in Jiangxing. You, Xiao, must find a way to stop the development of Lin Mo's technology company in Yanjing, no matter what method you use, even if you have to replicate his methods. As for the forces behind that brat, I will think of another way. Yes, father, we will do our best. Shi Haoqi excitedly nodded. Didn't he buy a piece of land? I will send people to try to delay the construction as much as possible. And I will spend a lot of money to bribe his workers to sabotage the quality in some places, making it unbearable for him. Good, very good. Shi Zhongtian praised as he patted his son's shoulder. Your idea is not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. Haoqi, you have always been steady in your actions. I believe you will not disappoint. Shi Haoqi smiled confidently. Father, you can rest assured. Leave it to me. All right, you can go and prepare. Shi Zhongtian waved his hand, signaling his son to leave. Yes, father. I will go prepare now. Shi Haoqi left the office excitedly. However, in the office, Shi Xiao remained silent. Xiao, do you have any questions? Shi Zhongtian looked at Shi Xiao, his gaze gradually sharpening. Father, you should know that Lin Mo technology has developed to an unstoppable point now. Even if we spend a lot of money to imitate him, we would only be helping him advertise. And this approach will only allow him to profit immensely while we suffer heavy losses, possibly even losing everything. What do you mean by that? Shi Zhongtian was displeased. Father, I am speaking the truth. Lin Mo is no longer the ant in our eyes. He has grown into a dragon that can confront us head-on. Shi Xiao sighed and continued. If we clash with him directly, the outcome will definitely be mutually destructive, and the ultimate victor is very likely to be Lin Mo and the forces behind him. Shi Zhongtian didn't listen at all. He chuckled. Xiao, don't think I don't know you like that kid. You want to help him? Shi Xiao shook her head. Father, I admit that I do admire him, but this admiration is unrelated to feelings. I am simply analyzing from the perspective of the family's interests. If he were an ordinary person, it would be reasonable to do so, but just look at how he dealt with third brother last time. His intelligence far exceeds our expectations. If you send eldest brother to deal with him, it will only leave us vulnerable, and at that time, our Shi group will be doomed. You, Shi Zhongtian's eyes widened in anger, pointing at Shi Xiao, struggling to say anything. Then tell me, what should we do? Shi Zhongtian laughed in anger, incredulous that his daughter was actually arguing with him for another man. Make friends and bury the hatchet. Shi Xiao spat out 6 words. Make friends, bury the hatchet. Shi Zhongtian suddenly burst into laughter. Do you think I'm foolish? If I reconcile with that kid, what will happen to Liji's grudge? Won't he target our Shi group after his success? Shi Xiao shook her head. I understand him. As long as we back off now and show goodwill, he won't do anything to us. Third brother's grudge, that's his responsibility. If we continue to indulge him, something bigger will happen sooner or later. Enough! Shi Zhongtian suddenly shouted. I don't care about that. I must destroy Lin Mo technology. If you are unwilling to act, then I will do it myself. I don't believe that my Shi group can't deal with a brat. Shi Xiao immediately fell silent. After all, she was a daughter and not the heir of the Shi group. People often said that Shi Haozi, the eldest son of the Shi family, was a prodigy, possessing a fortune of 300 billion at a young age. But Shi Xiao scoffed at this, because his 300 billion fortune relied on the family, on the identity of being the successor of the Shi group. Another person could achieve the same, or even do better, and she, Shi Xiao, was the one who truly earned her 100 billion fortune through her own ability. Such a prominent family had too much prejudice against women, just like guarding against outsiders. In their eyes, women would eventually marry out, or even become enemies of the family. If she were not a woman, but a man, what would the Shi family and Shi Haozi have? The Shi group would have advanced even further. But there are no ifs. Dad, I hope you won't regret it, before you have completely made an enemy of Lin Mo. Get out! You get out of here! Shi Zhongtian roared. Knowing she couldn't persuade Shi Zhongtian, Shi Xiao smiled bitterly, lowered her head, and retreated. Lin Mo had no idea what the Shi group was up to, nor did he want to care. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. At Lin Mo's current rate of development, it wouldn't take long before he could compete on equal footing with the entire Shi group. During this time, he was also too busy to pay attention to these matters. There were simply too many things to handle. Eventually, he had to admit one thing. Such a large market was impossible for him to conquer alone. Human energy is limited, so he allocated part of it to the Zhan group, allowing them to manage the takeaway operations in the north. After all, the delivery system was too complex. As the scale expanded, every province and every city required delivery points and management. This way, he gained the full support of the Zhan group, especially Zhan Yunlong, who had risen in status within the family, surpassing his elder brother. This is the benefit of having the right connections and holding on to powerful allies. In the southern market, he entrusted it to Chu Qianhe, as Jiangqing was a southern city, and Chu Qianhe had considerable influence in the south. Finally, the summer vacation ended and the school season arrived. As students from all over the country arrived at their school gates with excitement, they saw the large posters hanging out front. Are you hungry? The takeaway ordering platform is live. Just order through the platform from your dorm, and someone will deliver food to your door. Student card discounts. Recharge 100 and get 10% off. Recharge 1,000 and get 20% off. New users get coupons for free meals. Looking at these novel advertisements, if it were someone else, perhaps 90 out of 100 people wouldn't believe it and would walk away. But this was a school advertisement. Even if some students were skeptical, curiosity would drive them to download and take a look. After downloading the app, what they saw was not a simple, crude interface or lagging software, but beautifully designed pages and a smooth experience. Suddenly, the number of registered users on the takeaway platform skyrocketed. At Yimo Technology Company, Limited, a group of people gathered, anxiously monitoring the data on the computer. Starting from 8 in the morning, in just half an hour, the number of new registrants has exceeded 10,000. This is just the beginning. The real peak should be around noon. 1 hour, over 50,000. Oh my God! It's hit 100,000, over 50,000 in just 20 minutes. 200,000, 2 hours, 200,000. Gu Xiaosheng and the others shouted excitedly, while Zhang Yunlong, Feng Yang, Lu Xiaoyu, and the rest were equally thrilled. Lin Mo didn't focus on the data. He stood calmly to the side, having already anticipated this moment. Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo with admiration. How could one not admire him? Chu Qinhe took a full 30 years to achieve his current position. But Lin Mo, perhaps without needing even 3 years, could possess a net worth of hundreds of billions. Everyone understood that Yimo Technology Company now had immense potential. As long as it continued to develop steadily, achieving 100 billion in assets was certainly possible. It's almost noon. At this rate of increase, oh my God, 10,000 a minute. It's exploded. The cumulative registrations have already surpassed 1 million. Oh my God, in just 1 hour, we've broken 60,000. Bro Mo is amazing. He prepared so many servers in advance, or else with so many people online today, the system would have crashed. Of course, following Bro Mo means unlimited growth. Bro Mo, we are all impressed by your wisdom and capabilities. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval. Lin Mo nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. By 6 in the evening, the results of the day were in. Gu Xiaosheng excitedly shouted out this number. Mo Gu. Today we reached 5.2 million new users. The number of newly registered merchants also exceeded 1,000. In just one day, 5.2 million. This is an astonishing scale. Of course, it's impossible to achieve such results every day, but today is the first day of school. All right, everyone has worked hard. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a big feast. I'll cover all the expenses, so feel free to order. Lin Mo smiled. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, Boss Mua. Everyone cheered excitedly, bursting into cheers. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. This group of employees was truly a bunch of lively characters, always full of energy. The first battle of the takeaway platform was a great success. Although the increase on the second day was not as high as the first day, it still reached 2.88 million. By the third day, the number of users had already surpassed 10 million, creating a miracle. As time passed, more and more people discovered the convenience of takeout. Not just students, another group of people needed it even more. That is the working class. They are pressed for time, and the emergence of takeout has significantly accelerated their pace of life. As long as they time their orders correctly, they can have hot meals ready just as they arrive home from work. Thus, the scale continued to expand, and its influence was constantly growing. In September, monthly active users reached an astonishing figure of 30 million. This was in 2014. 30 million monthly active users was enough to enter the top 10 list. Of course, with such good results, the initial investment was not high. Coupons, free delivery, and other benefits. Lin Mo had invested tens of billions. The internet is a place that burns money. With the support of the Sure Group and the Chu Group, it wasn't difficult to put out these tens of billions. By October, according to the valuation of Yimo Technology Company, Limited, it had already exceeded 70 billion. This was a groundbreaking advancement, surpassing the 66 billion valuation of the takeaway platform LME in 2016. Ding dong. The phone rang. Lin Mo took out his phone and saw that it was actually a call from Chu Qinhe. Uncle Chu, Lin Mo said politely. Congratulations, Xiaoma. Chu Qinhe's tone was gentle and clearly happy. You have created a legend in the business circle, a myth. In less than a year, Yimo Technology Company Limited went from zero to a valuation of 70 billion. This myth will be remembered forever. And Lin Mo, through this battle, made his first appearance in front of the nation. Everyone knew that in this era, a legendary young talent had emerged, and his future was unpredictable. In November, 4 months after the launch of the takeaway platform and 2 months after the big explosion, competition finally emerged. Are you full? The takeaway platform was launched. This was not a small workshop, but a truly major player. Advertisements were everywhere, and the discount offered was actually 10% higher than Lin Mo's. Conservatively estimated, they poured in 100 billion. The effects were clearly visible. In October, ele.me's monthly active users dropped by 50%. Meanwhile, Are You Full broke the 10 million mark in monthly active users for the first time. Everyone in the business circle knew that big players were eyeing the takeaway market. At the headquarters of the Shi Group, Shi Zhongqian looked at the data on his desk and revealed a cold smile. Is it just about throwing money at it? I admit your method is effective, but I can throw in even more. And I've copied your entire operational template. Your ideas are unique, but in the end, they will serve my purposes. When I swallow you up, my Shi Group will reach its true peak. Haha. Brother Mo, it's a big deal. This month, our traffic has been cut down by 30%. That Bailima is already close to our traffic. After the monthly data was compiled, Gu Xiaoxing anxiously approached Lin Mo and Chu Yi to share this alarming news. What? How could this happen? Upon hearing the report, Chu Yi immediately panicked. With a month of overwhelming promotion, the effect was very obvious. The Bailima group was developing rapidly, especially since he had copied the operational model of ele.me. Even the ordering interface was about 90% similar. This was clearly plagiarism. However, in the business world, as long as you haven't applied for a patent, there is no copyright protection, and they were helpless. Lin Mo, on the other hand, remained calm, as he had already considered these issues thoroughly. In the business world, there are many examples of major brands imitating one another, which provided Lin Mo with insights. For instance, the advertisements for two famous milk tea brands are well known in many regions. There are also advertisements for two well-known herbal teas that many people can recite. The competition in the business world is not any less fierce than on a battlefield. The competition here is extremely brutal. A failure could lead to losses of hundreds of millions, or even billions. A large group could go bankrupt due to this, and a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, Lin Mo had already considered many issues. Those who come first benefit later. His target audience included students and teachers at major universities, as well as the local residents and business areas nearby. Bailima clearly couldn't compete here and could only advertise in other places, like residential communities and so on. Getting schools to advertise to students is the most cost-effective and efficient method since students are much more receptive to new things. As for advertising in residential communities, aside from the risk of being seen as a scam, even if people downloaded the app, how many would actually order takeout? The main consumers for takeout are students and office workers, spending more money yet receiving only mediocre results. The people behind Bailima definitely hadn't considered who the mainstream consumer group for takeout is. They only focused on download numbers. Brother Mo, what should we do? At this rate, in at most 3 months, their traffic will surpass ours. Gu Xiaoxing was extremely anxious. He also held shares in the Bailima group and naturally hoped it could grow larger. However, the reality was far from optimistic. They were about to face a formidable competitor rising up. Meanwhile, they were continuously falling into the abyss. Yet, Lin Mo merely smiled lightly and said, "Maintain the status quo, don't worry about anything, and continue issuing discount coupons for another month, with a total of 1 billion. Gu Xiaoxing was incredibly surprised. Brother Mo, aren't you going to take action? We're spending 1 billion in a month, while they're spending tens of billions. Should we report them to the media for copying us? Absolutely not. Do not even think about that." Lin Mo firmly rejected. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxing was overly anxious. If they reported to the media, they would have lost. Just like with Wang Laoji herbal tea, losing would be a complete defeat. Why shouldn't they report? Because when your enemy is weaker than you, advertising or reporting them just serves to promote your opponent. It elevates their hot topics to your level, causing your original customers to become curious and try their products. Facing the issue of staged accidents, the best approach is to ignore it. I was the first to launch a takeaway platform, and I stand at an absolutely high position. But, Brother Mo, we can't just ignore everything. If we do, we can only watch them grow bigger and take over our market, Gu Shaoxing said with a worried expression. Lin Mo smiled lightly and replied, You underestimate the influence of Wu Mei. Although we may not have as much money to spend as they do, all the traffic we have is the main force. They can forget about surpassing us in this lifetime. Maybe. Gu Shaoxing still seemed a bit worried. Shaoxing, do you really find it hard to trust me? Lin Mo smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if he had pierced through the entire universe. Gu Shaoxing nodded blankly. Of course I trust you, Brother Mo. Then, just follow my instructions. Lin Mo patted Gu Shaoxing on the shoulder. Relax, don't be afraid. This time we will definitely win. Yes, we will definitely win. Gu Shaoxing nodded heavily and then left. After Gu Shaoxing left, Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi, who was deep in thought, and smiled. Have you guessed my plan? Chu Yi nodded. I've figured out a bit. Let's hear it. Lin Mo said with interest as he looked at Chu Yi. Chu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly saying, When facing provocations from the weak, ignoring them is the best response to humiliation. Because when the weak provoke the strong, their goal is to get a reaction from the other side and enjoy the feeling of being watched by the strong. And by ignoring them, it clearly shows that the other side is not worth paying attention to at all. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled in appreciation. No wonder you are the beautiful and charming Yi, loved by everyone. Smart, Lin Mo praised. Chu Yi's face turned slightly red, feeling shy. You're getting better at flattering people. Lin Mo picked up Chu Yi, a mysterious gleam flashing in his eyes. The Sure Group, this time, I will make you suffer greatly. With his intelligence, he had naturally already investigated that the power behind Wu Mei was precisely the Sure Group. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Sure Group, Shi Zhongtian looked at the data in his hands and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Wu Mei has been online for a month, and its valuation has reached 30 billion. It's worth the 10 billion I invested. By the way, what was Lin Mo's reaction? Shi Zhongtian looked up at his subordinates. The subordinate felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Speak. I want to see how he plans to deal with me. I'll use your methods to counter him. Shi Zhongtian snorted coldly. His subordinate braced himself and said, They didn't respond at all, just like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Shi Zhongtian's brows furrowed instantly. No reaction at all? This made all his previous efforts seem meaningless, like punching a marshmallow. Don't they worry about us seizing their resources? Shi Zhongtian asked unwillingly. I'm not sure, but they just haven't made a peep. The subordinate shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Shi Zhongtian slammed his palm on the table in anger. This is simply outrageous. You, a mere junior, dare to ignore me. Lin Mo, since you want to play, I'll play with you. In Shi Xiu's office, she looked at her father's actions over the past 2 months and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Are you saying that in order to create this delivery platform, my father has invested nearly 2 billion? Looking at the report in her hand, Shi Xiu found it hard to believe. Her subordinate replied, Yes, second miss, grandfather has indeed invested 2 billion. Moreover, it seems that in the coming month, he will need to invest several billion more. Shi Xiu's brows furrowed tightly. She had not anticipated the situation developing to this extent. This was driving the entire family to the brink of destruction. If I am not mistaken, the total assets that the Sure Group can currently mobilize amount to just over 2 billion, right? Shi Zhongtian had gone insane, betting everything. This gave Shi Xiu a tremendous headache. If they spent this 2 billion, the Sure Group would probably be finished. Second miss, are you worried? Her subordinate suddenly asked. Shi Xiu sighed. It's not just worry, it's sheer fear. Our family's capital chain is already on the edge of collapse. If this continues, there is a real possibility of bankruptcy for the family. If over 2 billion is consumed and the partners we are working with find out, they will terminate the contracts immediately. Our capital chain will collapse in an instant, and the entire group will be devoured by numerous forces. For any major group, the biggest trump card is their capital reserves. Unless absolutely necessary, this cannot be touched. Because once it is touched and others learn that the capital chain has broken, partners will demand immediate payment of the remaining balance or even terminate cooperation, as the risk of not being able to collect money later is too great. Enemies will try their best to undermine them, wanting to take a bigger piece of the pie. The Sure group is now playing with fire, having spent nearly all their reserved funds. Second miss, you don't have to worry about this, right? Grandfather's new platform is currently valued at $3 billion, and it's still increasing. Her subordinate continued, if we keep investing, we will definitely make back our costs, and we can even reach a higher level. Sure Xiao shook her head. You said it yourself, that's just an estimate. Valuations change all the time. Today it's valued at $3 billion, but tomorrow it could drop to $2 billion. How could that be possible? Even if it drops, losing 20 to 30% is already the limit, right? What's impossible? If my father's enemies were anyone else, I wouldn't worry, but with him, what you think is impossible actually has a chance of happening. By the end of December, another month of fierce competition between Are You Hungry and Are You Full had intensified, becoming the highlight of this year's business circle. As December came to a close, both companies released their performance results. In December, Are You Hungry had 25.5 million monthly active users, 6.1 million members, and numerous partner merchants, while Are You Full had 24.1 million monthly active users, 5.1 million members, and numerous partner merchants. The two sets of data were extremely close. Even though Are You Hungry had launched a few months earlier, they couldn't compete with the massive amount of money their competitor was pouring in. At the Sure Group headquarters, upon seeing the new data release, Sure Zhongtian's laughter echoed throughout the entire floor. Haha, Lin Mo, I thought you were strong. It turns out you're just a frog in a well. In 1 month, the valuation of Are You Full has risen by $5 billion, and it's already close to yours. January is the new year, and if I pour in a few $100 million more, you will be completely finished. Do you think you can compete with me? The corners of Sure Zhongtian's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his face filled with satisfaction. He could hardly wait to see Lin Mo's miserable state. Keep pouring in money, continue to invest $5 billion, and everyone keep distributing coupons. In a month, we will swallow Are You Hungry whole. I want him to kneel and tremble beneath my feet. Sure Zhongtian shouted excitedly. He seemed to have already envisioned Lin Mo bowing down before him, and only then would he feel victorious. At Yimo Technology Company Limited, the atmosphere was a bit off. Was Bayalima still suppressing them? It felt like everyone was listless, because they all knew that starting next month, Bayalima would launch a massive attack against Emma. Brother Mo, what should we do? The new year is coming soon, and this is the most critical battle. If we get suppressed during the new year, we'll probably never recover. Gu Xiaoan anxiously said to Lin Mo, her eyes reddening, clearly worried. Zhang Yunlong and the others looked just as troubled, unable to come up with a solution to deal with Bayalima. There was no way. The other side was throwing too much money at the problem. Only Lin Mo remained calm, still waiting for an opportunity. It's here, Brother Mo. The news you wanted me to pay attention to has come. Bayalima started issuing New Year's red envelopes half a month in advance. From the first day of the Lunar New Year to the 7th, you can receive a big red envelope of 100-30 every day. Oh my God, 100-30 for 7 consecutive days? What a huge move. How are we supposed to fight against that? Everyone gasped. The discount was too terrifying. It's over, completely over. We have no hope. Yeah, given our current financial situation, we're no match for them at all. Contrary to the size of Zhang Yunlong, Gu Xiaohan, and others, Lin Mo started to laugh. This old fox is getting anxious. What do you mean, Brother Mo? Do you have a way? Zhang Yunlong asked in confusion. The others looked at Lin Mo with anticipation as well. We have been ignoring him and developing according to our own strategy, so he underestimated us. The report on the battle results from October only showed a slight edge for him. He saw the opportunity and became anxious to seize the huge market for the new year. That's why he's anxious. He issued the coupons so early to create momentum and defeat us in one go, but he didn't realize they've already fallen into our trap. Lin Mo explained in detail, but Gu Xiaohan and the others remained puzzled. Brother Mo, I don't understand. He's anxious, but those huge coupons must have cost tens of billions. How can we fight against that? Yeah, Brother Mo, even if we throw in tens of billions, it's already too late. Veolima's advertisements have already been released, and more people are downloading. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. I've been waiting for this moment. Precisely because he has already released the ads, there's no way to take them back. Now, it's time for us to deliver a fatal blow. However, the technical department's brothers will have to work hard. You're going to have to put in some overtime. As Lin Mo spoke, he handed a sealed document to Gu Xiaohan. Inside was the final plan to defeat Veolima. He hadn't told Gu Xiaohan and the others before because he didn't want any leaks. The plan was too groundbreaking. Years later, there would be two supergiants based on such a plan, far surpassing the Shi family group. And now, this was the final strike to take down the Shi family group. Gu Xiaohan, upon receiving the document, immediately opened it. After just reading the first page, her eyes widened in surprise. Brilliant, brilliant, it's amazing. As time passed day by day, the new year was getting closer and closer. Lin Mo and Chu Yi had already returned to Jiangcheng and brought their parents to the villa in the suburbs. With a larger space in the house, Chu Yi often stayed here, waiting for the final showdown between Yimo Technology and the Shi Group. 7 days before New Year's Eve, it started to snow heavily in Jiangcheng. In the south, snowfall is rare, but at this moment, the entire city was shrouded in a vast expanse of snow, creating a beautiful winter wonderland. In the snowy yard, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were together, waiting for a certain time to arrive. The ultimate battle against the Shi Group was about to begin. Lin Mo, I'm really excited right now. Do you think we will really win? Chu Yi's heart was racing, and her palms were sweating with nervousness. Although she trusted Lin Mo and believed in his abilities, she couldn't help but fear failure. Lin Mo smiled gently. Of course we will win. We won't lose because we must believe in the wisdom of our predecessors. With you by my side, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we can overcome them together. Although Chu Yi didn't understand what Lin Mo meant by the wisdom of predecessors, she was indeed shocked by his meticulous plan. To describe it in one word, it was genius. With such a plan, not to mention the Shi Group, even the top conglomerates in Huaxia today might find it hard to withstand. As the sun slowly rose to its zenith, Lin Mo lifted his head to gaze at the sun in the sky. Since it was winter, the clouds were abundant, and the sun's rays weren't that intense, appearing as a faint warm yellow. The sun had risen to its peak. After this, it would begin to descend, seemingly symbolizing the fate of the Shi Group. Are you ready? Lin Mo turned to ask Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded heavily. Yes, I'm ready. Lin Mo, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. In that case, let's get started. As the clock struck 12, the Are You Hungry? Platform launched its most exciting event. In Yanjing, at a university dormitory, a student was browsing on his phone when suddenly a notification for an event from the Are You Hungry? Platform popped up. Curious, he clicked on it and instantly widened his eyes in disbelief. Invite 3 new users to earn 100 cash red envelopes. Invite 6 new users to receive 200 cash red envelopes. Invite 20 new users to get 1,000 red envelopes. Daily events during the Spring Festival, splitting 2 billion. A grand prize of 100 million. Holy crap, is this for real? The university student stared at the event details, unable to recover his emotions for a long time. At this moment, he really questioned reality. This was simply unbelievable. However, since this was a major platform, he thought he might as well give it a try and invited his family. Soon after, he really received a 100 yuan red envelope. Holy crap, it really paid out? It's not fake? No withdrawal threshold? "Mom, hurry, send this link to the group. The opportunity to make money has come." The student knew that as more people learned about this, recruiting new users would become increasingly difficult, and he didn't want to miss out on this huge event. Across the nation, not just him, but many more people discovered this massive event on the Are You Hungry platform. It was crazy. The whole country was going wild with such huge red envelopes. Who the hell cares about those Are You Full coupons of 100-30 that are valid for 7 days? Recruiting people to give red envelopes was just the first round of excitement. The thing that truly drives people crazy is the second round of the Spring Festival, where 2 billion red envelopes are being shared over 7 days, including a grand prize worth 100 million for the Koi Award. Although it hasn't started yet, it's already incredibly captivating and has people going wild. Everyone wants to be that Koi and receive the generous 100 million prize. Moreover, sharing 2 billion is a lot, because there aren't many users on the platform yet, and there are conditions for participation. If only a few million people participate, one person could potentially receive several hundred. Overnight, a nationwide battle to gather participants has unfolded, captivating the entire country. Some groups of people have seized the opportunity and even made several thousand yuan. Even if one doesn't have many friends, family and relatives can easily pool a few hundred yuan. Even wealthy people enjoy this. Why? Even if someone is rich, the feeling of earning 100 yuan is different from snatching a red envelope worth the same amount. Many people can burst out laughing over a 1 yuan red envelope, let alone a big red envelope starting at 100 yuan. Early the next morning, at the headquarters of the Shi Group, Shi Zhongtian arrogantly arrived at his office. He was still unaware of the new activity launched by the platform, having happily spent the previous night with a beautiful woman. Arriving at the office, he looked at the documents from yesterday on his desk and flipped through them. With the students on vacation and the release of Spring Festival coupons, the number of new users has significantly increased, with a 10% rise in half a month, and is close to. Looking at yesterday's report, Shi Zhongtian felt extremely pleased. "Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to work so hard, yet you still ended up being mine. If I have already surpassed you, then the time to overtake you is approaching. I think your company's valuation must have already dropped, right?" Thinking of this, he opened his computer and started searching for Mo Technology Company, Limited. The first line that appeared made him burst out laughing. "Valuation at 10 billion. This is hilarious. Dropping from 70 billion to 10 billion. Ha!" However, the next moment he stopped laughing, feeling that something was off. The other party hadn't experienced a major incident. How could it drop so much all at once? Could it be that he read it wrong? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, 1 trillion? What a joke! Shi Zhongtian was dumbfounded and immediately checked again, refreshing the page several times, only to find that the number hadn't changed. It was still 1 trillion. How is this possible? 1 trillion. How could it suddenly increase by 30 billion in valuation in one day? No, I need to check my own valuation. Shi Zhongtian quickly searched for his own company, and when he saw the result, his vision darkened, nearly fainting. 500 billion. It was 600 billion yesterday, and now it's only 500 billion. What a joke. Secretary Wang, what have you done? Such a big incident occurred. Why didn't you tell me? He immediately called his secretary, Wang, yelling angrily. Chairman, sure, it's because you said yesterday that no matter what happens, don't disturb you. Hearing this, Shi Zhongtian almost spat blood. He did say that. He didn't want to be disturbed during his enjoyable night. But for crying out loud, the sky has fallen. Get lost, don't come to work tomorrow. Go to finance and pick up your severance pay. After hanging up on Wang, he immediately opened the app to see the recruitment activity, pulling 3 people for a measly 1 yuan red envelope. What the hell? Just 1 yuan? Is that more effective than my 7-day, 2 yuan coupon? I'm giving out coupons unconditionally, and he has so many conditions to meet just to get 1 yuan red envelope. It's infuriating. Shi Zhongtian looked at the promotional activity on his phone and almost threw it away. 20 billion for a watermelon? He He's already given out 50 billion in coupons. He simply couldn't understand how he lost. As for that coy grand prize, 100 million? What's 100 million worth? And with so many people in the country, there's only one koi. What are the odds? What are they eating? Not a single person informed me. Shi Zhongtian was incredibly angry as he walked out of Director Dong's office and into the employee area. At that moment, the employee area was buzzing with small groups huddled together, tapping on their phones. Hey, Xiao Wang, how many people have you pulled in? Me? I've pulled in 19 people. Just one more, and I can get 1,000 red envelopes. Impressive, impressive. I only participated in the event for pulling 6 people and got 2 yuan. You guys are no match for me. I've already pulled in over 1,000 people and received more than 30,000 red envelopes. What the hell, manager's son? How did you do that? You wouldn't understand. I made my delivery staff download the app using my link. Otherwise, I'd deduct their pay. Ha ha ha. The chatter from the employee area reached Shi Zhongtian's ears, turning his face dark, as if he had swallowed something foul. His own employees were participating in activities for rival forces. Do you want to keep your jobs? If not, get the hell out. There are plenty of people who can work. Manager's son, you think you're the fastest at pulling people? Huh? Your year-end bonus is gone. And you lot, your year-end bonuses are all gone too. Shi Zhongtian was furious, shouting in anger. Director Dong, no. We were just following your orders. Manager's son instantly had a woeful expression. Shut the hell up. I'm announcing your termination right now. Shi Zhongtian yelled. My red envelopes are something you can take? After a bout of cursing, Shi Zhongtian left in anger, leaving the originally excited crowd in a state of despair, unable to defend themselves. In the office of the Shi Group's director, Shi Haoqi and Shi Xiao had arrived, looking at Shi Zhongtian's grim face. What do you think we should do now? Our company was valued at 500 million in the morning, but by evening it dropped to 450 million, while they skyrocketed to 1,100 million. Shi Zhongtian spoke in a low voice, his eyes blazing with fury. How about we directly compete with them? We can also launch a red envelope activity and learn from them. Shi Haoqi casually suggested, as if it was just a matter of imitating the operational methods of another company. After all, they had already invested this much. What was wrong with investing a bit more? You should check how much liquid capital the company has left. Can you afford to issue more red envelopes? Shi Zhongtian scolded in disappointment. How could his eldest son be so useless? In order to surpass Hungry Ma, Shi Zhongtian had already invested over 2 billion, leaving no extra funds to continue. Why are you blaming me? Just cancel the current spring festival activity and replace it with a new one. Isn't that enough? Shi Haoqi was quite puzzled. It's just a reset event, such a simple situation. Cancel? How can you cancel? It's easy for you to say that. That event was built with a huge budget. Once we cancel, how much will we lose? Do you know that in the business world, what's most important is credibility? If you cancel now, just see how much you'll be criticized on the trending topics tomorrow. Father, think about it. Even bad publicity is still publicity. As long as we hype up our fame, we can definitely make back our losses. You sigh. How did I end up with a son like you? If you were a bit smarter, we wouldn't be in this situation. Shi Zhongtian sighed, shaking his head, looking distressed. Then he turned to Shi Xiao, revealing a hint of expectation on his face. Xiao, what do you think Dad should do? He knew that his daughter Shi Xiao was the smartest person in the Shi family. Although he didn't like her, he had no choice but to seek her advice now. Shi Xiao shook her head, her eyes showing a mocking look. You want me to roll with you, and now you want me to come up with a plan for you? Her tone was full of sarcasm, leaving Shi Zhongtian stunned, and then he became furious. Smack! Shi Zhongtian slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Shi Xiao and shouting, Rebellious daughter, are you trying to revolt? You should know that everything you have now is because of me. Don't forget your last name is Shi. If it weren't for my mother, could you sit in your current position? Shi Zhongtian was furious, not expecting his once proud eldest daughter to dare to challenge him. The mocking look in Shi Xiao's eyes became more intense, but ultimately, she did not leave directly. Like I said long ago, Lin Mo is a terrifying opponent, incredibly powerful. I've seen his plan. This is just the first step. The real killer move is that watermelon red envelope koi activity. I can only say that Lin Mo is a genius. Don't say we can't handle it. Even large platforms like Jingxi and Taobao might not be able to endure it. When I warned you to pay attention back then, you refused to listen. Now look at this. You've lost both the lady and the soldiers, Shi Zhongtian whispered. So, what solution do you have for the current situation? Shi Xiu said, the only solution now is to sell the platform for a value of 210 billion as soon as possible. What? 210 billion? Are you kidding? It's still valued at 410 billion, and you want to sell it for 210 billion. Shi Haoqi jumped out first to refuse. Shi Zhongtian also shook his head. I've already invested nearly 300 billion in the early stages. I won't accept selling it for 210 billion. Shi Xiu scoffed. Sell it or not, it's up to you, my dear father. I can only tell you that today you can still sell it for 210 billion. Tomorrow, you might not even get 200 billion. After saying that, she directly left the office, slamming the door shut. She had already fulfilled her duty, and whether Shi Zhongtian listened or not was no longer her concern. Her father and brother had disappointed her greatly. Shi Zhongtian frowned tightly, his gaze falling on the gloomy-faced Shi Haoqi. Father, don't listen to her. If we sell for 210 billion, we will lose tens of billions. In my opinion, just listen to me and cancel the Spring Festival event. We can copy their activity. Shi Haoqi spoke up. He did not agree with the decision to sell for 210 billion because he felt that with his own intelligence, he could recover the losses. Shi Zhongtian's face showed hesitation. Seeing this, Shi Haoqi added, Father, look, our previous valuation was 600 billion. If we copy their operations, we can definitely succeed. All right, let's do it your way. Anyway, the event hasn't started yet, and modifications aren't illegal. Shi Zhongtian gritted his teeth, already filled with hatred towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this time, I must defeat you. On the 6th day before the new year, while many people were frantically pulling others to claim red envelopes, Baoluma faced a shocking crisis. Their Spring Festival event, which had millions of reservations, was suddenly taken down. The Spring Festival event was off. At this moment, the loyal users of Baoluma were dissatisfied. Look at their competitor, Iluma. They're constantly giving out red envelopes. In an instant, the official Baoluma Weibo was flooded with complaints. What the hell? Is Baoluma really that awesome? After a month of build-up, you just take down the event. Damn it. Why don't you just stop hosting events altogether? I'm just waiting for you to go bankrupt. Let's go, brothers, to the next door, Iluma. This counterfeit Baoluma is doomed to fail. Faced with such a barrage of complaints, the officials at Baoluma did not expect the impact of taking down the event to be so severe. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond and could only post a Weibo update. Baoluma official. All rights to explain the events belong to Baoluma official. Suddenly, the complaints escalated. The two delivery platforms, which were once evenly matched, saw a significant gap open between them. The market valuation of Baoluma began to plummet, and they couldn't even sell out anymore. Who would dare to take over now? Before the event was taken down, it was still somewhat salvageable. Even if they couldn't compete with Iluma, at least they could capture a portion of the market. But now, faced with the outcry and countless uninstalls, how could they be saved? Taking over now would just mean dealing with a money-losing mess. At the headquarters of the Shi family, Shi Zhongtian looked at the one-sided comments and was nearly driven mad. Am I feeding you all for nothing? Can't you hurry up and put the event back online? I've spent so much money raising you. What are you doing? Get to work. Don't even think about leaving until it's done. Shi Zhongtian roared among a group of programmers, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted with rage. One of the programmers bitterly replied, Director Shi, we've tried our best, but for such a large event, how can we complete it in just 1 or 2 days? Shi Zhongtian was furious and directly threw a teacup onto the floor, the shattered glass flying everywhere. He didn't care and shouted, I don't care what methods you use, I want to see the event online by tomorrow. Otherwise, you all pack your things and get out." After saying that, he stormed out of the conference room, leaving behind a group of dejected programmers and a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was living a simple and happy life with Chu Yi and his parents. After he launched his strategy, he knew that Lin Mo had already won. No matter what methods the opponent used, even if they threw in another few billion, it would be futile. Because time was running out to create an event. Even if dozens of programmers worked overtime, it would still take several days, right? This is why Lin Mo had waited until now. Of course, the event had only been up for a day, but it had received tremendous praise. The red envelopes could really be withdrawn. Traffic skyrocketed from 30 million to 50 million in an instant. The market valuation also rose from 70 billion to 100 billion, achieving a landmark valuation. Although it was just an estimate, it also represented Lin Mo successfully entering the ranks of the national 100 billion delivery groups. In Jiangcheng, Lin Mo is the second richest man. In many small cities, Lin Mo is the richest. I wish things could be like before, signing your warm palm. Lin Mo's phone rang. He answered it. It was Gu Xiaoxing calling. "Brother Mo, did you see it? Bao Lin Ma has gone crazy. They've made a huge mistake. They have retracted their spring festival activities and stated that all explanations belong to their official account. Right now, all the comments online are exploding. Their market valuation has also been declining from 6.1 billion to only over 2 billion now." Gu Xiaoxing seemed very excited. Lin Mo, however, was somewhat surprised. He anticipated that the Shi family's Bao Lin Ma might have several possible ways to counterattack, but he didn't expect them to dig their own grave. Are there really such fools? Is this really the renowned Shi family's Bao Lin Ma? Having met Shi Xiu before, he had a deep impression of this strong woman. She was quite remarkable. He had also heard that the Shi family's big shots were even more formidable. Now it seemed they were so vulnerable. After that, Lin Mo started checking the news online. Upon seeing Bao Lin Ma's official actions, he almost laughed out loud. There was no need for a second round of plans. Bao Lin Ma had directly collapsed, and Lin Ma had won without a fight, becoming the biggest winner. Are they really this stupid? I feel like I'm dreaming. Even Chu Yi couldn't understand Bao Lin Ma's official actions. They were undoubtedly suicidal. Lin Mo shook his head. They aren't stupid. It's just that they've been out of touch with the ordinary public for too long and don't understand the psychology of the average person. This was evident from their spring festival activities. A discount coupon of 30 off 100? How many ordinary people can afford to eat takeout for 100 in a single meal? Lin Mo had previously issued coupons like 2 off 10 or 8 off 30, etc. Canceling an event that had been hyped up for so long would naturally cause even more dissatisfaction. As Lin Mo said, at this moment in the Shi family's Bao Lin Ma headquarters, the director's office was in chaos. There was nothing left to throw. Shi Zhongtian had overturned the large conference table in front of him, and pieces of white paper flew everywhere. He was completely mad. Beside him, Shi Haoqi was scared into silence. Just a mere 1 yuan red envelope? And you're acting like this? Have you never seen money in your life? Those who eat inside and dig outside, after taking so many of my coupons, are now giving me bad reviews and curses just for canceling an event. A lousy event that can't even be completed in a whole day, and yet everyone here is a top programmer. I've raised you all for so long, not to let you become pests. Shi Zhongtian roared, his emotions out of control, even venting his anger on his son Shi Haoqi. Shi Haoqi trembled. "Dad, we invested a lot of funds and energy into this event. Once it's relaunched, we can definitely turn it around." When he said this, even Shi Haoqi didn't have confidence. After all, this event couldn't be resolved in just 1 or 2 days. It's all because of you, you waste. If it weren't for listening to your advice, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Shi Zhongtian was already furious, and upon seeing Shi Haoqi, he became even more enraged. He raised his hand and slapped Shi Haoqi, leaving him dazed and stunned. "Look at what you've done! Is the Shi family's Bao Lin Ma going to die at your hands? The more Shi Zhongtian spoke, the angrier he became, raising his hand to hit Shi Haoqi's cheek hard. Shi Haoqi covered his face, lowered his head, and remained silent. At this moment, he also realized that the Shi family's Bao Luma might really be in trouble. As the year-end approached, ELEW was rising steadily. On the day before the new year, it gained 100 million users. This was a groundbreaking achievement, indicating that ELEW's user base had entered the top 10 in the country, becoming a true top-tier brand. The market valuation soared to an astronomical 120 billion. On the other hand, Baidu Waimai continued to decline. Even though the official announcement claimed that new activities would be launched soon, it couldn't retain the lost users. The number of active users plummeted to 10 million, and the market valuation fell below 20 billion, entering the 10 billion range. Everyone understood that the fierce competition between the two super platforms in the food delivery market was nearing its end. As long as ELEW didn't make any major mistakes, its rise was a foregone conclusion. Having absorbed so many new users, a second activity was launched to retain them. Every user could enter a lottery each time they ordered food, with prizes ranging from 1 to 99 yuan, once a day. The prizes were not coupons, but cash red envelopes. This activity significantly increased the retention rate of new users, with many eagerly participating in the lottery. When ordering food, offering a 10 yuan coupon versus a 10 yuan cash red envelope evokes completely different feelings in users. Finally, on New Year's Day, Baidu Waimai's official announcement of its New Year activity was released. Everyone looked at it and exclaimed, "Wow! Invite 3 people to get a 150 yuan red envelope. Invite 5 people to get a 250 yuan red envelope." Wasn't this just a copy of ELEW's platform activities? Was this the activity that Baidu Waimai's officials had been brainstorming for a week? Wasn't it just plagiarism? Criticism aside, one cannot miss out on making money. This was a golden opportunity to earn. Lin Mo's phone rang, and Gu Xiaoxing quickly sent the link to the Baidu Waimai activity. When Lin Mo looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh. The Shi group, which he had viewed as a giant a year ago, now seemed utterly ridiculous to him. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxing suddenly called. "Mo Gu, you registered on the Baidu Waimai platform before, right?" "Yeah, what's up?" "I just sent the link to you, along with Zhang Yunlong, Feng Yang, and the others. They had downloaded it before to study Baidu Waimai, so they are not new users anymore. But do you know what I just received?" "What?" Lin Mo asked curiously. Gu Xiaoxing laughed heartily. "I received a message that I got a 150 yuan red envelope." Gu Xiaoxing was overjoyed, and after a moment of surprise, Lin Mo and Chu Yi also started laughing. Like Gu Xiaoxing, they were not laughing at the 150 yuan red envelope, but at the major bug in Baidu Waimai's official activity. Not being a new user, one could still claim a red envelope? What would this lead to? Lin Mo and Chu Yi exchanged glances and saw the amusement in each other's eyes. Baidu Waimai was completely doomed. Of course, there were still many smart people nationwide. After someone discovered this bug, they began to exploit it crazily. The most incredible part was that this bug could be exploited infinitely. What does infinite exploitation mean? ELEW's activity was supposed to attract new users, but once someone was no longer a new user, they couldn't be invited again. However, the bug in Baidu Waimai allowed anyone to claim red envelopes regardless of whether they were new users, and there was no limit on the number of times. As the activity stated, invite 3 people to receive a 150 yuan red envelope. It didn't specify that the 3 people had to be new users, nor did it state that old users could only be invited once. Thus, this situation arose. Amidst 2,000 people frantically clicking on a super wool skirt link, countless connections were made, with each person madly clicking, leading to an infinite loop of rewards. In some cases, in a dormitory with 4 people, one person would post a link in the group, and the other 3 would click on it, allowing that person to receive a red envelope. Then, when another person posted a link, the other 3 would click again, and they could also receive a red envelope. In this way, during the half hour it took for the officials to discover the bug and urgently close the event, billions were taken. The Sure Group was left completely depleted. Moreover, because this event's rewards were not coupons but directly deposited into bank cards, it resulted in a situation where it was impossible to trace back the funds. Some people made millions in just half an hour and transferred the money to another bank card. How could you trace that? Thus, this event could not be salvaged at all. Several publicly listed companies under the Sure Group suffered heavy losses, and their stock prices plummeted. As a result, within half an hour, the Sure Group lost hundreds of billions. The capital chain broke, stock prices crashed, and investors withdrew their funds. The Sure Group was completely finished. In the headquarters of the Sure Group, in the office of Chairman Dong, Shi Zhongtian sat dumbfounded on the floor. Meanwhile, programmers who were supposed to be working during the new year were all packing their things and preparing to run away. At this moment, why stay if you're not going to run? To die together? Within an hour, all employees resigned, and the group fell into a state of paralysis. This incident shocked the entire Huaxia. The Sure Group, which had a history of decades, never expected to meet its end at its own hands. In a bid to capture the takeout market, they haphazardly invested over 30 billion, only to end up with nothing. As a result, the Sure Group became paralyzed and was on the brink of bankruptcy. On New Year's Eve in 2013, Lin Mo's family was cheerful and gathered together, celebrating the Spring Festival. Chu Qinhe, the richest man in Jiangcheng, was also present, looking at Lin Mo with admiration. 2 years ago, Lin Mo was still a student, powerless. 1 year ago, although Lin Mo had achieved some success, he was still far from being comparable to the richest man in Jiangcheng. And now, Lin Mo was sitting across from him and had managed to bring down the Sure Group, a feat that commanded respect. In his lifetime, Chu Qinhe had seen many young talents, but none were as outstanding as Lin Mo. This was an extraordinary genius. If given enough time, he would surely reach the pinnacle, looking down upon the world and gazing at the sky. Moreover, he had the insight not to make an enemy of Lin Mo, but to support him. Despite being so exceptional, Lin Mo remained humble and showed great concern for his mother-in-law. Lin Mo, truly a worthy son-in-law? The more Chu Qinhe looked, the more he liked him, almost wishing to announce their marriage right then and there. Xiao Mo, you see, after the new year, Yi will be 10 years old. When are you two getting married? Chu Qinhe took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and smiled. Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi, who shyly lowered her head. Lin Mo took Chu Yi's hand and said seriously, I like Yi, and no one can change that. Uncle Chu, I plan to hold a wedding with Yi right after I graduate to make her my wife. Chu Qinhe nodded. Yes. After you graduate, hold the wedding immediately. Yi has suffered these past years. You must cherish her. Hearing this, Chu Yi's cheeks flushed. Dad, what are you saying? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Mo, you must remember that Yi has endured a lot with you. You need to treat her well. Otherwise, I won't approve. Lin Mo replied earnestly. Uncle Chu, don't worry, I will never mistreat Yi. When Chu Yi heard this, she tightly held Lin Mo's hand, feeling extremely happy and sweet in her heart. Unlike Lin Mo's family happily having dinner, the Sure residence is bustling with activity. However, this hustle and bustle is merely due to the number of people, not any joyful occasion. During this time, Shi Zhongtian's situation is also dire. Not only has his group faced a Waterloo, but the stocks have also plummeted, and his wealth has shrunk significantly, making matters worse. At this moment, he sits on the sofa, looking haggard while smoking a cigarette. Boss Shi, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Mr. Shi, when will last month's payment be settled? Old Shi, you owe me 200 million. Shouldn't you pay it back? In the living room of the Shi residence, various businessmen are glaring at Shi Zhongtian with accusatory expressions. Shi Zhongtian's face is grave, and he is even angrier inside. These bastards. Listening to their voices, he feels extremely irritated and curses. Get lost. You bunch of greedy wolves, get the hell out of here. Have you forgotten when you were at your wits' end and came to borrow money from me? Huh? Do you think Shi Zhongtian can't pay? Hurry up and get lost. Shi Zhongtian slaps the table and stands up to drive them away. During the new year, which should be a time of joy, he is now being hounded for debts. The crowd sees him still being tough and immediately snorts in disdain. A middle-aged man stands up, pointing at Shi Zhongtian's nose and yells, "Sure, we're settling this account today. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." The contract states that the final payment is due within a month, and it has already been over 3 months. Where's the final payment? I see it clearly. You are deliberately delaying. The others echo. Exactly. Shi Zhongtian, if you don't come up with the money, we'll see you in court. They all threaten him one after another. You! Shi Zhongtian, furious, collapses back onto the sofa. Father! Seeing his father fall, Shi Haoqi rushes over to support Shi Zhongtian. Father, what happened? You ungrateful brat. How can you still call me father? It's all your fault? Shi Zhongtian, enraged, kicks out. Shi Haoqi takes a couple of kicks and immediately feels displeased, retorting, Father, you're being unreasonable. When did I ever let you down? Isn't it your stupid idea that caused this mess? The idea was mine, but you made the decision, and I already knew that if you hadn't threatened those programmers, they wouldn't have created such a huge bug. You ungrateful son. Shi Zhongtian, furious, nearly spits blood. Meanwhile, the debt collectors merely watch coldly. They only care about money and are too lazy to concern themselves with family matters. Shi Zhongtian, stop pretending. I already know that your Shi Group's capital chain has broken. You must pay this money today. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. A middle-aged man in a suit interrupts the father-son conversation, speaking in a deep voice. Yes, you must pay this money today. Think it over carefully. Another bald middle-aged man coldly snorts. You! Shi Zhongtian is furious. He never expected things would turn out like this. He helplessly looks at the crowd before him, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. After a moment, he decides to play the emotional card. Old Wang, 10 years ago, your wife needed 100,000 for surgery. I immediately gave you 1 million without a second thought. Old Xiao, we've known each other for 30 years. Which year did I not visit your family during the new year? Old E, you said you were having cash flow problems, and I didn't rush you for my payment. Have you forgotten? Shi Zhongtian was recounting past events piece by piece, hoping to touch everyone's hearts. However, these people remained unmoved. For merchants, profit comes first. Everyone knew that the Shi Group was about to collapse. If they didn't recover their debts now, would they still be able to later? The sooner they acted, the more they might salvage. But if they waited too long, there would be nothing left. Brother Shi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the current situation is tough for everyone. I also need cash flow. Don't you agree? Mr. Shi, you've delayed our payment for half a year. It must be settled today. One after another, people stood up to express their stance, leaving Shi Zhongtian anxious and frustrated. Hearing this, Shi Zhongtian gritted his teeth and shot a venomous glare at the crowd, ultimately closing his eyes in despair. He knew he couldn't escape tonight. When you're poor in a bustling city, no one cares. When you're rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. Are these distant relatives of the rich really family and friends? No, they are merely looking at your financial power, believing there's something to gain. Once the big tree leans, these friends and relatives will be the first to push it, wishing for it to fall quickly. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The crowd sneered. If you don't repay the money, how can we leave? I'll tell you. Today you either pay up, or we'll go to court and have your business seized. Right? Let the court seize your company. A scoundrel like you doesn't deserve to lead the Shi Group. One after another, they voiced their opinions. At this moment, Shi Zhongtian was like a defeated rooster. He had no choice. What a company fears most is when its cash flow breaks and others find out. Even 100 billion group can collapse in an instant. Who hasn't had debts while making big money? Large groups like Shi Zhongtian's often have debts exceeding 1 or 200 billion. If the Shi Group collapses, then they are all finished. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. And this is just the beginning. Once the Shi Group's cash flow broke and rival companies learned about it, They would definitely take advantage of the situation and kick him while he's down. When the valuation plummets, it triggers a bank alert, and the bank demands repayment of loans, leading to massive debts that cause the Sure Group to crumble instantly. As a result, in the first few days of 2014, major companies began to nibble away at the Sure Group, each trying to find ways to gain more. Even Chu Qinha benefited a little. The land that Sure Haoqi had purchased in Jiangcheng was reclaimed by the government, the money confiscated, and was taken by Chu Qinha for 800 million. Other businesses of the Sure Group in Yanjing didn't get enough from Lin Mo, but his Bao Group was acquired by Lin Mo for 50 billion. At this point, Bao was far from being worth 50 billion. What Lin Mo acquired was a rider delivery platform that he had built with money. He renamed the platform and continued the food delivery business. Moreover, the company acquiring Bao was a new entity registered under Chu Yi's name. As for why he didn't merge with Lin Mo knew a truth. You can grow big and strong, but you cannot dominate a sector. Monopolies are intolerable. This is why in later years, there are 2 major food delivery platforms and several for video and streaming services. Is it really impossible for the strong to swallow the weak? That's a story for another time. The year 2013 has come to an end, and 2014 has begun. In this year, Lin Mo reaped a bountiful harvest. The success of the food delivery platform was even faster than he had anticipated. Originally, he planned to take 2 years to gradually complete it, but now, it has only taken half a year to achieve the goal. There are basically no competitors in the food delivery market, and even if they appear, they cannot compare to Are You Hungry? In the next 5 years, Lin Mo's plan is to cover the entire country of China with the food delivery system network. Every province and every community will be included, aiming for a complete coverage system. Of course, this is just a goal. The specific implementation will take time. The real estate industry has remained stable, and the large piece of land in Jiangcheng has already been pushed forward, ready to begin construction. The food delivery platform is also steadily rising, with activities like sending red envelopes for orders, which have retained many new users. With the 7-day Spring Festival holiday coming to an end, the 6th activity of Are You Hungry? Has distributed a prize of 10 billion. At 10 o'clock at night, tens of millions of people were waiting for this moment, nervously refreshing their screens, hoping to win the grand prize. That is a super grand prize of 100 million. Lin Mo and Chu Yi were walking on the street, watching people holding their phones, waiting for their red envelope bonuses, their faces filled with happy smiles. He couldn't help but remember his past life, waiting for red envelopes just like this. Even if the share was only 2 yuan, he was still happy. As the grand prize was announced, people who had waited for so many days finally saw the bonus they earned by completing the 7-day task. 438 yuan. Since this was the first event, not many users completed the 7-day task. With a total prize pool of 10 billion, each person received over 400 yuan on average. Although no one won the grand prize, people were still very happy, as receiving hundreds of yuan in rewards was indeed quite good. I thought there would be many people, and I'd only get a few dozen yuan, but I didn't expect to receive over 400 yuan. That's awesome. My skincare products are covered. I can buy 3. This feeling is really great. It was worth it to work hard for this event. Damn, I thought it would only be a few dozen yuan, so I didn't bother to participate. I didn't expect to get over 400. Me too. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to complete all the tasks. I wonder who won the grand prize of 100 million. I'm so envious. Wow, I had to sacrifice my roommate for 10 tasks and didn't win anything. I really sacrificed 50. A day later, the grand prize winner was revealed to be a young woman named Chu Ting. On the 7th day, she published an article on Weibo, first praising the platform and expressing gratitude for her good fortune. Then she quoted Lin Mo's famous words from 2 years ago. "The world is so big, I want to go see it." She quit her job and took the grand prize to travel around the world. Wow, traveling around the world! A dream I've had since childhood, but unfortunately, I could never realize it. I'm so envious. Why can't I encounter such a good fortune? This Chu Ting is really beautiful. Is she still looking for a partner? With the end of the Spring Festival and the two big events from Are You Hungry?, the platform's traffic has reached an astonishing level. After the Lantern Festival, the valuation of Lin Mo Technology Company Limited has reached $150 billion, although it hasn't surpassed the Sure Group yet. If we consider the shareholding situation, Lin Mo controls 70% of Lin Mo Technology, while Chu Qinha only controls 51% of the Sure Group. Doing the math, Lin Mo's personal net worth has already exceeded that of Chu Qinha. After the latest valuation of Lin Mo Technology Company Limited was announced, the major media outlets in Jiangxing went into a frenzy, because Lin Mo's personal worth has already surpassed $100 billion, making him the richest man in Jiangxing. This is big news. The Rich List, as the name suggests, is a ranking of wealthy individuals, specifically the richest people in Jiangxing. A business prodigy, within just 2 years, founded Lin Mo Technology Company Limited and has become a figure on the Rich List. This is definitely something that can be recorded in history. For many reporters, this is simply explosive news, enough to write an article about Lin Mo's rise. Next, whether it's newspapers or news outlets, or the major news media in Jiangxing, they are all praising Lin Mo. Even CCTV has praised Lin Mo, this legendary figure. Handsome, a genius with top grades, the first in the entire Qingbei region, breaking records, founding Lin Mo Technology Company Limited, and creating the Are You Hungry? Delivery platform. He has so many legends, each of which could be recorded in history and praised by future generations. At the same time, he has created countless records, each of which is a masterpiece. The first in the college entrance examination to achieve a perfect score, a net worth of hundreds of billions at the age of 20. From zero to hundreds of billions, he only took 2 years. With this wave of momentum, Lin Mo is once again stepping onto a higher stage. This young man has a future full of brilliance. A net worth of hundreds of billions is not scary. What's scary is that he is only 20. What does this mean? In the global ranking of net worth at the age of 20, Lin Mo ranks first. Even if you extend the age to 30, Lin Mo would still be in the top 3 worldwide. It's unimaginable what level Lin Mo will reach in 5 or 10 years. For such a legendary figure, no one dares to speculate on what level he will reach in the future, but one thing is certain. His future will undoubtedly be limitless. Because Lin Mo has brought shock to everyone, this has already destined his future to be brilliant. This Spring Festival, the hottest topic in the country is Lin Mo and Are You Hungry? Especially in the photos. Lin Mo's handsome appearance and the brilliance in his eyes have instantly made him the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls, a national idol. Young, handsome, wealthy, muscular, and talented. All these words are associated with Lin Mo. He is practically flawless, perfectly embodying this term. Following the opening of Lin Mo's social media account and his first post, his fan count skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 10 million. Whether it's the giants of the entertainment industry, heirs of top-tier families, or singers at the level of movie kings, they all seem dim in comparison. In terms of talent, perfect scores in the college entrance examination. In terms of appearance, a national idol. In terms of demeanor, exuding dominance that sweeps the entire scene. In terms of wealth, at only 20 years old, his assets exceed 100 billion, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How can someone like this not be captivating? Of course, where there are admirers, there are also haters. The Sure family? No, the Sure family is no more. After the Spring Festival, the stock price of the Sure Group plummeted, evaporating nearly 100 billion in assets. Ultimately, the Sure Group went bankrupt, and the funds of Sure Haoqi and Sure Zhongtian were frozen, with the Sure family being sealed off. If it weren't for a Sure Xiao, whose company was not under the Sure Group, rescuing Sure Zhongtian and Sure Haoqi from the Sure estate, they would have had no place to live. Of course, the current Sure estate can't even be called the Sure estate anymore. The large mansion now has not a single servant left. At this moment, the father and son of the Sure family are staring at Lin Mo on the television, the hatred in their eyes seemingly capable of burning him to ashes. "Dad, we must take revenge for this." Sure Haoqi gritted his teeth and shouted. Having grown accustomed to a life of privilege, how could they accept having nothing? After leaving their servants behind, the two of them couldn't even cook. In their helplessness, they could only order takeout, which was truly ridiculous. Stop thinking about revenge. He's too smart, far beyond what I can imagine. He's the smartest person I've ever seen, Xiao interjected. At this moment, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. She had already advised him many times, but unfortunately, Shi Zhongtian wouldn't listen. If she hadn't left the Shi group early, her own company would probably have been shut down by now. As Xiao watched the legendary achievements of Lin Mo on television, the light in her eyes grew deeper. Especially with the takeaway platform rising from zero to a market value of hundreds of billions. This young man was truly remarkable. His talent and wisdom had reached a peak that few could aspire to. Humph, what do you know? I want him to know that I, Shi Zhongtian, am not useless. Since he could take something from me, I can take it back, Shi Zhongtian said fiercely. Xiao shook her head. Just give it up. You can't defeat him. Xiao, how could you speak for our enemy? Shi Haoqi shouted angrily. From being the high and mighty heir of 100 billion group to falling to this state, Shi Zhongtian's heart had twisted. All he could think about was revenge, madly wanting to retaliate against Lin Mo and reclaim what he believed belonged to him. If you had listened to me from the start and chosen to make peace, would it be like this now? I've said it before, you're no match for him. You're just a small stumbling block on his long road. But you insisted on going against him. Who can you blame? You should be grateful that he hasn't targeted you personally. If it were someone else, you'd probably be 6 feet under by now. Xiao sighed and shook her head. Get out of here, Shi Zhongtian yelled. This time, Xiao didn't argue. She looked at Shi Zhongtian, who had become a shadow of his former self, disappointment growing in her eyes. Dear, this house is in my name, not yours. If anyone should leave, it's not me, Xiao coldly stated before turning to leave. This left Shi Haoqi and Shi Zhongtian standing there, stunned. In a cramped rental apartment in Yinjing City, An Miaowei was also watching the news about Lin Mo on television. Both of them sat there, staring blankly at the well-dressed, sunny, handsome young man, their eyes slightly red. An Miaowei's mother, Wang Lu, had become very thin after a serious illness and could no longer shine like she used to. She felt a deep regret, filled with self-blame. Xiao Mo's achievements are so outstanding. He will definitely succeed. It's all my fault. I was blind back then, and I let him down, Wang Lu murmured, covering her chest in pain. She felt terrible. Once upon a time, her daughter was a proud princess, the target of others' admiration, the brightest star in the crowd. Unfortunately, this star had fallen. To pay for her treatment, they sold the house, exhausted their savings, and now there was no money left for her daughter's tuition. Wang Lu coughed while holding her chest. Mom, please don't get too emotional. The doctor said you need to rest. And Miaowei hurriedly helped Wang Lu lie down. Vui, do you think Mom was wrong? Do you hate me? Wang Lu suddenly asked. And Miaowei paused for a moment, tears flowing from her eyes as she choked out. I don't hate you. Actually, everything that's happened is the result of my own actions. And Miaowei turned her head to look at Lin Mo on the television, but her mind was filled with memories of the past. When she was 8 years old, the two families were neighbors. That was when she first met Lin Mo. Most of the memories have faded, but there is one scene she will never forget. It was an afternoon when the two of them lay on the grass, watching the sky. She pointed at the blue sky and told him, Lin Mo, I want to grow up and be an adult. Why? Because my parents said that when I grow up, I can be with Lin Mo forever. But we are together now. It's not the same, Lin Mo. What I mean is to be with Lin Mo forever, like how my parents are together. What do you mean? Lin Mo, when I grow up, I want to marry you. Ah, then I will marry you when the time comes. But you have to wait for me, Lin Mo. Until she was 11, she always followed Lin Mo around, looking up to him with admiration. And that boy always patiently comforted her and played with her. At that time, she thought the world was beautiful. When did the two of them start to drift apart? Perhaps it was An Miaowei, you failed again. Look at Lin Mo at the next desk. He scored full marks. She didn't know how many times it had been. In class, the teacher criticized An Miaowei in front of the whole class. She lowered her head, her eyes reddening, not daring to refute, feeling frustrated. Why? Why was Lin Mo always better than her, always overshadowing her? It was simply unfair. It was then that she began to feel jealousy and dissatisfaction towards Lin Mo. When he tutored her, she was always distracted or simply refused. No matter how she rejected him, that boy, who was considered excellent by everyone, always protected her closely. After high school began, Lin Mo became more and more exceptional, becoming the object of admiration for the girls in class. She said words of rejection to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, can you stay away from me? Lin Mo, we're not allowed to date in high school. We're just friends. Lin Mo, you're annoying. Behind their backs, among the girls, she tacitly accepted that they were a couple, because she thoroughly enjoyed the admiration from other girls, relishing what they couldn't have but she could easily obtain. To the other girls, he was a god. She could command him at will, even bully him. She thought that no matter how she treated him, he would always be by her side, because for the past 10 years, he always had been. But she was wrong. That once brilliant boy left her and became more and more outstanding, more and more dazzling. So dazzling that she needed to look up to him. She understood that in this life, she would never be worthy of him again. The young man on the television screen had a brilliance in his eyes that was even more dazzling and gentler than in his youth. But the tenderness in his eyes no longer belonged to her. It belonged to another girl who deserved him. Regret? To say there was no regret would be a lie. By the time she reached university, her looks did attract countless suitors. But she knew that these suitors only liked her for her appearance and didn't truly care for her. Once there was a boy who spent 10 years cherishing her, not allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Teacher, if you make An Miaowei stand at the back of the classroom, then I will go too. His affection for her was so pure, without any ill intentions. Yet, she had discarded him, personally losing that boy whose eyes were filled with her. The first quarter of 2014 has ended, and the Hungry Ma platform has fully stabilized. Although it is still subsidizing new users and issuing coupons, it no longer needs to burn cash, and can even turn a profit. After stabilizing, Yimo Technology's valuation has also stabilized at $150 billion. Due to its rapid development, Yimo Technology broke the norm and went public ahead of schedule. In the first week of going public, Yimo Technology Company Limited's stock price hit the daily limit increase consecutively, reaching an astonishing level. With the IPO, the scale further expanded, and Yimo Technology became one of the most influential companies in the country. After the takeout platform stabilized, Lin Mo turned his attention to another online domain: short videos and live streaming. Since 2012, mobile phones have rapidly gained popularity, and streaming platforms began to be chosen by thousands of people starting in 2014. The most famous Douyin platform of later generations went online in 2016. 2014, that was the year. The prospects for short video and live streaming platforms are even stronger than those of takeout platforms, with even more users. At least in the previous life in 2023, many people stopped ordering takeout, but instead watched short videos and live streams. Almost everyone liked it. Especially in the coming years, the short video and live streaming industry would boom, with popularity skyrocketing. In that era, people had already become accustomed to chatting via live streaming, and many even preferred to make friends and interact through live streaming as a way to relieve the fatigue brought on by work. Watching short videos would gradually become a form of entertainment for office workers, students, parents, and even the elderly. Therefore, Lin Mo decided to create a live streaming platform. Drawing from his previous life experiences, he would recruit all the future famous yet currently unknown streamers. He believed that in this market, which had not yet attracted much attention, he could certainly shine. Thus, Lin Mo established a new company, Future Technology Limited Liability Company, and spent a high price to recruit a large number of technicians. He did not let Gu Xiaoxing's team take over because with their current commitments, they had little energy left to maintain the takeout platform. Moreover, he couldn't delegate too much power. If the video platform were still managed by Gu Xiaoxing's team, Lin Mo's role would become truly dispensable. Perhaps one day, he might even be sidelined. In the business world, one must be cautious of others' hearts. Subsequently, the new company was established, and Lin Mo outlined the general plan and key points for the short video and live streaming platform, even sketching several pages by hand for the technicians to construct the platform. By then, in 2014, news of rising housing prices was spreading everywhere, and property prices in some major cities had already been rapidly increasing. Although Jiang City had not yet seen a rise, all leaders of real estate companies were aware that an increase was inevitable. In a short time, land prices skyrocketed. Land that previously cost 1 billion now required 1.5 billion, or even 2 billion. Seeing that housing prices were truly set to rise, Chu Qinna fell silent for a long time. 2 years ago, he had not believed that housing prices would rise dramatically, but now, everything was indeed as Lin Mo had said. Exactly the same. Fortunately, I didn't oppose him back then. Otherwise, the outcome of the Sure Group would have been my outcome. Chu Qinna sighed, marveling at Lin Mo's talent, which left him somewhat incredulous as he witnessed his growth. This child is indeed gifted, as if aided by divine forces. Fortunately, he chose to believe in him. More accurately, it was because Chu Yi was concerned about Lin Mo that he had to choose him. Little did he think that he was truly this outstanding, and his daughter's insight was indeed remarkable. With Lin Mo's information, he purchased land in advance at a 10% discount. Because news of rising housing prices spread before, the government sought real estate companies to buy land in order to develop the economy, resulting in very favorable prices. Now, however, it is the real estate companies that are seeking the government to buy land, and prices are constantly breaking records. Even though housing prices are rising, land prices are also increasing, and costs are rising, so profits may not necessarily be higher. But he is different. He has bought several plots of land at very favorable prices. Once the buildings are completed, it will be the peak period for housing prices, allowing him to make a significant profit. As Lin Mo's sophomore year is about to end, during the summer vacation when he is about to start his streaming platform, it has finally been set up. Lin Mo personally experienced it. Aside from still not having many videos, all the interfaces and pages are very smooth and aesthetically pleasing. After all, this is the model that the public loves the most in later generations. In this era, it's about striking with a lower dimensionality. This is also why food delivery platforms can thrive as they do. This time, Lin Mo did not bring the name of the previous streaming platform over, but instead chose a new name, Dream. Let dreams set sail. Let everyone with a dream take off from here. This time, the Dream platform is different from the food delivery platform's promotional method. He did not negotiate any conditions with Tsinghua or Peking University. Now it's different from before. Back then, his funds were insufficient, and he could only take it step by step. But now, all he has to do is speak up, and investors will come in droves, allowing him to easily raise hundreds of billions in funds. Since he has money now, the simplest way is to splash cash. Advertising is everywhere, promoting extensively. Watching videos and streaming for a certain duration can earn red envelopes. Posting videos and completing tasks can also earn red envelopes. Opening streams and finishing streaming tasks can earn red envelopes. In summary, one word: lavish. At the same time, Lin Mo's several quirky roommates also settled in, becoming the first batch of streamers. Zhang Yunlong, as the first streamer for the Dream platform, streams his favorite music and dance. Occasionally, he also streams his red Ferrari and super villa, quickly attracting countless fans. Lu Xiaoyu doesn't have much eloquence, but he streams about weight loss and daily life at Tsinghua, checking in every day, which also attracts quite a few fans. However, the one with the most fans is still Feng Yang. This guy has no particular talent, but he has a quirky mind. His streaming room's name is Shocking. The national idol is actually my roommate. Shocking. The national study god is actually my brother. Shocking. In short, one sentence to sum it up, shocking the whole internet. This also led to countless fans of Lin Mo flooding into Feng Yang's streaming room, eager to see Lin Mo's daily life. Feng Yang truly lives up to his name. He seems to be a born streaming genius, and every title he modifies is incredibly explosive. Fans over 10,000. Let's take a close look at the true appearance of the idol. Want to see what your idol looks like while sleeping? If you want to see, just send some gifs. Old friends, no need to say much. Everyone give a thumbs up, and the stream will take you to have dinner with the idol. With the development of the times, the internet industry is growing increasingly robust. Lin Mo's business is also expanding more than ever, gaining more prominence than before. His internet company has entered a phase of rapid development. The scale of the company has gradually expanded from a 100-person firm to thousands, even tens of thousands of employees. In Yanjing City, he has also set up a large real estate company. Although it is now 2015 and the real estate industry has reached a high level of fervor, this does not mean that there are no profits to be made in this sector. After this, Lin Mo immediately set up another project for his Yanjing real estate company, which is to build a commercial building for his technology company. This is truly his territory. In fact, Lin Mo had long considered that once the technology company moved here, he could better advance the business. Besides that, he could rent out the remaining floors to collect rental income. Of course, aside from these considerations, what Lin Mo values most is the potential value of this piece of land. In the future, this area will be at the center of the economic and technological development zone. It is a place with great development potential. In just a short span of 3 months, Lin Mo's name began to frequently appear in major media outlets. Many media personnel sought various angles to introduce Lin Mo. More and more media focused their attention on this suddenly rising young entrepreneur. Reporters from across the country flocked to Lin Mo's office building, looking for opportunities to interview him. Thanks to their relentless pursuit, more and more information about Lin Mo was published online. However, fortunately, aside from some street photography, there was not much personal information that could be classified as privacy. Lin Mo did not mind this at all, as he knew that in the future, in the face of big data from the internet, privacy would be a thing of the past for humanity. Full score academic genius. Top scholar from Qingbei. Rich child from humble beginnings. Richest Mann in Jiangxing. Such phrases gradually became active in the public's view. Lin Mo's name became increasingly recognized online, especially among young girls. A 20-year-old billionaire, a handsome and wealthy academic genius, undoubtedly made him the dream prince of 900 million girls. Lin Mo is my boyfriend. Don't kid, I'm Lin Mo's girlfriend. Cough. Everyone stop arguing. Lin Mo is already taken. There are pictures and evidence. Once this news broke, countless girls were shaken. A post titled Lin Mo Research Center was visited over 10 million times in a single day, causing the server to crash. Who is this girl? She is actually holding Lin Mo's arm. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. I can't even bring myself to hate her. Don't say that. This girl really has something about her. Brothers, I checked. Her name is Chu Yi, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangxing. With Lin Mo's rising fame, Chu Yi also entered the public's view. Lin Mo was extremely busy and had no time to surf the internet, but these events still reached his ears. Of course, it was Zhang Yunlong who informed him. Recently, his account had suddenly gained 1 million followers. Initially, he was thrilled, but then he realized that these were all Lin Mo's fans. Since Lin Mo did not have such a social media account, these fans had searched for Zhang Yunlong instead. Thus, in just a month, Zhang Yunlong's live stream room was overtaken by Lin Mo's fans. Li Yunlong, quickly hand over your boss. Brother Yunlong, I don't need those 3 sets of equipment anymore. Just hurry and let your boss show his face. Brother Yunlong, I'm kneeling for you. Hurry and let your boss come out. Zhang Yunlong was not angry at this. Instead, he complied and chatted amiably with the fans. The conversation flowed smoothly, jumping from topics like the two-dimensional world to the war of resistance. Although he was suffering from a headache, Zhang Yunlong still gritted his teeth and continued to broadcast and sing. With his unique sense of humor, he attracted a large number of new fans. Originally, Zhang Yunlong was venting to Lin Mo, but unexpectedly, he was teased by Lin Mo, Fatty, and Feng Yang. Feng Yang said, "Zhang, don't take it too hard. Just think of it as helping Brother Mo to gain fans. And besides, with you appearing every day, you can still keep an air of mystery and build anticipation for the fans." Lu Xiaoyu added, "Zhang, don't be disheartened. Your broadcast still has its highlights. Even though your singing isn't great, your performance is definitely on point." Exactly. Let the fans shout whatever they want. Maybe over time, you'll get used to it. Zhang Yunlong could only respond with a silent. Joking aside, Lin Mo couldn't shake off an underlying worry in his heart. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The more benefits he gained, the more some people's interests would be encroached upon. Would those people easily compromise? Clearly not. No one would willingly give up their own benefits. Moreover, ever since the Sure group collapsed, he had been feeling an unsettling sense of unease, as if someone had been keeping an eye on him. Thus, he became more careful in his actions compared to before. However, the thing he was most worried about still happened. On this day, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were on their way to the company when they got into a car accident. At an intersection, a runaway dump truck suddenly rushed out and directly crashed into a black Audi with a Jiangxing license plate that had 6/8. This Audi was Lin Mo's private car, which was not a secret online. Boom! The violent collision lasted only an instant, but the shattered car pieces flew everywhere, covering the entire street. Many innocent vehicles and pedestrians were also affected. On the main road, blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. There were even body parts scattered in several places. The crowd was shocked and scattered in panic. Fear filled the minds of everyone present. Fortunately, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were not in his private car this time, but were in Chu Yi's car behind them. No, at first he was in his own car, but after a stop along the way, he bought some gifts and switched to Chu Yi's car. Because today was exactly Chu Yi's 20th birthday. If he hadn't changed cars, then Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he held the terrified Chu Yi in his arms, covering her eyes. "Don't be afraid. It's okay, it's okay." Is it really okay? A minute had passed since the incident, and Lin Mo was still in shock. Looking at the wreckage ahead, tears welled up in the corners of Lin Mo's eyes. Because the car in front was his, and the person in that car was his driver, Xiao Yang. Although he and Xiao Yang were not particularly close, Xiao Yang had been his driver for several months and had helped him with many tasks. A living person was gone, just like that. Right in front of him, Lin Mo found it hard to accept. Although he had lived 2 lives, it was still the first time he encountered such a situation. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, when everything unfolded before his eyes, Lin Mo's mind froze for a moment. Murder, this was definitely murder. The other party was clearly targeting him, Lin Mo. Who is it? Who wants my life? Lin Mo roared in his heart and silently vowed that he would make these people pay 100-fold. This horrific car accident has caused a tremendous uproar in the area. After it gained traction on the internet, the incident quickly jumped from the top of the trending list in Chung City to the top of the national trending list. The accident scene was soon surrounded by passers-by, making it impossible to get through. Gruesome photos and videos of the crash were continuously circulated online. Major official media outlets began reporting on the incident within half an hour of it occurring. A wave of horror and sadness spread throughout the nation. Everyone was in shock. This accident was truly devastating. Several pedestrians were also affected, and the scene resembled hell. Those present were all faced with the situation in deep sorrow. No one knew why this had happened. How could such a normal intersection suddenly have a large dump truck come barreling through? So many lives lost. Why were these innocent people's fates so tragic? What misfortunes had befallen them and their families? When the police arrived, they quickly cordoned off the area and began collecting evidence. Several dozen minutes had passed since the incident, and due to the movement of the crowd, the scene was somewhat tampered with. If left unattended, many valuable clues might be lost. Currently, It appears that this traffic accident was caused by brake failure of the large truck, one officer stated. This incident deeply pains me. He continued, in situations like this, we have an inescapable management responsibility. I assure the public that we will investigate the truth of the accident as swiftly as possible and provide everyone with an explanation. The police chief of the Yinjing high-tech zone spoke solemnly, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, everyone was eager for answers, hoping for the truth to be revealed quickly, despite various speculative comments circulating online about the accident. While major media outlets and various sectors were focused on the accident site, Lin Mo hurriedly took Chu Yi home and contacted Chu Qianhe. His ominous premonition grew stronger. If this was a murder, it was likely that the perpetrator wouldn't just be targeting him. Everything he cared about could become a target for attack. Lin Mo dared not let his guard down. After all, the enemy was hidden while he was exposed. If he needed to confront the perpetrator face-to-face, he might not be able to care for Chu Yi and his parents. Thus, it was essential to have Chu Qianhe as a strong support for his safety. Lin Mo invited Chu Qianhe over to protect Chu Yi and even asked his own family to come and stay in Yinjing. Chu Qianhe was also very resourceful, bringing a team of 30 bodyguards with him. He even arranged for Lin Mo to have a personal bodyguard. This bodyguard, named Long Wu, was only 1.7 meters tall, but his muscular build was impressive. When he arrived at Lin Mo's villa, he demonstrated his skills. Standing calmly by the villa's outer wall, he suddenly dashed to the base of the wall, sprang up with a left kick, and reached for the second-floor balcony, effortlessly leaping up as light as a swallow. Everyone was stunned, but he quickly pushed off the railing of the balcony and jumped down. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of fatigue. He was as formidable as a superhero. Not only was he skilled with darts, but he was also proficient with firearms. You could never know when he might pull out a throwing knife and hurl it with lightning speed. In an instant, a passing mosquito was pinned to the wall. Lin Mo and their parents had never witnessed such a scene and were all left in shock. Chu Qianhe smiled and began to introduce everyone. Mr. Long used to serve in a special operations team of a certain military district before retiring and becoming a bodyguard. We met by chance 8 years ago and became good friends. He has helped me quite a lot. Chu Qianhe patted Long Wu on the shoulder, and in their conversation, it seemed as if the two were like brothers. Seeing this, Lin Mo's mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With someone like him protecting her son, there shouldn't be any problems. Recalling the incident that happened today, they were still shaken. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Lin Mo initially wanted to keep it from his mother, but after discussing it with Chu Yi, he decided to tell her about his suspicions and the truth regarding the incident. Perhaps there would be many such incidents in the future, so rather than hiding it, it would be better to inform them, so they could be on guard. After all, the other party would definitely strike in secret. Brother Long, I'll be troubling you then. Lin Mo clasped his fists and bowed slightly to Long Wu. Chu Qianhe still trusted him, and Long Wu could be considered as someone who would share the same boat and fate with him from now on. Thus, he respected Long Wu greatly. Long Wu quickly returned the gesture, his attitude very humble. Master Lin, there's no need for politeness among family. We are brothers from now on. All right, then I won't be polite. From now on, we will work together. After the brief meeting ended, Lin Mo sought out Chu Qianhe to discuss the investigation in secret. Uncle Chu, I want to form a secret investigation team to help us gather urgent information. We cannot just sit and wait. I don't want to experience today's incident again, nor do I want you to go through it again. We can only prevent future dangers by having more information or even take the initiative. Lin Mo and Chu Qianhe stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window in the office of Lin Mo Technology Company CEO, looking out at the cityscape. Chu Qianhe was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. When I entrusted EE to you, one reason was because I valued your abilities, and the other was because I trusted your sincerity towards her. I believe I have some skill in judging character, and I trust you won't disappoint me, right? Chu Qianhe looked at Lin Mo earnestly, his deep eyes seeming to hold endless thoughts. Lin Mo couldn't see through it completely, but he could catch a glimpse. I, Lin Mo, always keep my word, and I see things through to the end. Lin Mo looked earnestly at Chu Qianhe as he spoke. The two stared into each other's eyes, each with their own thoughts. It seemed that Chu Qianhe understood something, and he smiled. Haha, good lad, I didn't misjudge you. Let's get to the point. You're right. We can't just sit and wait, especially at this critical moment. This incident gives me a very bad premonition. Perhaps this is just the beginning, and the other party's target is not just me. From now on, our two families are officially in the same boat. We must stand together against our enemies. I understand. Chu Qian had clearly had more to say, but he didn't reveal everything. Perhaps there were other hidden truths, and Chu Qian might possess some uncertain information. Lin Mo noticed this, but didn't say anything. Everything would naturally come to light when the time was right. After that, he and Chu Qian had discussed forming the investigation team. Lin Mo found a phone number and called it himself. This person would be the leader of their investigation team, Yang. In the detective world, he had a nickname, the Night Owl of Baker Street. The next day, Lin Mo went to work at the company as usual. Unlike before, he was accompanied by a robust man in a Zhongshan suit. When the two arrived at the company entrance, a police car was parked beneath their building. At the entrance of the building, 3 police officers were engaged in conversation with Gu Xiaoan, seemingly discussing something important. Lin Mo paused for a moment, feeling a hint of suspicion, then walked over. As Gu Xiaoan saw Lin Mo approaching, he hurriedly greeted him and introduced the two parties. Captain Zhang, this is our General Manager Lin. General Manager Lin, this is Captain Zhang from the task force, here to understand the situation. Lin Mo and Zhang Cheng exchanged a glance, both smiling faintly as they shook hands. You are? I didn't expect the renowned General Manager Lin to be so young. It's a pleasure to meet you. And you are? Captain Zhang, let's get straight to the point. General Manager Lin, we are here regarding the 511 car accident incident. I know, Captain Zhang. Let's discuss this in my office. Please. Lin Mo's demeanor was calm and composed, and his understated words struck a chord. This made Zhang Cheng, who had been a police officer for 28 years, feel as if he couldn't quite see through this young man who was only 21 years old. It's important to note that just the day before, this young man had experienced an extremely serious car accident. He had merely survived this incident, but due to the instinct of an old police officer, he suspected that there was a conspiracy at play with Yan Bai. It is hard to imagine how strong his inner resolve must be to remain so composed just a day after such an ordeal. He is not simple. Zhang Qing nodded, accepting Lin Mo's suggestion. The group headed straight to Lin Mo's office. Lin Mo asked Gu Xiaoan to arrange for someone to prepare tea, while he and Long Wu began discussing the shocking nationwide car accident with Zhang Cheng and the others. General Manager Lin, we have a few questions we'd like to clarify with you, and we hope for your cooperation. Lin Mo smiled faintly and nodded. Of course, I will speak freely and openly. Well then, let's keep it brief, but as he spoke, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at Long Wu sitting on the sofa. Lin Mo and Long Wu immediately understood his intention. Captain Zhang, please feel free to speak. Brother Long is not an outsider. Hearing this, Zhang Qing smiled. All right, then let's get to the main topic. The 2 police officers beside them took out their notebooks and law enforcement recording devices to begin their work. The first question is to confirm with General Manager Lin whether the car with the license plate, Jiang A888888, an Audi, is yours? Yes, you should be able to verify that. Yes, we can verify it, but it's better to confirm with you to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Yan Bai. Lin Mo answered truthfully. However, he still felt a bit puzzled. Why had the investigation turned in this direction? Next, Zhang Cheng provided his explanation, as he seemed to want to avoid any misunderstanding with Lin Mo. Haha, General Manager Lin, please don't be surprised. Every question we ask has its reason. Only by understanding more clues can we clarify the truth of the matter more quickly. Oh, so Captain Zhang doesn't believe that this incident was merely an accident. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to counter-question decisively. His quick wit momentarily stunned Zhang Cheng. This Lin Mo really has something. Both of them wanted to extract more information from each other, and Zhang Cheng quickly decided to adjust his strategy. He also decided to share some information with Lin Mo, hoping that it might yield a pleasant surprise in return. We base our case on evidence. Until we have evidence, I won't make any arbitrary guesses. However, General Manager Lin's statement suggests that you might possess some key information. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo lightly nodded. The vehicle I was in at the time had a dashcam, and the footage from the scene was recorded quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. That's truly fortunate. In fact, the surveillance camera at the intersection of the accident site broke down on the day of the incident, and we are quite troubled by it. Really? What a coincidence. Lin Mo said meaningfully. Zhang Cheng and the others pondered over this. Mr. Lin, please hand over this piece of evidence to us. It will be of great help in solving the case. Of course. As Lin Mo finished speaking, Long Wu beside him took out a palm-sized black box from his pocket. It contains what you need. Zhang Cheng took it, opened it for a look, then handed it to the recorder next to him. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your cooperation. You're welcome. There's no need to be polite. Lin Mo smiled faintly. In any case, he had already copied the contents, and he originally planned to find a suitable reason to provide this item to them. This way, they could both work with the authorities to investigate this matter, and he believed the progress would be faster. Zhang Cheng was actually here to obtain more clues, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly, so their subsequent conversation became much more relaxed. Wang Liang is your driver, right? Yes. When did you meet? When did he become your driver? About half a year ago, I believe. You can check with the HR department of our company for the specific date. He was hired through the regular recruitment process, and I can have someone take you to understand that. Our entire company will fully cooperate with your work. Seeing Lin Mo's determined gaze, Zhang Cheng also nodded solemnly. Then I apologize for the trouble. What kind of person do you think Wang Liang is? Wang Liang is young, energetic, and steady in his work. He's a good young man. I just gave him a raise. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng sighed softly. Yes, a young life. What a pity. Does Mr. Lin plan to find another driver? I've found one. For now, my brother Long will have to make do for a few days. I hope you can clarify the truth of this matter soon. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will give everyone an explanation in the shortest time possible. After saying this, Zhang Cheng glanced at Long Wu beside him. Long Wu also looked at Zhang Cheng and politely nodded with a smile. However, that brief moment of eye contact left Zhang Cheng momentarily stunned. This person has killed. Moreover, he is definitely not ordinary. Who exactly is he? Lin Mo's bodyguard? Zhang Cheng did not think further and quietly memorized Long Wu's appearance features. At this point in the conversation, there was actually no need to continue. Zhang Cheng already understood that Lin Mo and the young driver Wang Liang had a relationship that seemed acceptable based on their conversation. As for the specific situation, they could not rely solely on his words. Regarding other information about this young man, they just needed to go find the corresponding people, as Lin Mo suggested. Therefore, after some casual chatting, their conversation came to an end. After they left, Long Wu and Lin Mo discussed the earlier conversation. Mr. Lin, it seems the police currently have very little information. This matter might not be simple. Yeah, however, they still trust us, so I think they must have other discoveries, but we don't know what they are. Long Wu seemed to be pondering. That makes sense. When you questioned him just now, although he didn't answer directly, he also didn't object. Moreover, his performance when we provided the evidence was enough to show that we are trusted by them. But why? Could it be that they've actually found some evidence? Lin Mo was silent, staring out the window for a while before he seemed to suddenly understand. It seems we need to study the footage from the scene again. There must be some important clues we've overlooked. Also, let's collect relevant videos from the internet. There might be some surprises. By the way, it's also time to welcome him. Beijing International Airport. Lin Mo and Long Wu were quietly waiting somewhere outside the airport exit. After 10 minutes, they finally spotted the famous Detective Ying. However, he seemed to have deliberately disguised himself. He was wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt, cargo pants, and sneakers, topped with a travel hat, and he had a large travel backpack slung over his shoulder. A camera hung around his neck. It was a Sony compact full-frame camera, the RX1R2. What surprised Lin Mo the most was that he was actually a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Given his appearance, he stood out in the crowd and attracted attention, but very few people would associate him with a detective. Only Long Wu, experienced as he was, noticed the man's steady gait. As he walked, it seemed like he was taking pictures everywhere, but his eyes were subtly scanning the area as if searching for something. This man was cautious in his actions. Upon noticing them for a moment, he quickly turned in another direction and then approached Lin Mo and the others after making several winding turns. Considering the surrounding circumstances and his own experience, Long Wu determined that this person was indeed Ying. However, he did not expect Ying to be a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Long Wu immediately shared his discovery with Lin Mo. Lin Mo, sitting in the back seat of the car, gazed intently for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. He quickly began looking around. Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Long Wu sensed that Lin Mo seemed to have noticed something. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. It seems our actions today are happening right under the noses of some people. Long Wu immediately scanned the surroundings. This time he looked more carefully, and indeed, not far away, a family of 3 was taking pictures of them with a camera. Although the scene appeared harmonious at a glance, a closer look revealed that their posed photo shoot was quite obvious. After all, that spot was not suitable for taking pictures. No one would deliberately choose a crowded place to take family photos. So, this was definitely a disguise. In fact, when they first arrived, Long Wu had already noticed these people, but he hadn't drawn any conclusions at that time. However, it was now certain. In addition, he noticed taxi drivers lurking by the roadside, constantly scanning them, airport security not far away, and enthusiastic passersby. The more Long Wu thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Could the other party want to make a move here? They were just 2 people. The situation was not favorable. Long Wu suggested, Lin Xiao, should we change locations? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. No need. Let's proceed as planned. Since they want to watch the show, we'll put on a performance for them. Long Wu didn't know what Lin Mo meant, but since Lin Mo said so, there must be his reasoning behind it. So, he didn't ask further. He just quietly tidied up his clothes. The hidden gadgets in his sleeves were ready to be deployed at any moment. Before long, the foreigner arrived next to Lin Mo's car. As he approached, the spies from various factions surrounding them began to gather. Long Wu remained calm and had quietly taken up a defensive posture. The young man who had just arrived was equally composed, seemingly ignoring the gathering crowd around him. He played his part naturally. Hello, is this a taxi? Lin Montag smiled faintly. Yes. Can you speak Chinese? Of course, the young man replied with a smile. You must be Ying, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Mo extended his hand in a gesture of friendliness. The young man smiled and said, Mr. Lin, aren't you going to perform a bit longer? His voice sounded somewhat mature, which didn't match his appearance. Furthermore, his accent seemed a bit strange, evoking an indescribable feeling. I prefer a fast pace. Let's skip the unnecessary parts. Lin Mo smiled and opened the car door for Ying to get in. Long Wu quickly got into the driver's seat and started driving. He noticed that those watching from the surroundings had also quickly gotten into their cars, ready to follow them. Clearly, they wouldn't act here, but it was uncertain elsewhere. Long Wu had to ensure Lin Mo's safety and naturally couldn't be careless. Mr. Lin, Detective Yi, please fasten your seatbelts. We're setting off, Long Wu announced. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the gas pedal, and the black Audi sped out. A text message popped up on Lin Mo's phone. Chewy, is everything going smoothly? Be careful. I miss you. Lin Mo, everything is fine. I miss you too. Wait for me at home. Long Wu drove onto the Ring Road Expressway, but he could still vaguely see a Jetta following them at a short distance. Lin Mo reassured him, it's fine. They won't act for the time being. He advised Long Wu to drive steadily and then started chatting with Ying beside him. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. Truly, heroes are born among the youth. Ying attempted to break the ice with this polite remark. Lin Mo responded with a playful retort. I also didn't expect the famous Ying to meet me wearing a mask. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Ying was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat. He froze for a second before giving a faint smile to cover his embarrassment. Long Wu, who was driving, was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. After a couple of awkward chuckles, Ying complimented Lin Mo. Mr. Lin truly has sharp insight. No wonder you managed to build such a large business scale in just 3 years. Impressive, impressive. It seems you've done your homework on me. I just wonder if you have what I want to hear, Lin Mo replied. There's no need for Mr. Lin to worry about this. Professional matters should be left to professionals. When the time is right, I will report my investigation results to you, Ying replied. Oh, when will that be? At the appropriate time, or rather, when the time is right. When is the right time? Or are you saying that your doubts about me haven't been completely dispelled? We have an old saying here. Do not harbor ill intentions towards others, but do not be without defenses against them. I'm also thinking of my own safety. I hope Mr. Lin understands. I'm understood, Lin Mo said with a smile. Since you can't tell me what I want to hear, let me see your true face. That should be acceptable, right? Sorry, Mr. Lin, but not yet. Then I will wait for the appropriate time you mentioned. I hope it won't be too late. On our first meeting, you brought nothing for me, which leaves me feeling a bit unsatisfied. There was a slight hint of threat in Lin Mo's words, yet Yi Ying's expression showed no sign of abnormality. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I guarantee you will hear what you wish to hear within today. I hope so. Mr. Lin, I have one last question. Let's just sign the contract as agreed. I'll pay you 100,000 first, and after the job is done, I'll give you 800,000. As soon as Ying finished speaking, Lin Mo responded directly. Ying smiled upon hearing this. Mr. Lin is indeed straightforward. Lin Mo did not respond. Let's talk about your mask. I'm quite interested. What kind of technique allows you, a Dragon Kingdom person, to disguise yourself so well? If it weren't for being close up and looking closely, one might not even notice the flaws. Oh, that's just a hobby of mine. It's not worth mentioning. After getting off the expressway, Lin Mo instructed Long Wu to drive directly to the company's underground parking garage. He deliberately entered through the company's main entrance and then quietly exited through the fire escape to the basement. Half an hour later, he changed cars in the underground garage and arranged for 2 security guards to drive his car out. 10 minutes after they left, Lin Mo, along with Long Wu and Yi Ying, drove out of the basement in a red sedan, heading straight for their secret base. This location was temporarily arranged by Chu Qianhe, hidden in a bustling area. It was an old residential building where their small 10-person team was concealed. Lin Mo and the others were studying the video in the small building until the afternoon. A phone call broke the silence. President Lin, something has happened to President Gu. It turned out to be a call from the company. On the phone, the person said that Gu Xiaohan, who had been working normally, suddenly didn't show up at the company in the afternoon. No one could reach him. Yes, he had just disappeared like that. After receiving the news, Lin Mo immediately took Long Wu and rushed to the company. Chu Qianhe hurried back home. Yi Ying was instructed by Lin Mo, set off immediately. Don't keep me waiting too long. Yi Ying nodded in agreement, his tightly furrowed brows seeming to express his determination to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't dare to delay for a moment and headed straight to the company via the second ring road. He didn't want anything to happen to his good brother Gu Xiaohan, who had helped him numerous times. He also felt guilty about his negligence. He truly didn't expect that those lurking in the shadows not only wanted his life, but had turned everyone around him into targets as well. In the business world, there's an unwritten rule. Misfortune should not affect one's family, but he didn't expect these people to be so ruthless. Lin Mo felt a chill down his spine. Upon arriving at the company, there was indeed no sign of Gu Xiaohan. After checking the surveillance footage, they discovered he had received a phone call and then walked out of the company's main entrance. He then turned into a nearby alley and subsequently vanished. A living person cannot just disappear like that. This is a kidnapping. Lin Mo quickly made a judgment and decisively called the police. He instructed Long Wu to follow the leads and check the scene to see if they could find any clues. Meanwhile, he needed to make other arrangements. Half an hour later, a police car arrived at the scene. Long Wu led them in checking the surveillance and investigating the site. As for Lin Mo, he was dealing with a lawsuit. Yes, just now their company had been sued. The accusation was that they had violated the unfair competition law. And the plaintiff was none other than Shi Zhongtian, the chairman of the Shi family consortium, someone Lin Mo was quite familiar with. Upon seeing the plaintiff's name, Lin Mo almost laughed in anger. The Shi family really was relentless. However, why didn't they file a lawsuit back then and instead chose to stir things up now? There must be someone else pushing this from behind. Lin Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the towering buildings of Yanjing City. Traffic flowed below, and his mind was racing. Not long after Chu Qinhe returned home, he received a call. Their personal secretary called to say that the company seemed to be under targeted attack recently. Several medium-sized new clients that had been negotiated suddenly backed out. Seeing the ducks that were almost in hand fly away, the company's directors were very unhappy. The management was also quite frustrated. Fortunately, the old local clients that the company had built relationships with were still supporting them. Otherwise, Chu Real Estate would likely face an unprecedented crisis. Chu Qinhe had long realized the severity of the situation, but he didn't expect the opponent to act so quickly. From the occurrence of the car accident to today, only 2 short days had passed. One wave of turmoil followed another. This opponent was indeed formidable. Chu Qinhe felt an unprecedented pressure. After pretending to be an ordinary person and greeting Chu Yi and Lin Mo's parents, he went to Lin Mo's company. Something happened on your side too? Chu Qinhe's expression grew even darker. Lin Mo had never seen Chu Qinhe's face look so grim before. He frowned tightly, the wrinkles on his forehead resembling the rugged terrain of the Lus Plateau. Lin Mo nodded slightly and handed Chu Qinhe a cup of tea. I think you must have some guesses in your mind already, he said. Seeing Lin Mo so calm, Chu Qinhe felt a bit more relaxed as well. He secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't misjudged him from the start. He nodded thoughtfully. I do have some guesses, but they still need to be verified. I think this time it's mostly the same group's doing. After all, you've been too prominent these past 2 years, taking away too many people's livelihoods. Lin Montag schlugt helplessly. The world is developing. Everything is progressing. Is it fair that those people only allow themselves to get rich? With such thoughts, they deserve to be submerged in the tides of the times. Chuki Ang Sai. Well, what you say makes sense, but when people face issues of survival and benefits, selfishness often takes precedence. Even though you are just doing your own thing, the world is this big, and while the strong thrive, the weak will be eliminated. Among these people, some will inevitably collapse and resort to extremes. However, behind these people, those who foresee danger will exploit them, using them as weapons to attack you. This is reality. This is the world of fame and fortune. Lin Mo picked up his teacup and took a sip. You're right. I already have a direction in mind. Although the Shi family's group is just a feather on the surface, I already have an idea about what this feather might belong to. I will expose the foxes behind it. Chu Qinhe smiled with satisfaction. I trust you to handle it, but I still want to remind you to be very careful. Lin Mo nodded without saying much. However, worry was evident on his face. About Jiang City, you don't need to worry about that. I'm still in my prime. I've navigated these waters for decades. What kind of storms haven't I seen? I'll help take care of your little company. Chu Qinhe leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigar, and started to smoke. Lin Mo hadn't seen Chu Qinhe smoke in a long time. It was clear that this situation was giving him a headache as well. But his strength was undeniable. Before long, Long Wu called, asking Lin Mo to come down to the scene to take a look, saying there had been a discovery. Lin Mo hung up and was about to leave. Chu Qinhe suddenly called out, Make sure to call E more often and spend more time with her. Lin Mo turned back and saw Chu China's gaze filled with affection, much like a doting elder watching over his child. Lin Montag was tuchet. This man didn't want his daughter to walk down the same path as him. Life is short, and in terms of emotions, it can be both a great weapon that hurts and a divine remedy that saves. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then ran out. Don't worry, I won't let E suffer. When Lin Mo arrived at the scene, Long Wu was inspecting it with the lead officer. Hey, Officer Zhang, it's nice to see you again. Aren't you busy with the 511 case? What brings you here? I feel that this matter is intricately linked to 511, so I applied to come take a look. Besides, this is indeed our internal issue. Lin Montag nodded. Then I appreciate your help. By the way, have there been any discoveries? Lin Mo glanced around and didn't see any bloodstains, which eased his mind a bit. We reviewed the nearby surveillance and found that Gu Xiaoxing disappeared right here. After arriving at the scene, we found some signs of struggle and fighting. Later, we checked several vehicles from the nearby streets and discovered that a suspicious van was parked there before the incident, and it disappeared afterward. So, we initially suspect that Gu Xiaoxing has been kidnapped. Gu Xiaohuan has been kidnapped. Lin Mo was frantic with worry. He paced back and forth, his brows tightly knitted and his expression dark. He had previously anticipated that as his influence in the business world grew stronger, the number of enemies he attracted would also increase. He had prepared himself to face these storms. However, he never expected that one day his friends would also be affected. In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps what he truly longed for was a peaceful life. But as an ordinary person, can one live peacefully? After a brief emotional turmoil, he quickly calmed down. His subconscious, shaped by years of experience, reminded him that in times like these, it was even more important to keep a cool head. With the enemy hidden and him exposed, he had no idea how the kidnappers would treat Gu Xiaohuan. He also did not understand why they would so boldly kidnap her right behind their company building in broad daylight. That seemed far too reckless. Moreover, judging by their methods, they had not cleared the surveillance cameras this time. Cameras? Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Officer Zhang, you've already started checking the footage from the cameras to locate the van, right? Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, Mr. Lin is truly clever. No wonder you've managed to carve out a bloody path in the business territory of Yanjing City at such a young age. Officer Zhang, the situation is urgent. Let's skip the pleasantries. Please find that van as soon as possible. I want to contact the kidnappers regarding my friend's safety. I'm counting on you. Lin Mo cupped his fists. Seeing this, Zhang Qing also looked at Lin Mo seriously and said, Rest assured, we will find the suspect's whereabouts at the first opportunity and do our utmost to ensure the safety of the people's lives and property. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what we should do. I also have a question for Mr. Lin, if you don't mind. Please go ahead. I want to know how you knew that the kidnappers were waiting for you to make contact. The target of the kidnappers has always been me. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he glanced at the surveillance camera above him, leaving behind a silhouette that made Wang Chung feel a chill down his spine. Is he really only in his 20s? Zhang Qing looked at Lin Mo as he walked away, unable to help but frown. He could clearly see the underlying message in Lin Mo's final glance at the camera. There were two possibilities. First, the people who kidnapped Gu Xiaohuan were the same ones who caused that horrific car accident. However, this time, they were not meticulous in handling the surrounding cameras. This implies that they wanted to make contact with him, and that Gu Xiaohuan had become their bargaining chip. This means Gu Xiaohuan would not be in life-threatening danger. Rather, Lin Mo likely had something they wanted. The second possibility was that the kidnappers were not the same people who caused the car accident. From the scene, it seemed they were very careless, and without any blood at the scene, it indicated that they only wanted to kidnap, not kill. Thus, Gu Xiaohuan would not be in life-threatening danger, and Lin Mo had something they desired. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing felt increasingly puzzled. Who had Lin Mo offended? What important thing did he possess? How many forces were involved in this incident targeting Lin Mo? A series of questions stirred in Zhang Cheng's mind, leaving him restless. After arriving at the office, Lin Mo immediately summoned Long Wu and arranged for him to quickly find someone to protect Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu. And for safety reasons, he found 2 empty rooms for Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang in this office building, and overnight turned them into a guest house for them. As for Zhang Yunlong, he was after all a scion of a prominent family, and his family would definitely not stand by and watch him get into trouble. With that, Lin Mo had settled those he had never thought of and those with whom he had some connection. However, he was not happy right now. He knew there were even more severe challenges waiting for him. There was still no news from Gu Shaoan. Although there had been some developments regarding the 511 car accident, there were no substantial breakthroughs yet. His own company was being sued, and the court hearing was imminent. One issue after another lay before him, waiting for Lin Mo to handle. In the shadows, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching him. Moreover, this time even the Chu group was implicated, which made Lin Mo feel even more uneasy. Nevertheless, despite the dire situation, Lin Mo was determined to fight until the very last moment. He might not win, but he would never concede defeat. He had already arranged for the manager of the company's compensation department to bring condolence money and gifts to Wang Liang's family to handle the matter. He had also handed the court proceedings over to the company's lawyers. He knew his own company's situation best and had personally reviewed the accounts and technical documents, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem on that front. As for the Sher family and others, it was sufficient to have someone keep an eye on them. They wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble now and would probably just be someone else's lackeys. Gu Shaohan, although in danger, was not in life-threatening peril, and he had arranged for Long Wu to cooperate with the police at all times to ensure his safety. As for the 511 case, he had not heard any updates from the police and could only wait on that Ying. But was Ying reliable? Lin Mo recalled the scenes he had witnessed after meeting Ying. The things he had said and done flashed through Lin Mo's mind like a movie. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He immediately called Chu Qianhe. Uncle Chu, I want to find someone in Jiangsheng. Do you have any resources? Finding someone? Oh, I don't know his name, but I have his photo and fingerprints. The night deepened, and Lin Mo sat in the office, gazing at the night sky, reminiscing about the past. After rebuilding, rising from school, slapping Su Ran's face, refusing to fawn over An Miaowei, and later when his father was injured, he inexplicably became good friends with Chu Yi, all the way to Qingbei University, starting his own business and amassing hundreds of millions in assets today. These experiences felt surreal to him. As he thought about it, he unknowingly envisioned himself in a suit, walking down the wedding aisle with Chu Yi. Chu Yi, clad in a pure white Elisab wedding gown, holding fresh flowers, her smile radiant like a flower, looked as beautiful as a fairy tale. He held Chu Yi's hand and gently kissed the back of her hand. The two exchanged smiles. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a pleasant ringing sound broke the silence. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes and realized it was just a dream. He picked up his phone to check. The caller ID read, Ying. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly answered the call. Do you have a lead? Yes. Major breakthrough. I found out the identity of the driver responsible for the accident. Who is he? Lin Mo asked seriously. Lin Mo was eager to know the identity of the driver responsible for the incident. This clue was undoubtedly a breakthrough in the 511 case. The driver, named Li Hongchuan, is a repeat offender who was just released not long before the incident. Li Hongchuan, a repeat offender. Lin Mo showed a hint of surprise at the answer given by Ying. However, he quickly realized that this person was merely a pawn of the mastermind behind the scenes. Who he was didn't matter. It could be Li Hongchuan, Zhang Hongchuan, or Wang Hongchuan. Have you found out who he was in contact with before the incident? On the other end of the line, Yi Ying's lips curled slightly, as if he had grown accustomed to Lin Mo's sharpness. Of course, I wouldn't have called you if I hadn't. However, the information I found isn't very comprehensive. I can only say that the person I'm about to mention might pique your interest. Lin Mo suddenly had a premonition, as if a familiar name was about to come to light. This Li Hongchuan was in contact with a person known as Wang Laogo shortly before his death. Wang Laogo is a local power player in Yanjing, and he's the sixth in the Wang family. I found out that just before the incident, he met with a person you know well. Who? Sure, Haoqi. Is that so? Lin Mo pondered. He didn't doubt Yi Ying's words at that moment. He just found it a bit strange. Lin Mo knew that the Shi family had already gone bankrupt. Why would they still have the power to find such a desperate person to carry out an assassination? He had already investigated the Shi family's connections thoroughly. There was no one who would help them. But now that he thought about it carefully, there was only one explanation that made the most sense. That was what Lin Mo had dealt with back then was merely the surface connections of the Shi family. The real trump card might not have been revealed yet. If that was the case, it was both their trump card and the person behind them. Who were they really providing benefits to? Lin Mo murmured to himself. Ying seemed to sense something and asked, "What?" Lin Mo inquired again. "Have you found anything about the Shi family?" Upon hearing this, Ying sighed lightly. "Not much progress for now. Regarding them, I think President Lin should know more than I do. If that's the case, then let's speed up the investigation. The waters in Yanjing are very deep. Be extra cautious in your actions." "Thank you, President Lin, for your concern. I will be careful. All right, I need to get back to work. I'll contact you when there's progress." After hanging up, Lin Mo furrowed his brows and pressed Zhang Cheng's phone number. However, he hesitated and didn't hit the call button. He suddenly thought that since Ying was able to identify the driver in such a short time using technical means, the police must have also discovered it and might even have quicker advancements. There was no need for him to share this information. However, since they had all focused their attention on the Shi family, the final mastermind, the ultimate puppeteer, might also be able to think of these things. In other words, the Shi family might become the next pawn? Lin Mo felt that this guess was somewhat crazy. He wasn't sure if the so-called mastermind he imagined truly existed, or if he even thought that way. Moreover, they had just filed a lawsuit against Lin Mo's company, and the court was set to open in 2 days. It was unlikely that the Shi family would be abandoned at this crucial moment. After thinking it over, he decided to hold his ground for now. Unknowingly, night had fallen. The bustling Yanjing was alive with traffic and dazzling neon lights. Lin Mo stretched lazily, twisting his stiff neck. The past few days had been the most exhausting he had ever experienced in his career. Fortunately, Chu Yi's occasional phone calls provided comfort, allowing Lin Mo's weary body some solace. "Silly, if you're tired, just go home. Don't force yourself to hold on alone. Your dad will keep an eye on things. I'm fine, I can handle it. Your man is as tough as iron. Don't joke around. If you wear yourself out, I'll be heartbroken." Hearing this, Lin Mo fell into a brief silence. I miss you." Chu Yi suddenly felt a soft spot in her heart being touched. Tears unconsciously welled up at the corners of her eyes. "Fool, I miss you too." Lin Mo heard Chu Yi's slightly choked voice. He quickly gathered his emotions and smiled, saying, I'll be done here soon, and we'll head back in a bit. Be careful on the road." Chu Yi reminded him. Lin Mo casually replied, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Wait for me. I have a few $100 million worth of business I want to discuss with you." Chu Yi immediately understood what Lin Mo meant, and her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. "What a mess, it's such a time, and you're still joking. I won't talk to you anymore." Chu Yi pretended to be angry, but her mind had already started to wander. Lin Mo knew that Chu Yi was shy, so he deliberately teased her further. "I just like the way you stammer and look shy." Upon hearing this, the blush on Chu Yi's face spread to her ears. How annoying. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. See you in a bit. Love you 3,000 times. After Lin Mo finished speaking, Chu Yi, shy, did not reply. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh, so he stopped teasing her. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard Chu Yi's shy voice on the line. "I also like your attentive expression when you come and go." Beep, beep, beep. Lin Mo was stunned on the spot. What did she just say? A smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. "Long brother, I'm going home. Mr. Lin, please wait, I'll go dry." The next morning, Lin Mo received a phone call and immediately rushed to the company. Something had happened. The manager in charge of the company reported that the Shijia couple had died. Lin Mo found this very strange, but after thinking carefully, it seemed quite unreasonable. He had a vague feeling that their deaths were hiding some inside story. When he inquired about the specific situation regarding the Shijia couple, no one in the company was clear about it. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, secretly feeling that things were not looking good. He quickly contacted Ying to ask if he knew about the incident. Of course, Ying told Lin Mo that he already knew about it. Lin Mo understood that this guy indeed had a way of getting information. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was clear that Ying might be able to help him with some matters. For example, the cause of the Shijia couple's deaths. Before hanging up, Ying specifically reminded Lin Mo, "Be careful, the other party might try to pin this mess on them." However, Lin Mo had already anticipated this. Still, he wasn't worried about it. He had already arranged for Long Wu to prepare an alibi, just in case. As for what methods the other party would use to shift the blame for the murder of the Shijia couple onto him, Lin Mo decided to wait and see what news the police would bring. They must have discovered something left by the other party at the scene that was meant to interfere with the police's judgment. However, what Lin Mo didn't expect was that the person who came to find him before the police arrived was Shijia. She stepped into Lin Mo's company wearing morning clothes. "I want to see Lin Mo. Lin Mo, come out," she shouted, her eyes wide with rage, her heart breaking. With a powerful aura, the security couldn't stop her, and in the end, they could only block her in the lobby on the first floor. Upon hearing the news, Lin Mo rushed to the scene immediately. The moment he saw Lin Mo, Shijia charged straight at him. Shijia's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. She furiously rushed forward, grasping Lin Mo's shirt collar. "You give me back my father, you give me back my brother." Her emotions had completely collapsed. She held on to Lin Mo's clothes and pushed him repeatedly, continuously repeating those two phrases. Lin Mo did not retaliate. He signaled the security personnel nearby to help her calm down. He did not want to make things difficult for Shijia. From what he understood, she must not have been involved in Shi Zhongtian's plan at all. This poor woman had even helped him before. Although she was a part of the Shi family, she was the only sensible and intelligent person among them. "Shijia, I know you are very sad right now, but what I want to say is that I did not do anything to your father and brother. I am a law-abiding person, and I have no reason to do such things." Lin Mo tried to explain a bit, hoping Shijia could calm down. However, having just lost her parents, Shijia was already in a state of breakdown. She did not want to listen to anyone, and all she knew was that she had no family left in this world. "You give me back my father. You give me back my brother." Shijia's cries were heart-wrenching. Those who heard her were filled with sorrow. The lobby of the EMO technology company was crowded with people. They curiously observed the scene before them. Some whispered, "Hey, what happened?" It's too tragic. I heard that this girl's father and brother were killed by the owner of this company on the same day. She's here to seek an explanation." "Is that true?" The owner of this company is Lin Mo, that entrepreneur nominated as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Yanjing City. Could he really do something like this? Who knows? Anyway, the rumors say that the first bucket of gold for entrepreneurs is never clean. Outside, people were discussing fervently, and among the crowd, a few could be seen taking out their phones to film. Meanwhile, the commotion inside continued. After a few minutes, more and more people gathered. Shijia, who had been breaking down, either cried herself out or regained some composure. Her emotions finally stabilized a bit. Lin Mo felt the time was right and asked the female manager from the HR department to invite Shijia to his office. Afterward, he had someone disperse the onlookers before returning to his office. Gently pushing the door open, he saw Shijia lying on the sofa with an expression of complete despair. Lin Mo sighed helplessly, contemplating how to start the conversation. The female manager, seeing this, stopped trying to comfort Shijia and left the office. Lin Mo poured a cup of tea for both Shijia and himself, taking a small sip before speaking. "This Longan tea is just right. Give it a try. He gently handed the cup over. Xiao, who had been motionless with red eyes, finally moved. She sniffled a couple of times, then propped herself up with her hands and slowly sat up. There were no words exchanged. She took the cup and had a small sip. After tasting it, she glanced at Lin Mo and then drank it all in one go. How is it? Is it good? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Too sweet, Xiao replied, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Actually, this tea has a sweetness with a hint of bitterness. But right now, you're already in a situation where you can't be any more bitter, so the bitterness in the tea doesn't register at all. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. After bitterness comes sweetness. Perhaps everything is already destined in this dark world. What do you mean? As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Xiao stared at him angrily and asked. Lin Mo knew she was extremely sensitive at this moment. However, Xiao was hurt so deeply. If she did not rise from the ashes now, how would she live on in the future? You are a clever person. You should understand my meaning. In this world, there are many rules that people cannot see or touch, but they exist in reality. Survival of the fittest, cause and effect are eternal. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The ant is the little tyrant of the land, but how could it imagine that there are creatures that specialize in eating it? Lin Mo spoke as subtly as possible, yet it was easy to understand. Xiao understood. You are right, but my father's death is somewhat related to you. Lin Mo did not refute. Yes, it's normal for you to be angry with me. However, who could have imagined that the behind-the-scenes mastermind would use the deaths of your father and brother to frame me and warn me? That's too crazy. Seeing that Xiao did not intend to refute, she merely sighed lightly. To be honest, she secretly agreed with this statement. Lin Mo continued. To be honest, I'm curious why someone as clever as you would think I was involved in this matter. He was testing Xiao. He suspected that she had come intentionally to provide some clues. Perhaps she had discovered something but could not conveniently say it. Lin Mo quietly looked at Xiao, whose eyes were vacant. She casually said, because although my home was turned upside down, only the documents prepared to prosecute your company went missing. And on the windowsill, the police found a footprint. After a professional sketch was made, that person was approximately 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 130 pounds. No wonder? Listening to Xiao's description, Lin Mo finally understood. The perpetrator they were looking for was selected based on his physical characteristics. Moreover, it was clear that this incident was a trap that began with the previous prosecution event. A trap meticulously crafted specifically to frame Lin Mo. Just as the two were discussing this, the door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Jun entered with 4 police officers. President Lin, we are old acquaintances, so I won't introduce myself. Next, please follow us for an investigation. Lin Mo did not argue. After settling the company's matters, he left with Zhang Jun and the others. To avoid worrying Chu Yi and his parents, he did not call home. He only asked Long Wu to inform Chu Qinhe to take precautions. Lin Mo stayed there for an entire day. He remained calm, but the outside world was already in turmoil. The internet was flooded with short videos of Lin Mo and Zhang Jun getting into a police car, as well as videos of Xiao causing a scene at their company. Moreover, under the edited and misleading descriptions of certain social media outlets, Lin Mo was unjustly labeled as a murderer. Netizens engaged in intense discussions about this. What a beast! He killed this girl's entire family and then took her to his office in broad daylight. Is this something a human would do? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Damn, my mom was right. Handsome men can't be trusted. The more handsome they are, the more they deceive. From noon to afternoon, the insults directed at Lin Mo on the internet could fill a book. There were all kinds of accusations. However, no one anticipated that on that very afternoon, the official media would come out to dispel the rumors, and the event would take a turn. The brief news footage featured the deputy director of the bureau reporting on the latest developments in the murder case. This case is extremely heinous and has a huge impact. We have already grasped important clues and believe we will soon bring the real murderer to justice. This case has caused great harm to social order and stability. Here, I urge the general public to adhere to the basic principle of do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors, to avoid causing damage to others' reputations and mental distress. Remember, a kind word warms in winter, while harsh words can chill in summer. Finally, I, along with all the staff, would like to state, we will investigate with all our might and provide the public with the most satisfactory answer in the shortest time possible. At the end of the video, the scene shifted to Lin Mo holding hands with Chu Yi as they walked out of the press conference. Netizens were all stunned. That afternoon, the internet staged a large documentary titled The Disappearing Comets. Extra. Qingbei genius student and CEO of Yimo Technology, Lin Mo, released without charges. What? He went in this morning and came out in the afternoon? What the hell? Released without charges? I saw him being taken in when I went to the bathroom this morning, and he's out already? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there's only one explanation, it's that I've time traveled? What brand of toilet are they using upstairs? Huh? What the hell does that have to do with the toilet brand? You're killing me. It hasn't even been a few hours since the incident. What's the use of that? If we're talking about time travel, it better be something impressive. Bro, where did you buy that toilet? I want to see if there are any other things with that function. Your thought process is really hard to counter. Bro, if you find out, let me know. Online, news about Lin Mo was constantly updated. Some people had just seen a video of Lin Mo being taken away, and the next video was an official clarification. This left many confused onlookers scratching their heads. The comments on the bullet screen were filled with question marks. In the comments section for those who were unaware of the situation, it was a different scene. People were fiercely discussing Lin Mo. But what annoyed Chu Yi was that the criticisms from netizens were overwhelmingly one-sided. They were cursing him for everything imaginable. However, upon closer inspection, one could still find that there were issues with these comments. The reasons for their criticisms were simplistic and illogical, and personal accounts and forum comments had far more negative reviews compared to official media comment sections. Lin Mo naturally noticed the problem and comforted Chu Yi, don't worry. Those who are cursing me are definitely the masterminds behind this whole thing hiring internet trolls. Actually, we should be happy about this. Huh? Why? Chu Yi didn't understand, but just as Lin Mo was about to explain, she instantly realized. I get it. You want to trace the source and find the mastermind behind this? Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi and smiled. We really are in sync. Chu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Stop joking, be serious. Saying this, she glanced over at Long Wu, who was driving. Lin Mo had a knowing expression. He mouthed silently, let's investigate thoroughly. Chu Yi understood Lin Mo's lip movements and recalled the scene when they spent the night together, where he said this, causing her face to redden all the way to her ears. Stop it. Feeling Chu Yi's little fist beating against her chest, Lin Mo felt an immense happiness. In difficult times, the warmest thing is the thought that someone can be there by your side, right? He hadn't expected that when Chu Yi saw the news of him being taken away online, she would disregard Chu Qin's objections and come to find him. Even more unexpected was how powerful her presence was at the police station. If Lin Mo had been even a little late, she might have ended up arguing with someone. That would have been a huge misunderstanding. Lin Mo finally managed to go in and exchange information with Zhang Cheng. After Lin Mo and Chu Yi came out of the police station, they rushed over to see Chu Yi's father. This was because, after receiving a call from Chu Qin, Ying had made some progress. Chu Yi also frankly admitted that she already knew about the plan between Lin Mo and her father, Chu Qin. She told Lin Mo, silly, from now on, we'll face everything together. Facing Chu Yi's serious and affectionate eyes, which sparkled like crystal, Lin Mo considered it carefully and finally nodded. Having you is my blessing. However, regarding this topic, Lin Mo chose not to delve deeper. He was particularly interested in another matter at the moment. Looking at Long Wu, who was driving ahead, Lin Mo decided to remain silent. As the car headed home, After checking in with his parents and having dinner, Lin Mo and Chui entered the study. At Chui's request, they would go over everything that had happened in the past few days. Chui hoped she could help Lin Mo. She didn't want to just stay at home, being protected by Lin Mo and the others, feeling at ease as a pampered flower in a greenhouse. Lin Mo readily agreed. However, after opening his computer, Lin Mo had a terrible expression. I left the materials in the office. What should we do? Let Brother Long make a trip. Long Wu was efficient and decisive, so he set off immediately. Lin Mo quietly closed the study door. He dismissed Long Wu because he wanted to tell Chui about his suspicions. With great power comes great scrutiny. There weren't many people he could trust now. At this moment, Chui naturally noticed that Lin Mo had purposely sent Long Wu away, and her heart inexplicably raced. She stood there, feeling somewhat awkward, as if she anticipated something, and her cheeks flushed. Lin Mo walked over, took her hand, and sat down on the nearby sofa with her. Chui's palms were sweaty from nervousness. Wait a minute. She pulled her hand away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at her fidgeting and felt puzzled. What's wrong, E? Are you not feeling well? Why is your face so red? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Chui's forehead. Chui quickly dodged, saying, That's not right. It's too early. Uncle and Annie haven't gone to bed yet. Lin Mo was utterly confused upon hearing this. What does that have to do with my parents? I just wanted to talk to you about the clues regarding the 511 incident and the information I got from Zhang Cheng today. As Lin Mo spoke halfway, he suddenly understood upon seeing Chui's expression. He hurriedly explained. Upon hearing his explanation, Chui felt even more embarrassed. Ugh, how annoying! Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me. Chui gave a small punch, and Lin Mo couldn't help but smile widely. Chui's cheeks grew even redder. Don't laugh, don't laugh. It's all your fault. I won't talk to you anymore. Although she pretended to be angry and turned away, Lin Mo found her even more endearing. However, it was time to discuss serious matters, so he stopped teasing her. After comforting Chui a bit, the two began discussing Lin Mo's deductions. As for the details of the incident, they didn't elaborate much since they both already knew the basics. Moreover, Chui was quite clever and had gathered a lot of information from her father. Therefore, the focus of their conversation fell on Yi Ying, Gu Shaoxing, Zhang Cheng, and Long Wu. Regarding Yi Ying, Chui suggested that Lin Mo be more cautious. This was because she had never managed to find any identity information on this person. However, the other party seemed to know almost everything about them, making such a person very dangerous. Lin Mo certainly understood this. However, he wasn't worried. He had already obtained fairly comprehensive information about Yi Ying from Zhang Cheng. The arrangements for the funeral of driver Xiao Liang had been handled by someone else, and he didn't plan to get involved to avoid stirring up more trouble. Therefore, the next focus was to trace the mastermind behind the scenes through the network and to find out the whereabouts of the missing Gu Shaoxing. He had been missing for almost 2 days, and there was still no news. Lin Mo realized that things were not as simple as he had previously anticipated. Is Yi Ying from Jiang City? Chui looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Lin Mo nodded. His original name was Su Bai, and 10 years ago, his family had some fame in Jiang City. I estimate that Uncle Chu must know them. You mean their family was quite well known in the business community of Jiang City 10 years ago? That's right. However, the Su family later fell on hard times, and Su Bai, who went to study in the UK, has since lost contact with the country. No one knows his whereabouts since his schooling. When I saw him that day, I was curious about his Jiang City accent, so I impulsively asked Officer Zhang to help me investigate. I didn't expect there would be this layer of story behind everything. Chui nodded thoughtfully. Lin Mo didn't say anything further, because he didn't have a complete grasp of information about this person either. For example, no one knows what he did during his years studying abroad. The only records available domestically are from before high school. His overseas experiences and records are nearly impossible to obtain in a short time. Moreover, to persuade Zhang Cheng to investigate this unfamiliar person, Lin Mo had to exert tremendous effort, wearing out his vocal cords, and finally reached an agreement with Zhang Cheng by offering key information related to the 511 case in exchange. Thus, the difficulty of obtaining this information is evident. However, it was all worth it. At this moment, Lin Mo couldn't possibly imagine that in Jiang City, a high school classmate of Lin Mo was, "Haha, well done. This time, I want Lin Mo to die at my hands." Exactly, this time we are helping you. No matter how impressive Lin Mo is, he cannot escape his fate. The voice of the young man was filled with hatred, clearly harboring intense animosity towards Lin Mo. After making their declaration, they raised their glasses and drank it all down. Lin Mo and Chui talked for half an hour, basically conveying all the information to her. Only one last thing. Lin Mo hesitated for a long time before finally speaking it out. Did you see Uncle Chu and Brother Long talking privately last night, or did you notice any signs of Brother Long going out? As soon as Lin Mo said this, Chu Yi immediately connected the dots. She replied, "Are you suspecting that my dad sent Long Wu to kill the Shi family?" Lin Mo lightly shook his head. "No, I'm worried that Uncle Chu might do something foolish. He is under too much pressure right now, and if he takes an extreme step, he will never be able to recover." Chu Yi understood what Lin Mo meant. Given Chu Qin's level of affection for Chu Yi, he might very well do something like that under such circumstances. Especially since his personality has that tragic undertone of, "I will bear all the pain myself." If that were the case, the situation would be dire. Lin Mo did not wish for such things to happen. Everything he had done before was to prevent such a tragedy. However, he thought and still couldn't understand who could have killed the plaintiff at such a critical moment in his lawsuit, and who had staged such a clumsy diversion to point suspicion at Lin Mo. In reality, this precisely helped Lin Mo clear his name. This made it hard for Lin Mo to believe that it wasn't done intentionally. Given the seriousness of the matter, Chu Yi's expression also turned serious. "I think I heard Uncle say this morning that he saw a shadow jumping over the wall last night when he got up. But he wasn't sure if it was Long Wu." Chu Yi did not mention Chu Qinhe. However, this outcome still surprised Lin Mo a bit. His guess was nearly spot on. If Chu Qinhe was not involved, that would be best. Right now everything is still an unknown. Only you and I know about this matter, so please don't tell anyone else or show any signs of abnormality. I understand. Lin Mo didn't say much about Chu Yi, as she obviously understood Lin Mo's meaning. However, she didn't expect that Lin Mo had already prepared to investigate Long Wu's background. He originally had a lot of trust in Long Wu because Long Wu was introduced by Chu Qinhe. Chu Qinhe wouldn't harm his own daughter, so he wouldn't harm Lin Mo either. But Chu Qinhe himself didn't realize that Long Wu also had his own secrets. As for his motives, Lin Mo still didn't know. To be safe, Lin Mo decided to investigate further. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't know that Chu Yi also decided to secretly test Long Wu. Just as their conversation ended, Long Wu returned. He handed the disc to Lin Mo and, as usual, prepared to close the door and go out to arrange the guards in the courtyard. But Chu Yi suddenly called out to him, "Brother Long, you've been working hard lately. Thank you for taking care of Lin Mo." Both Long Wu and Lin Mo were stunned by her words. They both didn't understand what Chu Yi meant. Lin Mo thought that Chu Yi was trying to stir things up or shake the tree to see what would fall. Long Wu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly and said, "This is what I should do, no need to be polite." After saying this, he turned around and closed the door. Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi with a confused expression. Chu Yi found Lin Mo's expression amusing. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Mo shook his head. "I don't understand." Chu Yi pretended to be mysterious and said, "I'll keep you guessing for now." In the middle of the night, just as Lin Mo was about to sleep, Long Wu knocked on the door and said that there was news about Gu Shaoxing. The other party had actively called and made contact with them. Lin Mo quickly returned the call. "Hello, Lin Mo." The other party's voice was altered, and they greeted Lin Mo enthusiastically right away. But Lin Mo didn't want to waste time. "Where is my friend? Where have you taken him?" Lin Mo was particularly concerned about this, because it was indeed very difficult to find the other party. Even the police couldn't track them down within 2 days. It was very likely that they were habitual offenders, and perhaps they were hiding somewhere in the city. Moreover, the timing of the call was also very deliberate. They called Lin Mo's home landline, which meant that all the counter-tracking measures Lin Mo had prepared beforehand would be useless. Additionally, the other party must have an insider. So, Lin Mo didn't want to beat around the bush with them. There was no need to waste time. Understanding their identity and demands would allow him to rescue Gu Shaoxing more quickly. Don't be anxious, Boss Lin. Although your friend has suffered a bit of physical pain, he is still alive. Rest assured, we won't harm him until we get what we want. In just a few short sentences, Lin Mo's suspicions were confirmed. The other party knew a lot about his personal relationships and clearly came prepared. What do you want? Lin Mo's expression was serious. We don't want much. It's not difficult for Boss Lin. Just say it. Boss Lin, you really are impatient. All right, I need you to bring $3 million delivered to the bridge tunnel 10 kilometers south of the city in 1 hour. Remember, you can only come alone, and it's best not to call the police. Otherwise, you'll never see your friend again. I can't gather $3 million in cash in an hour. Besides, how am I supposed to get it there? And how do I know which bridge tunnel you're talking about? You'll find a way. After finishing the call, the man hung up without giving Lin Mo any chance to breathe or resist. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Mo had no choice but to go. However, he couldn't just attend the meeting unprepared. Not to mention that $3 million was a huge amount. Gu Shaohua was still in their hands. Lin Mo would rather lose $30 million or even $3 billion than let anything happen to Gu Shaohua. He was his brother. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo quickly drove to the company and instructed people to prepare $3 million. Long Wu followed him. However, Lin Mo had already quietly sent a message to Chu Yi, telling her to call the police, while also advising them to be cautious. In fact, it was Chu Yi who contacted Lin Mo first. She had woken up while Lin Mo was on the phone, but he mistakenly thought she was still asleep. Chu Yi knew that Lin Mo was worried she would be anxious, which was why he didn't tell her about the situation. But she couldn't just sit by and do nothing. She had promised to stand by Lin Mo in tough times, and she was determined to keep that promise. By the time Lin Mo arrived at the company, it had already been 20 minutes, leaving only 40 minutes until the time agreed upon by the kidnappers. Although he had contacted the company's finance department to gather all available cash for him to pick up, the company simply didn't have that much cash on hand. $3 million was equivalent to 20 million yuan. Such a large cash flow could only be obtained from the bank. There was no other place that could provide it. Time ticked away, and Lin Mo was on edge. However, there was still some good news. He had found the bridge that the kidnappers mentioned through a comparison on the map. Unfortunately, his company was too far from the agreed meeting place, and it would take at least half an hour to get on the highway. This meant he only had 5 minutes to prepare. But where could he find that much cash? Lin Mo was at a loss. Not only was it difficult for him to raise the money now, but he also knew too little about this group of kidnappers. He was so uninformed that he couldn't even resort to other means to achieve his goal. Lin Mo wanted to contact Ying to see if that guy had any useful information, but his call didn't go through. Frustrated, Lin Mo felt like cursing. That guy was indeed unreliable. He felt desperate. Was he really going to just watch Gu Shaohua die? Lin Mo didn't want to see such a scene. Just then, as the situation became increasingly tense, a black Audi sped up and stopped at the entrance of Lin Mo's company. Lin Mo, who was busy in the lobby, saw the visitor but couldn't feel happy. Although Chu Qinhe's subordinate brought 2 boxes of money, it was still far from enough. With so much cash, it could cover the floor of a room. However, these 2 small suitcases were still too little. Even with the few $100,000 he had, it was still just a drop in the bucket. He told me everything. I brought 2 million. How about you? How much more do we need? Chu Qinhe's loud and rugged voice echoed through the lobby before he even reached the door. Lin Mo quickly went out to greet him without any hesitation. We still need 8 million yuan. What? That's not good. Damn it, This group of desperados gave us too little time, especially at night. If we had a day, we could definitely gather it. Lin Mo nodded. So, I suspect that Xiaohua must be in their hands. Moreover, I guess that the other party must be part of the same force behind the car crash. They have a common boss. So, this is our closest opportunity to the truth. We can't let this lead slip away. Chu Qin nodded. He initially thought Lin Mo was panicking, but now it seemed that Lin Mo still had a plan of his own. That said, we still don't have enough money. How about this? I'll try to contact Yinjing Bank and ask them for assistance. Chu Qin spoke and began to instruct his assistant to make arrangements. But Lin Mo said, "There's no time. I can only take these bills to look at for now." In the pause of conversation, the bodyguards and others around had already wrapped the money and loaded it onto the van. Lin Mo said this and was about to get into the car. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound erupted. From tilde, from tilde, from tilde. The huge sound echoed through the quiet streets of Yinjing City in the early morning. Everyone turned towards the sound. They saw a yellow Bugatti speeding towards them, enveloped in a cloud of dust. It finally came to a stop beside Lin Mo's car, with a beautiful 270-degree drift. Seeing this, Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised. "Zhang Xiong, how did you come?" Zhang Yunlong jumped out of the car as soon as it stopped and rushed over. "Sister-in-law called me and said to bring you $2 million. No time to waste, hurry up and move. Xiaosheng's safety is the most important." Lin Mo nodded and quickly arranged for people to move the cash. He didn't say much more. He hadn't even thought of asking Zhang Yunlong for help. He was really overwhelmed. Thanks to Chu Yi. At that moment, Chu Yi's call came in. "Is your good buddy here?" Lin Mo smiled faintly. "Thanks to you, Yi. That's good. I heard from Dad about your situation and guessed you might be busy, so I took the liberty to contact Zhang Yunlong to give it a try. Yeah, if it weren't for you thinking of this guy, I would have had to negotiate hard tonight. All right, hurry up and save Xiaosheng. Time is running out." Chu Yi knew Lin Mo. If he couldn't save Gu Xiaosheng, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. But now, after they loaded the car, there were only 20 minutes left. There was no time. After hanging up, Long Wu stepped on the gas pedal madly, almost putting his foot into the fuel tank. They sped along the highway, taking Lin Mo towards the agreed location. On the other side, the police were still led by Zhang Cheng. He might have considered that the robbers had weapons, so he requested the assistance of SWAT. Thus, 2 police cars carrying more than 10 people set off on the highway to rescue Gu Xiaosheng. On the way, Zhang Cheng even specially called Lin Mo. He advised him to be extra careful. If he saw the robbers and the hostage, he should try to stall for time and wait for their arrival. Since the distance was far, Zhang Cheng and his team would arrive about 10 minutes later than Lin Mo. This was indeed a daunting task, because under normal circumstances, once the robbers saw the ransom, they would either immediately release the hostage and leave with the money, or they would immediately kill the hostage and the negotiator, and then leave. To imagine a situation where they would be stuck in a stalemate would require an unexpected occurrence, or the kidnappers suddenly changed their minds and made new demands. After Zhang Cheng explained his plan to Lin Mo suddenly froze. "That's not right." "What's not right?" Zhang Cheng asked in confusion. Lin Mo frowned tightly. "The location is wrong." "How could the location be wrong? This is the only place that matches the description given by the kidnappers." Everyone was baffled, but Lin Mo suddenly said seriously, "We're not wrong in our search, but the address given by the kidnappers is fake." "What?" Long Wu was startled and turned to take a look at Lin Mo. Zhang Cheng and the others also looked stunned. They had indeed encountered quite a few cases like this in their professional careers. But this time, they really hadn't thought in this direction. Lin Mo explained, "Think about it carefully. Is the address given to us by the kidnapper really trustworthy? There are so many bridges within 10 miles south of the city. Isn't he worried we might go to a different bridge if we deviate a little? Moreover, he only gave us 1 hour and didn't leave any room for negotiation. If he's not an idiot, then he wouldn't have asked for so much cash right from the start. With this much money, does he even realize how big of a vehicle it would take to transport it? How long would it take us to prepare this much cash? If he really wanted money, why only mention a location without asking for anything else? He didn't provide any other information either. Lin Mo's thoughts were now racing. Just a moment ago, he was still in a high-pressure state, a bit dazed and confused, but after resting in the car for a while, he suddenly understood. They are testing us, or perhaps there's something else at play. Something else? Zhang Cheng and Long Wu fell silent. Both vehicles sped along the highway at high speed, but it felt as if they suddenly lost direction. It was like being lost in life. Now that they knew this journey might be in vain, should they continue? This was a question worth pondering. After a moment of silence, Zhang Cheng was the first to speak, breaking the atmosphere. Everyone, don't lose heart. The situation is still under control. We haven't lost yet. Based on the clues we currently have, there are a few possibilities. Firstly, if Lin Mo's analysis is correct and the address given by the kidnapper is fake, then he might still provide the real address later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to contact Lin Mo for the ransom. So we need to stick to our original plan and wait for the kidnapper's call. Secondly, if Lin Mo's analysis is wrong, then we should definitely go. Otherwise, the hostage could be in serious danger and at risk of being harmed at any moment. In any case, we don't have any other options now. We can only proceed as the kidnapper instructed. So, I suggest we continue as planned. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. Lin Mo agreed. I support Officer Zhang's suggestion. Let's proceed according to the original plan. All right. In the time that followed, Lin Mo and Zhang Cheng didn't communicate by phone. They relied on text messages. If the kidnapper called and they missed it, that would be troublesome. The waiting time always felt excruciatingly long. But to everyone's disappointment, when Lin Mo's vehicle arrived at the destination, the kidnapper still hadn't called. This made them silently think to themselves that it was good they had come. When Lin Mo stepped into the bridge tunnel, it was exactly the agreed-upon time. However, he didn't see anyone. This sent a chill through everyone's hearts. It was likely that the situation was not as simple as they had anticipated. Lin Mo walked through the tunnel, moved a bit further, and turned on his phone's flashlight to look around. But he didn't find any clues, and his anxiety grew. Was the other party just playing with him? That couldn't be the case. Since they could find out his home landline number, they must have some means. Moreover, the forces behind them must be very powerful. Lin Mo didn't believe they would target him without reason. But now, 3 minutes later, Lin Mo still hadn't discovered anything. There was no sign of the other party either. Then, Zhang Cheng's call came in. What's going on? Did they realize you're not alone and are hiding? It's not impossible. As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, suddenly, a pleasant ringtone rang out. I'm playing in the mud in Paris. Actually, you're quite silly. The ringtone was cheerful, but everyone's hearts sank. They realized that they might have indeed startled the snake in the grass. Lin Mo followed the sound to the other side of the bridge tunnel. Finally, he found the source of the ringtone behind a rock. It was a Nokia flip phone. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Hello? Where the hell are you? You said if I gave you the money, you would let the person go. Where the hell have you gone? Lin Mo was straightforward and direct. He was certain that the other party was a kidnapper. But the kidnapper seemed even angrier after hearing Lin Mo's questions. Lin Mo, you little brat, how dare you say that? The young master asked you to come alone. Did you really come by yourself? If that's how you want to play, then we have nothing to discuss. I'll rip up the ticket right now. The kidnapper was very emotional. But Lin Mo suddenly calmed down. In an instant, he was quickly thinking about two questions. How did the kidnapper know he wasn't alone? Did he see Longwu? Or did he know about Zhang Cheng and the others? Where exactly is the kidnapper now? At this moment, Lin Mo's previous call had not been hung up, and Zhang Cheng also heard the kidnapper's roar. Their faces turned very ugly. From experience, the kidnapper's emotions were already on the edge of being very dangerous. They couldn't provoke him any further. However, at this moment, Zhang Cheng also understood that he couldn't speak out to remind Lin Mo. He could only pray that Lin Mo wouldn't act impulsively. But the next moment, he heard Lin Mo say, "Rip the ticket? Yeah. Can you really make that decision?" As soon as Lin Mo said this, there was silence on the other end for a second. Then came the sound of furious curses. "You little brat, you haven't even grown a full set of hair. Who the hell are you insulting? How can I not make the decision? Today, I'll let you see if I can make the decision. I'll kill right in front of you." Lin Mo just smiled without saying a word. After the kidnapper vented, he seemed to realize something was wrong, and after his roar, he suddenly laughed. "Hee, trying to provoke me. I almost fell for your trick. You little brat, stop playing tricks." "Oh, what do you mean by that? What trick am I playing?" Lin Montag smilet faintly. With a simple test, he had already confirmed that there was indeed someone behind the other party, and it was highly likely that it was the force behind the planning of this entire case. Lin Mo was determined not to let this lead slip away. "Stop wasting breath. If you want your friend to live, meet at the ancient ginkgo tree outside the small Lane temple in an hour. One hand for the money, one hand for the person. This time, I don't want to see anyone else present." "No way, another hour? I'm just bringing one person. Do you really have to be this scared?" Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, the phone was already hung up. With new clues, Zhang Cheng and the others didn't need to say more. They directly changed their route to set up an ambush. And Lin Mo immediately drove with Long Wu. This time, Lin Mo still let Long Wu drive, but instructed him to get out of the car when they were close. As for Lin Mo, he wanted to take this time to think things through. "Don't let me see anyone else. Could he be nearby and in a position to observe me?" No, the phone was prepared by him early on. He never intended to let the person go on the first try. Or did he guess that I wouldn't come alone? Or did someone tell him I wasn't alone? The person behind? Funding? Gu Xiaosheng. Lin Mo connected all the clues and thought it over. He always felt that there seemed to be a hand subtly pushing everything forward, as if there was a huge conspiracy slowly enveloping him. But right now, he couldn't see clearly. Perhaps he has the information I want. When Lin Mo arrived at the agreed location, Zhang Cheng and the others had already set up ambushes around the area. The snipers hidden in the distant high ground were observing the surrounding terrain through their scopes, searching for the best shooting angles to ensure the safety of the hostage if the unexpected occurred. However, unexpectedly, the other party had once again stood them up. Moreover, he had seriously threatened Lin Mo again. Once was bad enough, but there could be no second time. Otherwise, Gu Xiaosheng would undoubtedly die. Lin Mo and Zhang Cheng felt a surge of anger within them. However, everyone also recognized the cunning of this group of kidnappers. Therefore, in the next action, only Lin Mo would proceed alone. After discussing with Zhang Cheng, Lin Mo left on his own, and Zhang Cheng and the others did not follow. Only Long Wu accompanied Lin Mo. This time, the destination was an abandoned factory in the south of the city. Lin Mo and Long Wu drove with all their might. Before they knew it, it was already past midnight. The dawn sky seemed like the innocent cheeks of a child, tinted with a faint blush. As Lin Mo observed the terrain along the way and occasionally glanced at Long Wu, he hung up the phone call with Chu Yi and seemed to think of something, taking out his phone to send a message before looking ahead again. The further south they drove, the more desolate it became. There were no villages around, and going deeper led to Wangjiang Mountain. The ancient temple within was the agreed meeting point for the kidnappers. This temple was rarely visited. Therefore, it was usually very quiet, especially at this hour in the early morning. Under this gray, dim state, the place felt particularly eerie, with a sense of danger permeating the air. After another 10 minutes, the car came to a steady stop in front of the ancient temple. Lin Mo pulled the handbrake, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. At this moment, Long Wu, who had gotten out earlier, was hiding behind a nearby tree, observing the surroundings. Lin Mo looked around and then walked along a narrow path toward the back of the temple. The car couldn't go any further, so he had to proceed this way. He held the car keys in his hand, not worried at all about being driven away by the sixth one. This time, things went surprisingly smoothly. In a small pavilion behind the temple, Lin Mo saw Gu Xiaosheng, tied up with ropes and gagged, kneeling on the ground. He did not see the others, but they were likely nearby. Lin Mo couldn't care about anything else. He rushed over to help Gu Xiaoxing up. Seeing Lin Mo, the weak Gu Xiaoxing's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. He wanted to shout but could only make muffled sounds due to the gag in his mouth. Xiaoxing, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. As Lin Mo rushed over, he noticed Gu Xiaoxing's face was covered in scars, and a pang of heartache flashed in his eyes, adding a chill to his heart. He hadn't expected these bastards to be so ruthless. You've suffered, Xiaoxing. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxing could no longer hold back his tears. Seeing Lin Mo meant not only hope for survival, but also the presence of a loved one. Lin Mo's eyes also filled with tears, but more than that, he felt a surge of anger. Gently tearing off the gag from Gu Xiaoxing's mouth, Lin Mo then began to untie the ropes binding Gu Xiaoxing's hands and feet. Lin Mo, you need to leave quickly. They have ambushes. Gu Xiaoxing urgently reminded him. Lin Mo gestured for him to stay calm. It's okay. It's okay. We will both be fine. I'm sorry, Lin Mo, for causing you trouble. Gu Xiaoxing cried, tears streaming down his face. Don't say those foolish things. Conserve your strength. I'll take you home soon. Lin Mo knew that Gu Xiaoxing had truly suffered during this time. However, now wasn't the time to talk. Just then, 3 sets of footsteps sounded behind Lin Mo. 3 men dressed in floral shirts appeared behind him. The one in the lead is a man wearing glasses. However, his build, face shape, and hairstyle are all just like Hua Chang. The 2 smaller guys flanking him are quite tall, but they both have average faces and are relatively lean. When these 3 stand there, anyone who says they haven't done anything wrong wouldn't be believed by a normal person. Mr. Lin, we've finally been waiting for you, one of them said mockingly. How's it going? Your friend still looks good, right? In their eyes, there was a lot of taunting. Gu Xiaolan's gaze flickered, instinctively pulling back his exposed feet. It just occurred to him that Lin Mo had come alone. How could he possibly save him? But seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor as he untied the ropes, his anxious feelings gradually eased. He knew that Lin Mo never fought without preparation. The money is in the car, and the car is in front of the temple. You can drive away now, Lin Mo said while handing over the keys, seemingly a bit impatient. However, the man with glasses said with great interest, Mr. Lin, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to talk with me? Talk about what? What else is there to talk about? Money for people. Everything's settled here and now, Lin Mo replied. He was about to pull Gu Xiaolan away when the man in glasses clapped his hands. In an instant, 5 men in black clothes sprang out from behind the nearby wall and stone pillars, surrounding Lin Mo and Gu Xiaolan. These men were even more robust and clearly well-trained, all dressed in black. Lin Mo realized that the location for the transaction had likely been planned from the beginning to be here. Lin Mo, without Zhang Cheng and the others helping you, do you really think you can get away? Do you think that here, you're still the chairman of Yimo Technology? I'll tell you here, you're nothing. My rules are the rules. I advise you to be sensible, cooperate with us, and maybe you can still find a way to survive. Gu Xiaolan clenched his fists, his eyes wide with anger, his expression like he wanted to tear that man apart. Lin Mo patted Gu Xiaolan on the shoulder, stepping forward to ask. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Cooperate with you? For what? I don't even know who you are. How can we cooperate? When Lin Mo asked this question, Gu Xiaolan's emotions were a bit agitated, but he still remained silent. The man with glasses smiled happily at the response, as if he were an old friend of Lin Mo's. Since Mr. Lin brought it up, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Dechuan. I'm looking for you and your friend, and naturally, I want you to help me with something. However, your friend doesn't seem very willing. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Gu Xiaolan. If you treat him like this, of course he won't be willing. The man shrugged. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and continued to ask, So, what do you want me to do? This isn't a place for talking, isn't it? If my friend doesn't agree, then I think I probably won't agree to do it either, and that would disappoint you. Oh, do you think you can still get away? Are you so sure that you have me under control? Lin Mo smiled faintly and looked behind Lu Dechuan. Then, Long Wu walked over slowly, holding a Nepalese knife. "Brother Long, you're here," Lin Mo said, a flicker of heartbeat in his eyes. Then he calmly walked over. Gu Xiaolan saw this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a helper has arrived. However, Lu Dechuan unexpectedly called out, "Brother Long." Gu Xiaolan's smile froze on his face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, maintained his composure, but also stopped in his tracks. When Long Wu looked at Lin Mo, his gaze flickered. The current situation has become quite clear. It is easy to imagine that the reason the kidnappers proposed to change locations during the previous two incidents was because Long Wu was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Although it is still somewhat hard to believe, Lin Mo had already anticipated the current situation. Thus, he did not show any signs of panic at this moment. However, he also did not move to speak with Long Wu. He simply watched him in silence, wanting to see what Long Wu was really thinking. But Gu Xiaoxing was not so calm. Having met this man before he was captured, he naturally knew that the bodyguard next to Lin Mo was actually an undercover agent for the opponent, and a person of some standing at that. He cursed loudly, limping over to Lin Mo's side, constantly spitting out national essence at Long Wu. "President Lin and President Chu treat you like a brother. But you dog, actually betrayed us. Son of a bitch. Are you even human?" During the time Gu Xiaoxing was captured, he endured a lot of beatings, and the combined physical and mental torment had long pushed his anger to its breaking point. At this moment, he could be said to be easily ignited. However, as he cursed at Long Wu, the bespectacled man next to him couldn't hold back any longer. Without a word, he charged at Gu Xiaoxing with a kick. Lin Mo quickly reacted, pulling Gu Xiaoxing back. However, the man's kick was forceful and swift, and it looked like it would land. But unexpectedly, Long Wu made a move, grabbing the bespectacled man's shoulder and gently pulling him back, causing him to stagger backward and almost fall. "Young Master Lin, I have my difficulties." Long Wu's expression was quite grim. Lin Mo guessed that perhaps Long Wu's past experiences had some connection to this so-called puppet master behind the scenes. Or perhaps Long Wu had some compromising evidence in someone else's hands. In any case, Lin Mo had figured out that this Long Wu could still be trusted, but not completely. Long Wu was recommended by Chu Qianhe. Although Chu Qianhe had been in business for many years and knew people from all walks of life, it was because of this that he often placed too much trust in some old friends who had been through hardships with him. No need to say more. Lin Mo raised his hand, signaling Long Wu not to say anything further. With so many people around, if there were any hidden matters, they could be discussed later. Long Wu naturally understood Lin Mo's implication. He did not speak anymore. However, just as they were about to take Lin Mo away, Lin Mo did not show any intention of surrendering. Instead, he cleverly shifted the topic, seemingly trying to divert their attention and buy himself some time. "Brother Long, can you tell me what you want me for? From your performance today, it seems that this money is not what your actual boss wants, right?" As soon as Lin Mo said this, Long Wu's gaze momentarily froze. Truly worthy of the talented Lin. "That's right, you're correct. Mr. Shen simply wants to see you." Gu Xiaoxing was surprised. Who the hell is Mr. Shen? He thought Lin Mo could just meet him directly. Why go through such a roundabout way? Lin Mo noticed the slight murderous intent in Gu Xiaoxing's breathing and guessed at his frustration. This was, in fact, something that confounded him as well. "Oh, so this money is what young Master Shen wants, huh?" Lin Mo casually remarked, leaving the bespectacled man and Long Wu stunned on the spot. Just then, a laugh rang out from behind the crowd. The back door of the temple opened, and a man in a gray casual suit walked out. "Lin Mo, President Lin, you are truly clever, really clever. But it's a pity that a business genius like you cannot be used by me. What is the point of being bright when it's already so dark?" Master Shun, feigning sadness, let out a long howl. Long Wu listened and quickly stepped in front of him, saying, "Young Master Shin, you promised me not to harm Lin's life, and the Master has instructed not to hurt young Master Lin. Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Young Master Shin instantly became very stern. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His emotions were erratic, making it hard to gauge his thoughts. Such a person is either a psychopath or mentally unstable. Lin Mo remained calm, carefully observing this person while thinking of ways to control the current situation. He originally planned to take advantage of the situation, capture Long Wu and the kidnapper, and follow this line to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he didn't expect that the mastermind's son would be so unable to contain himself and jump out at this moment. But that didn't matter anymore. Since the other party had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he would take them all down at once. The other matters could be discussed later. Lin Mo already had a vague suspicion in his heart. Because they had captured Gu Xiao, this suddenly reminded Lin Mo of a company named Tianyu Technology Network, which was in direct opposition to his own. And behind Tianyu Network was the Tianyu Group, whose chairman shared the surname Shen. So some things were self-evident. As the truth got closer, Lin Mo became increasingly cautious. Young Master Shen, may I ask when I have offended you? Lin Mo decided to take the initiative. Before the other party could carry out their plan, he needed to disrupt their rhythm and buy some time. He wanted to buy time for himself and Gu Xiao to have more opportunities to escape. He didn't know what this madman in front of him would do. For safety, he could only play it safe. Thinking back to the last time he faced such a crisis, it had already been 2 years. At that time, his opponent was Shirliji. And now, his opponent was someone even more insidious and ruthless. Lin Mo had been too relaxed these past 2 years, making him let his guard down. He personally felt, the business world is like a battlefield. To Lin Mo's question, young Master Shun gave a crooked smile. He let out a hemp laugh. How could such a clever person like President Lin be confused at this time? Half a year ago, we were still competing for the Million Live Broadcast project together. Oh, I see. Lin Mo is someone who forgets things easily. But it's all right, Lin Mo. You don't need to think about this matter anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the knife from Long Wu's hand and directly swung it at Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not expect this person to be so fierce. He moved quickly, retreating repeatedly. Just as he barely dodged one strike, the man continued to swing the knife several more times. Clearly, seeing Lin Mo's agile movements, the man with the surname Shun was enraged. It looked like Lin Mo was about to be unable to defend himself, and Long Wu showed signs of anxiety, seemingly wanting to help Lin Mo but hesitating. Seeing this, Gu Xiao rushed forward, but as he did, he was struck by a knife. Although it wasn't a deep cut, his arm was instantly stained with blood, and he fell to the ground. Now, Lin Mo had nowhere to escape. Long Wu looked at the falling butcher knife and finally rushed forward. He couldn't forget Chu China's teachings to him, nor could he forget the ginseng and wine Lin Mo had given to his mother. However, he had not yet reached the front. A gunshot rang out. The knife in the hand of the man, surnamed Shun, instantly flew out. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone present. Long Wu reacted the fastest, immediately turning and sprinting into the mountains. Lin Mo quickly brought Gu Xiaoxing down to the ground. By doing so, they eliminated any perceived threats from their surroundings, ensuring that others would not pose a danger to their safety. Meanwhile, young Master Shun and his subordinates all dropped to the ground, pulling out their guns and turning to search for targets. However, they did not expect that just as they turned and drew their weapons, figures dressed in camouflage appeared before them like phantoms. "Don't move. Put your hands on your head and lie down on the ground. Quick, you there. Put your hands on your head and lie down." Their voices were powerful and authoritative, each word carrying a strong sense of intimidation that allowed for no resistance. A few men in black tried to fight back, but they were quickly taken down. Young Master Shin furrowed his brow, grinding his back teeth as he shot a glance at Lin Mo, then raised his hands with a grin, shouting towards the SWAT team, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Less talk. Hands on your head and squat on the ground." Young Master Shin wanted to argue further, but he was instantly pinned to the ground by a soldier. At that moment, Zhang Qing walked over with a smile, and Lin Mo quickly stood up, pointing towards the forest, urging, "Hurry up and chase. Don't let Long Wu get away." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's brow furrowed tightly. You all, first confiscate the weapons from these people, handcuff them, and take them back. The rest of you, follow me to Chase. After arranging everything, Zhang Cheng led the group in a frantic dash. Lin Mo then followed the main group back to the city. However, he was in the same car as Gu Xiaoxing. He was driving while Gu Xiaoxing sat in the passenger seat. Gu Xiaoxing was surprised that Lin Mo could drive. Lin Mo smiled and said, I got my driver's license a long time ago. But tell me, have you ever seen a boss drive himself? Well, that's true. The two talked about their experiences over the past few days, both feeling a deep sense of shock. Gu Xiaoxing recounted how he had been captured and everything that had happened afterward. The truth was the process was quite ordinary, just like what one might see on television. But when such terrifying events happen close to you, it can be quite chilling. Did they really just want to extract the commercial secrets of our upcoming Blue Ocean project? I think they wanted to take the opportunity to bring us down. Lin Mo pondered thoughtfully. These people are truly ruthless. Lin Mo glanced at the bruised and battered Gu Xiaoxing and added, You really didn't expect that the general manager of Tianyu Technology would resort to such despicable tactics. However, he underestimated me and our bond. He first tempted me, hoping I would bring our newly developed project to him. When I refused, he tortured me for 2 days, but I never said a word he wanted to hear. It must have infuriated him. Lin Mo smiled knowingly. Indeed, people like him only see profit, and we're people with feelings. However, Xiaoxing, if we encounter such situations again, just say what you need to. Business secrets aren't important to me. You are my brother. I just want you to be safe. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxing felt a surge of emotion in his heart, deeply touched. In an instant, his eyes turned red. Tears built up at the lower eyelid and corner of his eyes, suddenly spilling over. He felt both moved and pained. Lin Mo, with your words, I have no regrets even if I die as a brother. Lin Mo focused on the road while driving, but upon hearing Gu Xiaoxing's choked voice, he felt a bit moved as well. What are you talking about? We are brothers, so don't talk about dying so easily. We all need to live. I'll find you a partner soon. Then I'll take my wife, and you'll take your wife, and we can go out together to explore the great rivers and mountains of our motherland. Gu Xiaoxing smiled a few times upon hearing this, and he tidied up his emotions. Yeah, let's do this together. Let's get to know this world. Of course. The two of them fell silent again, as Gu Xiaoxing looked at Lin Mo. At this time, the sun had just risen above the horizon, and the morning sunlight shone on Lin Mo's face, casting his figure in a remarkably strong and tall light. Gu Xiaoxing felt emotional. He never expected that within just a few years, they had already left that small county in Jiang City. They had even made a name for themselves in the precious land of Yanjing. Now, they had also experienced the test of life and death. Life is truly full of uncertainties. Like when he didn't sit at the same desk as Lin Mo back then, or when he didn't help Lin Mo pursue Chu Yi, or when he didn't have Lin Mo as a brotherly friend. Where would he be now? What would he be doing? Perhaps playing games in a rented room? Or maybe following a 3-point line between the dorm, classroom, and library? No matter what kind of life it was, Gu Xiaoxing couldn't imagine a better outcome than the present. He finally understood why Lin Mo insisted on bringing him along to Yanjing when he applied for college. Perhaps at that time, Lin Mo was already planning to open this company. Right, it was back then. Not long after Lin Mo and the others returned to the police station, Zhang Jing and the others also came back. However, they didn't see Long Wu's figure. Zhang Jing and the others were quite disheartened. He angrily came to ask Lin Mo, who exactly is this Long Wu? He ran away really fast. We followed his trail for 10 miles and still didn't see him. Lin Mo smiled faintly. It's normal that you can't catch up to him. He served in a certain military unit back then. Zhang Jing was very surprised. What? Then how did he end up like this? By the way, what is your relationship? We are close friends. He has helped me a lot. Huh? He's already betrayed you, and you're still speaking up for him? Zhang Jing looked at Lin Mo as if he were an idiot. But Lin Mo shook his head and said, Actually, I was able to know the specific address this time thanks to him. He must have his reasons for doing this. After saying that, he raised his brow as if he thought of something important. A man's greatest vulnerability, his family. Before Lin Mo finished speaking, he ran out to call Chu Qianhe. Hey, you need to be clear. Family? It's difficult. Zhang Jing, having worked as a criminal investigator for many years, also realized the seriousness of the situation. If someone behind the scenes was threatening Long Wu's family, they could indeed use this to coerce him into doing these things. However, what else did Lin Mo know? Zhang Jing didn't have time to think too much. The urgent task was to quickly interrogate those guys they had brought back. If they could extract some useful information from their mouths, it would be a great boost to the progress of the case. Lin Mo was outside making a call. Chu Qianhe didn't know what he was busy with. After more than 10 seconds, the call was finally connected. Xiao Mo, how are you? Have you come back? Uncle Chu, I'm fine, but right now, there's an urgent matter that needs your intervention. We need 300 million in cash. 300 million? Why do we suddenly need so much funding? Chu Qianhe was still a bit confused, but Lin Mo's anxious tone made him tense up. I'll explain it to you when I get back. Just prepare as I say. It will be very useful. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chu Qianhe immediately contacted the Jiangqing side to start preparations. Before long, Chu Yi called. After inquiring about the situation, she hurried to pick up Lin Mo. Chu Qianhe couldn't stop her no matter what. But before she set off, Lin Mo called her. He was worried that Chu Yi would come over by herself. If something happened on the way, what would they do? Don't worry, Yi. The suspect has already been caught. I'm cooperating with the investigation right now, and we'll be back soon. Just prepare the food and wait for me. In the end, Chu Yi did not go. She trusted Lin Mo's abilities and knew he was thinking of her. However, she also understood that the current situation was grim, so after weighing her options, she chose to stay at home. After settling everything at home, Lin Mo immediately called Zhang Yunlong. Yunlong, I need to ask you for a big favor. Brother Mo, just give me the task. What's there to be polite about between brothers? This matter is very important. I've thought about it, and you're the most suitable. However, it might be a bit difficult. Don't worry, Brother Mo. Just arrange it. If there are any problems, I'll handle them. Plus, with you personally overseeing it, I'm sure I can handle it. All right, we'll meet tomorrow to discuss the details. It has to be kept absolutely confidential. When Lin Mo returned to take notes, Zhang Cheng had already finished questioning Shen Shuzi. His real name is Shun Su, and he is the son of the chairman of Tianyu Group. He returned from studying abroad 2 years ago and independently founded Tianyu Technology Company, Limited. He wanted to prove his talent to his father, but unexpectedly, he brought back short video projects and e-commerce platforms from the United States, which have developed rapidly domestically. This caused his plans to come to an abrupt end. Over the past 2 years, not only did the business not grow, but it also lost a significant amount of money, so he is seeking revenge this time. Zhang Cheng briefly explained the results of his questioning. Lin Mo nodded from time to time, thinking carefully, but then raised a few questions. Is this information he provided? Or did you guys find it out? If it's what he provided, I have some doubts about its authenticity. If it's what you found out, I think this conclusion is still somewhat one-sided. First, I'm curious about the types of projects he brought back. Because aside from our company, there are other similar platforms in the country, and they are developing quite well. If they really couldn't operate, it might not be for this reason. Also, since their projects went belly up 2 years ago, what has been supporting them through these 2 years of difficulties? Where did their financial resources come from? If it's from his father, then I believe it would be easy to find out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng furrowed his brows and nodded. Lin Mo's analysis was spot on. Moreover, Lin Mo's words had reminded him, because they had actually already investigated Shin Su, and his financial resources did not come from his father. Their company had no financial dealings with Tianyu Group. Instead, they were closely related to an overseas company called Jinxiu Group. Similarly, another company of the same type, called Lishu, also had intermittent interests entangled with Tianyu Group. However, this was all insider information, and he wouldn't share it with Lin Mo. With this in mind, He already had a direction for the next investigation. President Lin is quick-witted. It's impressive. Not at all. It's just suspicion. President Lin is truly humble. If you had studied criminal investigation back then, I'm sure you would have excelled. Captain Zhang is overpraising me. I know what I am suited for and what I am not. All right, it's getting late. I need to hurry back. My brother is still injured. Okay, I won't keep you then. Our people just took him to the First People's Hospital. I'll send you a phone number later. You can contact him after you go. Thank you very much. After Lin Mo left, Zhang Cheng immediately organized the personnel to start an investigation. Although today was busy, there were considerable gains. The presence of armed private forces is absolutely illegal in the country. Moreover, it's very suspicious. Also, the financial situation of Tianyu Group is unclear, and it seems to be involved with foreign forces. This may have connections to other cases. Zhang Cheng thought of many things. He immediately drafted a report, summarizing his findings and speculations to his superiors. On the other side, after visiting Gu Xiaojing at the hospital, Lin Mo arranged for him to be transferred to a private hospital and set up a caregiver for him. Then, he quickly returned home. He promised Chu Yi he would come home for dinner, and he would never go back on his word. Even though he was a bit late, when Chu Yi saw Lin Mo, her face was always beaming with a happy smile. They arranged to have dinner in the study, where they discussed the events of the day. Chu Yi was astonished after hearing it. What? Long Wu, he is an undercover from Tianyu Group? Not necessarily. I feel like he's encountered some trouble, but it's inconvenient for him to talk about it. I have a hunch that he might bring us some surprises. Chu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Well, I trust your judgment, Lin. One must be cautious. Besides family, we can't fully trust anyone else. Not necessarily. Everyone has their own self-interest, which is normal. As long as they don't let their selfish motives interfere with our normal lives, it's fine. You're quite magnanimous, huh? Always putting yourself in danger while I'm at home, worried sick. What? Did you miss me a lot this morning? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and grinned mischievously. Why don't you marry me then? From now on, I'll be yours, he. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi frowned, and a blush appeared on her face. She glared at Lin Mo and said angrily, What do you mean? Aren't you mine now? Tell me, who else do you belong to? As she spoke, she jumped towards Lin Mo. He caught her in his arms. The phone call from Chu Qianhe was quite a buzzkill. Lin Mo tidied up his clothes before picking up the phone. Chu Qianhe informed Lin Mo that the money was ready, and now it was up to Lin Mo on how to use it. Lin Mo told Chu Qianhe that they would discuss it in detail after he returned. How many people can play hard to get with someone like Chu Qianhe? He didn't feel too bad about it, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this younger generation was about to surpass him. A sense of helplessness became more pronounced. At night, Lin Mo was sitting at his desk in the study, writing and drawing. On a blank sheet of paper, he listed all the recent incidents and all the information he knew. He was deducing what exactly had happened. What kind of scheme was the other party setting up? From the initial car accident to the later kidnapping and the company being sued, as well as the death of the Schur family. All of this seemed unrelated, yet vaguely pointed to a certain node. A bold hypothesis gradually emerged in Lin Mo's mind. The person wasn't killed by Long Wu. He should just be an observer or a commander. This Tianyu Group has major problems. Moreover, what Lin Mo didn't expect was that at midnight, a blood-soaked figure, almost on the verge of death, appeared not far from their house. The security personnel arranged by Chu Qianhe discovered him and brought him back. He was Long Wu. Long Wu was carried to Lin Mo's courtyard. Lin Mo's parents, who were sleeping, and Chu Yi were all startled awake. However, Lin Mo did not let his parents come out. Lin Mo's parents were ordinary people who had never seen such a scene. As for Chu Yi, Lin Mo truly had no way to deal with her. She was already exceptionally intelligent and had long since stated that she would face everything with Lin Mo. So, as soon as Lin Mo glanced at her, Chu Yi spoke first to refuse. Lin Mo used the excuse that he could handle things to persuade his parents to go inside. Then he went to the courtyard with Chu Yi. However, when they saw Long Wu, Chu-yi instinctively turned her head towards Lin Mo. Long Wu was covered in numerous severe injuries, and the bloody scene was truly unbearable to look at. You should go inside," Lin Mo said. "No, I'm fine," she replied. Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo stopped persuading her. He squatted down beside Long Wu. Blood continued to pour out of Long Wu's mouth, and upon noticing Lin Mo's presence, his gaze focused on Lin Mo. Then, trembling, he pulled out a white box from his chest. Lin Mo was momentarily surprised. He reached out to take it and immediately instructed someone to arrange for medical assistance from a private hospital. However, Long Wu grabbed his arm, saying, No, it's too serious." He struggled to catch his breath, and the wounds on his abdomen and chest were still bleeding. His entire upper body was a bloody mess. "Lin Shao, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry, Chuzhou, my parents, Shen Xian, the accounts." As he said the last two words, Long Wu's eyes widened, trembling all over as he pointed at the box in Lin Mo's hand. But after he finished those two words, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed from his mouth. 3 seconds later, Long Wu lay there stiffly, staring angrily at the starry sky. There was no more movement. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the box in his hands. He knew this was Long Wu's last wish. It must be that his parents were still in Shen Xian's hands, and he may have been forced to give the other party some information. But that wasn't his true intention. So, at this critical moment, he fought to obtain the evidence against the other party. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Long Wu. He couldn't imagine what kind of powerful enemy could bring someone as skilled as Long Wu to such a state. He didn't know how strong Long Wu's inner strength was to choose to face all of this alone. If he survived this time, Lin Mo planned to have Long Wu hold an executive position in the company and give him a certain share. But now, Lin Mo could only silently vow in his heart to rescue Long Wu's parents. Lin Mo squatted beside Long Wu's body and gently closed his eyes. 2 tears slowly slid down the corners of his eyes. Seeing Lin Mo so heartbroken, Chu-yi moved closer. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Mo's eyes and then comforted him, saying, "He is our forever friend. We will always remember him in our hearts. Yes, he will always be my brother Long, our superhero." Lin Mo wiped away his tears. Suddenly, he stood up. Facing the group of bodyguards in the courtyard, he said solemnly, "Brothers, the time has come to fight for our lives. Brother Long brought me the final key to turn the tide, but at the same time, it also exposed us to the enemy's sight. Next, I am preparing to launch an attack. I hope you all will help me." Lin Mo clasped his fists. Although all the bodyguards present were skilled fighters, they were still independent individuals. Moreover, they were all highly intelligent and elite individuals with exceptional skills. Lin Mo did not want to have anyone among the people he was working with at the last moment who harbored ulterior motives. Therefore, he raised this issue in advance. However, these people had worked with Long Wu for many years and had benefited greatly from him. It was unclear whether Long Wu's death stimulated them, but this time they all returned to Lin Mo with great enthusiasm. "I swear to advance and retreat together with young Master Lin." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resounding. Seeing this, Lin Mo deeply bowed. "Thank you." After rallying their morale, Lin Mo immediately set things in motion. He knew that Mr. Shun would definitely not let Long Wu off the hook, nor would he spare them. So he quickly arranged for 10 people to escort his mother and Chu-yi to the designated secret base for refuge. Compared to other places, although living conditions there were somewhat lacking, it had a high safety factor. Moreover, Chu Qinha was there, and he would be able to take care of them. In addition, Lin Mo asked Chu-yi to deliver a message to Chu Qinha, and the real accounts had already been transferred to Chu-yi's hands. Meanwhile, he took the remaining 10 people and split into 2 groups to head to the police station. What he was holding in his arms was the dark-colored box. Based on Lin Mo's speculation, this account would be of great use to Zhang Cheng, so he had to be cautious. After everything was arranged, they immediately set off. Just as they left, 3 Jetta cars rushed to their doorstep, almost colliding with Lin Mo's car as he sped out. Lin Mo's car whooshed past the entrance, and as he passed, he deliberately shook the dark-colored box in front of the window. They swiftly entered the main road, speeding along. The 3 incoming cars immediately followed suit. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Mo wore a triumphant smile. He then picked up his phone to contact Zhang Cheng and arrange for the next steps. It was late at night, and the roads were empty, leading to a prolonged standoff between the two parties. To ensure that Chu Yi successfully delivered the materials to Zhang Cheng, Lin Mo deliberately led the group behind him on a detour around the expressway. Once he felt it was time, they exited the highway. The pursuers seemed to have not anticipated that Lin Mo's car and driver were also quite good. They were moving so fast that the pursuers almost missed seeing their taillights. They were cautious, and when it became clear that they wouldn't be able to complete their mission as they exited the highway, they opened fire. However, they did not expect that waiting for them was a police special operations team encirclement. Lin Mo had already contacted Zhang Cheng and arranged for an ambush. His car immediately drove into the distance behind the police vehicles as soon as they exited the highway. The police immediately countered the criminals who had been following Lin Mo and firing at them. The gunfire lasted a mere 30 seconds. The criminals came in 3 cars with 4 to 5 people, and not a single one escaped. 12 were killed on the spot, while the remaining 3 were severely injured and unconscious, taken to the hospital under special guard. However, Lin Mo still felt uneasy. Not seeing Zhang Cheng around, he made a phone call. "Officer Zhang, did you receive the items?" "I got them. Your girlfriend is really something. As soon as she arrived, she told us that Mr. Shun was about to flee, so I hurriedly took my people to the Shun family to catch him. Guess what happened next?" "Ha ha." Zhang Cheng's laughter almost reached Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Facing Zhang Cheng, who seemed to want to keep him guessing, he retorted unhappily, "If you're not going to say it, then forget it." Zhang Cheng grew anxious. Hey, I'll tell you. The old fox Shin Shirchong was trapped in his own yard as soon as he got in the car. "Huh? I cuffed him right then and there." "So, does that mean there are serious issues with their accounts?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked a question. However, Zhang Cheng said, "This matter is complicated. Let's discuss it in detail when we get back." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo didn't think much more about it. He called Zhang Yunlong and also contacted Chu Qianhe, asking them to start preparing the necessary materials for the acquisition of Tianyu Group. Only then did Chu Qianhe suddenly realize that Lin Mo was preparing funds for this purpose. However, he wondered if this amount of money would be enough. After all, Tianyu Group was a massive corporation with a market value of over 60 billion. Even if it collapsed overnight, the price for acquiring it still seemed a bit insufficient. Chu Qianhe understood that Lin Mo hadn't anticipated things would develop to this stage, but he was indeed decisive and had a keen business sense. This made Chu Qianhe hold Lin Mo in higher regard. However, Chu Qianhe still underestimated Lin Mo. The truth was Lin Mo had already thought of a countermeasure. By involving Zhang Yunlong, he intended to share the benefits with the Zhang family. Thus, this huge mess, which had infinite potential, would be absorbed by the 3 parties, and the benefits for these 3 would naturally be immeasurable in the future. Of course, when Chu Qianhe retreated to the background later, Lin Mo's strength would double in an instant. Lin Mo waited from early morning until noon in the hall where Zhang Cheng and the others were, finally anticipating their return. Chu Yi also came along. As soon as they met, Chu Yi gave Lin Mo a big hug, causing everyone present to feel envious. During the subsequent conversation, Lin Mo shared his experiences. Zhang Cheng seemed unfazed. He smiled faintly and said, "Shin Shirchong is indeed quite ruthless. But you are not simple either. Being able to escape from his intricate traps is impressive." Lin Mo shook his head dismissively. "It was just luck. To be honest, I never expected Shin Shirchong would want my life. What does he want? If it's for business reasons, then there's no need. Tianyu Group's business is worth hundreds of billions and spans multiple industries. Even if he took away the internet sector, it would be nothing more than a scratch on this big tree." Zhang Cheng nodded. "You're right, but as your status rises, more and more resources will tilt in your favor. However, the resources in this world are limited, so the more people you offend, the more will keep increasing. Sometimes, people who have nothing to do with you will treat you as an enemy. That's just the reality. True. But I still don't understand why he has tried to kill me several times. What is the reason? Lin Mo pressed for answers. Zhang Qing looked more serious. He glanced around and whispered to Lin Mo, their company's business involves money laundering for overseas drug trafficking groups and human trafficking. Lin Mo suddenly understood. However, he still had a few questions. Was the previous car accident arranged by Shin Shichang? Did he want my life back then? Why did he later kidnap Gu Shaoxing? Who exactly killed the Shi family father and son? Lin Mo felt that the matter was not over yet. But Zhang Cheng did not share this view. He was someone who believed in evidence. So, he immediately began interrogating Shin Shichang. Chu Yi wanted to ask a few more questions, but Lin Mo stopped her. Based on Zhang Cheng's words, he already had some guesses. But Chu Yi could no longer contain her curiosity. She looked annoyed and wanted to drag out the enemy hiding in the shadows and give them a beating. Let's go home, and I'll tell you. Huh? You know? Of course, who am I? You're my silly fool he. Oh, then I won't say anything. Lin Mo pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Oh no, come on, quickly tell me. Chu Yi pouted and clung to Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Kiss me once, and I'll tell you. There are so many people here. Chu Yi's cheeks instantly flushed. Oh, then forget it. Lin Mo turned to leave, but Chu Yi suddenly grabbed his arm and gave him a quick, light kiss like a dragonfly touching water. Lin Mo laughed out loud for a long time. Quick, tell me. I don't know either. Lin Mo ran away with a mischievous grin. Fine, you tricked me. Just wait until I get back. I'll take care of you. Don't run. After they returned to the study, they closed the door and resumed their previous conversation. Lin Mo told Chu Yi that he didn't speak outside because he was concerned about too many ears. Once the door was shut, it was easier to talk. The Shun family is finished and the Tianyu group will collapse along with it. But a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Lin Mo briefly outlined his plan. After the case is closed and the Tianyu group announces its bankruptcy, he intends to take over the operation and establish a new company. Of course, although the Tianyu group is infamous, many people will be eyeing this piece of meat. So Lin Mo had already begun making preparations and gathering various materials. Because not just anyone is qualified to take over such a company. It requires officially certified qualifications. After hearing this, Chu Yi expressed her full support for Lin Mo's idea, but after she reiterated the last question Lin Mo asked Zhang Cheng, he did not respond again. Then Chu Yi mentioned the name Ying. Because he had been missing for quite some time, it raised Chu Yi's suspicions. Lin Mo, deep in thought, said, I have a guess. He might be the mastermind behind this. But we have no connection with him from before. What if I told you he has ties to a family with the surname Su? Chu Yi was taken aback. You mean Su Ran? Lin Mo nodded. They both knew that Su Ran's life was ruined when he was caught, but considering the time and connections, he should have been released by now. If he behaved well inside, he might have even received a reduced sentence and could have been out for quite some time. He indeed had strong motives. But how did he execute it? What was his plan? Could it be that everyone was just his pawns? Lin Mo didn't know the answers to these questions, but he knew the situation was far from over. Zhang Cheng began interrogating Shin Shichang, and the hard drive containing the Tianyu Group's account books was the best evidence. Inside were numerous records of financial transactions between the Tianyu Group and overseas criminal organizations. At first, Shin Shichang vehemently denied everything and resisted acknowledgement. However, half a month later, the overseas criminal group was also taken down. Many of the captured criminals knew Shin Shichang. At this point, he wanted to confess. He spent his days in prison shouting at the cold iron door. I want to confess. I want to see your leader. Let me out. However, no one paid attention to him. After all the facts were revealed, Zhang Cheng finally sent someone to bring him out for interrogation. Half a day later, the police held a press conference. The truth finally came to light one by one. Sitting in front of the computer, Lin Mo and Chu Yi snuggled together, quietly waiting for the answer. On the screen, Zhang Cheng, dressed in police uniform, looked even more dignified and handsome than usual. Upon investigation, Shen Jichong, chairman of Tianyu Group, and his son Shin Su, during their time managing the company, used illegal means to help an overseas drug trafficking group launder over 25 billion yuan, an extremely large amount. Furthermore, during their tenure, they operated in secrecy, running the company to illegally detain and traffic over 200 people. Their actions are extremely heinous. In addition, the father and son established armed forces without authorization and illegally possessed firearms and ammunition. This seriously endangered public safety and disrupted social order. Upon verification, Shin Su led the abduction of others 5 times, causing injuries and deaths to 3 people. And he also planned the murder of the Shi family father and son, with methods that can only be described as ruthless. With a father like that, the son is bound to follow. Shin Jichong was the mastermind behind the 511 major traffic accident, a scene that is still shocking today. In light of the above circumstances, the court has sentenced Shin Jichong to death, to be executed immediately. Shin Su is also sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Both will be deprived of political rights for life. At that moment, it felt as if everything had come to a close. The shadows that had lingered in everyone's hearts began to dissipate gradually. These shocking major incidents once again became a topic of conversation over tea and meals. However, unlike in the past when people spoke of this matter, their faces no longer bore solely suppressed expressions. The smiles that bloomed on their faces were the greatest affirmation of the punishment received by the villains. It was the truest expression of their hearts. Yet Lin Mo still could not feel happy, because Ying had already disappeared for a long time. This must be a bomb, and one could only wonder how long the silence would last. On the day the press conference ended, Zhang Cheng found Lin Mo. The two talked for a long time in Lin Mo's office. When Chu Yi arrived, Zhang Cheng happened to be leaving. She didn't hear much but found it a bit surprising. "Officer Zhang, did you come here today for something?" "No, just passing by to see you. We're old friends after all." "Ha! I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you." Zhang Cheng smiled brightly and turned to leave. Chu Yi tried to keep him, but Zhang Cheng simply waved his hand casually. Lin Mo stepped forward and put his arm around Chu Yi's shoulders. His back looked a bit like Brother Long. Chu Yi nodded at his words. "If it weren't for him risking everything to bring out the Shun family's accounts, we probably wouldn't have escaped danger so quickly. He really is a benefactor to our family." Lin Mo nodded and sighed deeply. Life is unpredictable. Gazing at the place where Zhang Cheng's figure disappeared, Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before saying, "How about we visit Brother Long's parents? It would be a way to pay our respects. After all, their hometown is also in Jiangcheng, and our return this time can be considered a revisit." "Sure," Chu Yi said with a smile. As clouds rise and fall, and flowers bloom and wither, half a month later, everyone's lives gradually returned to the previous calm. One day, Lin Mo and Chu Yi returned to Jiangcheng together. Hand in hand, they walked past the entrance of the Qingchuan No. 1 High School and Lin Mo's old home. Memories surged like ripples and became uncontrollable. Lin Mo and Chu Yi talked and laughed, reminiscing about everything they had experienced together. From their initial rivalry over grades, they fought and became acquainted, to later becoming tablemates, drawing a line and learning from each other. From the initial struggles behind the scenes to later becoming friends who could shield each other from harm. From friends to intimate lovers. Watching meteor showers together, enjoying flowers together, going home together, watching dramas together, studying together, and improving together. In this short period of over 3 months, they experienced a lot. They also grew a lot. After enduring hardships together, their understanding of each other deepened even further. Their dependence on each other also grew stronger. However, every time they recalled these experiences, they still felt a lingering fear. After all, Most of their peers at this age were still just goofing off in school. How many could have such thrilling and dangerous experiences like this? Even Lin Mo had never gone through such things before. For him, these were significant challenges, especially the recent incident where the Shun family secretly targeted him. Even when the Sure family was at odds with him back then, it could not be compared to the crisis this time. However, this also made Lin Mo realize once again the darkness of human nature. It also exposed him to the harsh reality of business warfare. Some people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Human nature is complex. You might offend someone without knowing it. A former friend could become an enemy in the blink of an eye. But Lin Mo will not back down. He will continue to persevere on this path. He believes that in this world, those who are praised for their goodness, truth, and beauty will always have the dominant position. He will also contribute his strength for this. To that end, he has been preparing to establish the Yimo Foundation, a charity organization, and the Starry Sky Environmental Protection Company Limited. If everything goes smoothly, he will open a new chapter in his life soon. Today was equally important for him. Lin Mo and Chu Yi strolled through those nostalgic places, and then, following the address provided by Zhang Wei, they drove to Long Wu's parents' hometown. However, they did not meet the elderly couple there. After inquiring, they learned that the couple had already been arranged by Zhang Wei to a local nursing home. Lin Mo and Chu Yi left some gifts for the elderly couple and shared a portion with other seniors in the home before sitting down to chat about Long Wu. The faces of the elderly couple were lined with deep wrinkles, and even when discussing their son, they remained calm and composed. However, the tears that welled up at the corners of their eyes did not escape Lin Mo's notice. Lin Mo felt an immense pain in his heart. "Uncle Long, I came this time to invite you to Beijing." Lin Mo wanted to use the excuse of keeping the elderly couple company along with his parents to invite them to Beijing, making it easier to take care of them. But the elderly couple smiled faintly and said, "We're just old bones now. We don't have many days left, so we won't trouble you too much. Besides, there are plenty of peers here to talk with." Lin Mo could see the sadness written all over their calm expressions. Perhaps they didn't want to leave because this place held memories of Long Wu and their past. People might not be around, but perhaps it was these old things that could carry their nostalgia. So, Lin Mo stopped persuading them and quietly left some money before departing. After leaving, he had a brief discussion with the director of the nursing home and ensured everything was settled before leaving. That afternoon, Lin Mo and Chu Yi took a plane back to Beijing. Chu Yi complained that Lin Mo was rushing her too much, but unexpectedly, after getting off the plane, Lin Mo gave her a big surprise. "Don't go home yet. Come with me to a great place." Lin Mo flashed a charming smile, and Chu Yi had a strange premonition. It couldn't be. "Where are we going? It's already 10 o'clock. If we don't go back now, Dad and Uncle and Aunt will get worried." Chu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. She said she refused, but her eyes wandered around curiously. "Oh, come on, darling. I promise I won't let you down." But before she could finish, Lin Mo pulled Chu Yi into a taxi that had just arrived. Chu Yi wondered. Lin Mo hadn't taken a taxi in a long time. For safety, he usually arranged for a private driver ahead of time. Why today? Before she could be surprised for long, she suddenly realized that the scenery passing by outside the window looked so familiar. When the taxi turned a corner and stopped steadily next to a lawn in the park, Chu Yi finally reacted. "This is where we first watched the meteor shower, right?" Chu Yi looked into Lin Mo's eyes, which were filled with stars. Lin Mo happily said, "There's more." After saying that, he gestured for Chu Yi to turn around. Although surprised, the sudden bright lights behind her made her turn curiously. In the lights, a very familiar figure appeared. "Zhang Yunlong, so you're the driver," Chu Yi exclaimed, realizing why everything felt so familiar. Zhang Yunlong laughed heartily. "Look over here, ding ding dong." He slid to the side. The colorful lights that had been set up on the lawn sprang to life, and the surrounding trees and grass were instantly bathed in vibrant colors. Within a radius of dozens of meters, The darkness vanished in an instant. At the spot where the lights were brightest, Gu Xiaoxing pushed a giant standee into the center of the venue. It was the first photo of Lin Mo and Chu Yi when they had just entered university. Beside it were various pictures and small photos. These were all moments Lin Mo had captured of their warm daily lives and some memorable scenes. In the center, Lin Mo was in a suit and Chu Yi wore a white gauzy dress, resembling a wedding gown. The two stood together, just like a pair of newlyweds stepping into the wedding hall. Chu Yi covered her mouth, tears of excitement streaming down her face. She didn't expect Lin Mo to pay attention to these details secretly, and her heart was filled with surprise and warmth. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, holding up a delicate red velvet box. Slowly opening, it revealed a stunning diamond ring. Yi, Muddy Mei. Chu Yi had waited too long for this day. She had imagined countless scenarios of Lin Mo proposing to her, but she never expected it to unfold like this today. Chu Yi couldn't wait to respond. Okay. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Mo's arms, and the two of them embraced deeply, standing in place for a long time, quietly enjoying this beautiful moment worth remembering. Zhang Yunlong, Gu Xiaolan, and the friends hiding in the shadows to help slowly retreated, leaving them with ample quiet time. The next day, Lin Mo shared what happened that day with Chu Qianhe and his own father, expressing his intention to prepare for marriage with Chu Yi and asking the elders how to proceed. Lin Mo's father was naturally delighted, and Chu Qianhe also appeared moved. After discussing all the arrangements that day, they sent out invitations to their friends and relatives still in touch, as well as business associates, preparing to hold an engagement ceremony in Yanjing City 15 days later. Chu Qianhe initially thought that inviting just friends and family, along with some business partners, would suffice for the engagement banquet. He even firmly refused Chu Yi's wish for a low-key event. However, Lin Mo unusually insisted on convincing Chu Qianhe, Chu Yi, and his own father to record a video of the engagement ceremony and publish it. As for the deeper meaning behind this, he didn't explain. He merely brushed it off with the excuse that I am already considered a public figure. If I don't say anything, some unscrupulous media will surely hype it up. Rather than that, it's better to announce it myself. Although everyone had their doubts, they thought it made sense and didn't ask further. Even when Chu Yi sought Lin Mo for a private conversation in the evening, Lin Mo didn't say much. Chu Qianhe, of course, didn't hear anything either. However, that day, he secretly sent a message to Zhang Cheng. I'm using myself as bait this time. If it doesn't work out, I'll be finished. I'm counting on you. Zhang Cheng replied with an okay. Don't worry. The person has already shown up and is under strict surveillance. After receiving the message, Lin Mo pondered for a moment, feeling that his suggestion to release the news was indeed correct. They had already detected clues about Yi Ying and others. Still not feeling at ease, he sent another message. The other side is cunning. Be extra careful. Zhang Cheng replied, Don't worry, we're professionals. Lin Mo's lips twitched. This guy was quite confident. However, thinking back to Zhang Cheng's previous reliable work, he decided not to dwell on it. In the following time, he handed over most of his tasks to Gu Xiaolan and the others. Meanwhile, he quietly started to prepare for his wedding with Zhang Yunlong and the others. From designing wedding attire, selecting locations for wedding photos, decorating the bridal chamber, choosing venues for the banquet, designing invitations, selecting dishes, and more, Chu Yi and Lin Mo were fully involved in the entire process. The two enjoyed themselves immensely. Ultimately, Lin Mo and Chu Yi jointly decided to buy the Zhulu restaurant, manage it for a while, and conveniently hold their wedding there. What a delightful idea. On the other side, Gu Xiaolan, Lu Xiaoyu, Feng Yang, and others were busy from morning till night, exhausted. The group could no longer bear it and complained to Lin Mo in their chat group. Lu Xiaoyu took the lead. Mo Go, you're really enjoying life as a hands-off manager while we're all exhausted like dogs. Feng Yang chimed in, and Gu Xiaolan also began to joke. However, Lin Mo sent a voice message. Brothers, I know you've been working hard during this time, but I really can't break away right now. Come on, open your mouth, Chu-yi said. Just a moment. I'm making a phone call, Lin Mo said. Oh, come on, open your mouth. The voice message abruptly cut off, leaving the three brothers in disarray. On the other end, Chu-yi was feeding Lin Mo grapes, the two of them in their own world. The brothers initially wanted to tease Lin Mo, but unexpectedly found themselves bombarded with dog food. How can one live like this? In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Both of them had graduated from university. By August 22nd, the 7th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar, the day of great joy for Lin Mo and Chu-yi had finally arrived. According to the plan, Lin Mo was to depart from the hotel, leading a convoy of 22 wedding cars to pick up Chu-yi from her home. This procession was meant to honor the traditional customs of the time. Everything was going smoothly until, unexpectedly, while on the way to pick up Chu-yi, an incident occurred. At an intersection, suddenly, a concrete mixer truck came rushing in from the left side. The scene at that moment was almost identical to the tragic incident of the 511 disaster. However, the outcome was drastically different. As the mixer truck burst out of the intersection, there was a gunshot, and immediately, a police tactical vehicle rushed out from behind Lin Mo's convoy, crashing directly into the mixer truck. The large truck was spun around and came to a stop at the roadside. Inside the wedding car, Lin Mo, holding Chu-yi in the back seat, was already sweating profusely. Chu-yi, startled, tightly closed her eyes and buried her head in Lin Mo's arms. It wasn't until she heard Lin Mo softly say, "It's okay, it's over," that she snapped back to reality, realizing they were still alive. 30 seconds later, while Lin Mo was comforting Chu-yi, he received a call from Zhang Cheng. "Are you two newlyweds all right?" Lin Mo sighed. "Thanks to you, we're still alive." Zhang Cheng chuckled helplessly. Well, it couldn't be helped. The other party was quite cunning. That mixer truck was quite unexpected. Actually, we were monitoring two guys with bombs in hand. Otherwise, we would have been prepared, and our people wouldn't have been injured, nor would you have had to go through this scare. "What bombs?" Chu-yi asked, becoming alert. Lin Mo felt a bit frustrated. "It's those two restless guys you mentioned." "Those two guys?" Chu-yi was even more confused. Lin Mo then explained. "It's Su Cheng and Yi Ying. I found out they have family ties, so to prevent such incidents, I asked Captain Zhang to keep an eye on them." Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Zhang Cheng immediately understood and provided cover for Lin Mo. "Yes, Lin, you're right, and I specifically requested that we must keep this under wraps until we catch those two guys." "Oh, have you caught them?" Zhang Cheng sensed that Chu-yi had seen through his little antics, and he felt a bit uneasy, awkwardly laughing. Suddenly, someone ran over and said, "Captain, we've caught those two, and we found quite a few time bombs at the scene. The bomb disposal team is already on it." Zhang Cheng's confidence was instantly restored. He shouted, "See, we've caught them. Ha, don't forget, we are professionals." Lin Mo almost couldn't hold back his laughter, while Chu-yi pouted and shot him a glare before hanging up the phone. Then she playfully hit Lin Mo with her small fists. "I told you to tell me, but you kept it from me." Lin Mo disregarded everything and pulled her in, kissing her to silence her. Chu-yi's cheeks instantly turned crimson. The young driver in the front seat quietly turned his head away. Lin Mo laughed a few times and shouted, "Let's go." Chu-yi happily echoed, "Let's go." This was a rare moment of relaxation for Lin Mo. The last threats lurking in the dark had been eliminated. There were no competitors posing a threat on the surface, and now he could finally focus on the most important matter, his wedding with Chu-yi. As the wedding march began to play, Chu-yi, adorned in a phoenix crown and a bridal gown, gracefully walked into the banquet hall, and the nearly 1,000 guests were left utterly astonished. This wedding was truly an eye-opener. They had never seen such a combination of ancient and modern cultures in a wedding ceremony. The decorations of the venue and the bride's attire were all elegantly red, creating a beautiful, grand, and festive atmosphere. The background music and the format of the wedding host perfectly blended modern cultural elements, making it refreshingly unique. The banquet featured the most stunning dishes from various cuisines, including Shandong, Cantonese, Sichuan, Hunan, and Jiangsu Zhejiang, which left the guests in awe. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Lin Mo, dressed in a red long robe and jacket, took Chu Yi's hand, and the two exchanged heartfelt words. They talked extensively about their journey from meeting to knowing each other to falling in love and supporting one another. Chu Yi shared many sweet moments they had experienced together, and the conversation eventually circled back to their shared expectations and visions for the future. Just as the host was about to ask Lin Mo, "Do you take Chu Yi as your wife for better or for worse in health and in sickness, in poverty or in wealth?" Lin Mo preemptively declared, "I do take Chu Yi as my wife, and no matter what, I will cherish and protect you until my last breath." The audience erupted in laughter, while the host was momentarily stunned. Chu Yi quickly followed up, saying, "I do take Lin Mo as my husband, and wherever we are and whenever it is, I will always stand by you and never leave you until my last breath." "Wow!" the host exclaimed, and the venue erupted in a thunderous applause, reaching a climax of excitement. The guests had already picked up their chopsticks, ready to feast, when unexpectedly, Chu Qianhe reignited the atmosphere while giving red envelopes to the newlyweds. "I announce that effective today, I resign from my position as the chairman of the Lin Group, and my son-in-law Lin Mo will temporarily take over, with a 1-year probation period." This declaration led to all the guests standing up, cupping their fists in congratulations to Lin Mo. The cheers were overwhelming, leaving everyone astounded. What Lin Mo didn't know was that, at the same time, this news had already spread throughout the business circles across the country. Everyone knew that in the near future, Lin Mo would become one of the most powerful entrepreneurs in the nation. A year? It might even take less than that. Chu Qianhe immediately handed over contracts and other key procedures to Lin Mo. After taking over, Lin Mo and Chu Yi raised their glasses and bowed to the guests. "Thank you to all my friends and family, and all the bosses who took the time out of their busy schedules to attend Yi and my wedding today. I sincerely appreciate everyone. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drink and has a great time. As for business matters, we will discuss them after the banquet. I promise not to let anyone down. Understood? We will listen to General Manager Lin's orders." Below the stage, Zhang Yulong and other onlookers, including Feng Yang and Gu Xiaojin, smirked and said, "Good thing we got to know Brother Mo early, otherwise we wouldn't be here today." Exactly, being with Brother Mo guarantees good food. But Brother Mo will only grow stronger in the future. He won't forget us, right? What are you thinking? Is this your first day knowing him? Brother Mo has always valued loyalty over wealth. Just look at how loving he is with his wife. By the way, when will I be able to marry a good wife too? Jean, you should tone it down. It's definitely possible. The next day, Lin Mo took office. A month later, he adjusted the company's strategy and merged his real estate company in Jiangxing into the main operations for unified management. 3 months later, Lin Mo expanded the real estate business online through the internet, doubling the business volume. 6 months later, EMO Technology and the acquisition of Tianyu Group were integrated to re-establish EMO Group, along with the merger of Xingchen Fund into Lin Group. Lin Group officially changed its name to Xingchen Group. At the same time, Chu Yi discovered that she was pregnant. Half a year later, the market value of Xingchen Group broke through the trillion mark. Lin Mo gained widespread fame, becoming known across the country. Many people regarded Lin Mo as a hero of the new era, an idol for countless young people. Moreover, everyone believed that he was still young and had a long journey ahead. However, by then, Lin Mo had already put the group's business on the right track, and he began to focus more on family. Because he had become a father, he had twins, a boy and a girl. That night, Chu Yi and Lin Mo placed the 2 children in the middle, and the family of 4 lay together neatly, discussing names for the 2 kids. "Let's name the girl Wan Yu. And how about we name the boy Xingchen? Lin Xingchen." Chu Yi happily nodded in agreement with Lin Mo's suggestion. However, she then asked, "Honey, did you already have the name Xingchen in mind?" Lin Mo nodded seriously, saying, "That's right." "Then why do you want to name him Xingchen?" Chu Yi was still puzzled. Lin Mo gently touched her hair and smiled as he explained, I hope that in the future, he can grow up to be a person with deep thoughts like the universe. Independent, broad-minded, capable of embracing everything, resilient, and able to stand on his own. He is our child, our hope. At the same time, he is also himself. I hope he can be healthy, happy, and blessed. Got it. Then why does the girl have to be called Yu? Because it sounds nice, haha. 6 months later, Xingchen Group made a significant foray into the medical field, investing over $1 trillion, beginning to tackle complex diseases and benefit the public. A year later, Xingchen Group achieved groundbreaking results in medicine that shocked the world, overcoming more than 100 complex diseases and saving countless patients. 3 years later, the world was once again stunned as diseases like leukemia and cancer became virtually non-existent under the powerful medical equipment and drug formulations of Xingchen Group. That year, Xingchen Group thoroughly rose to become a dominant force in the global business world. In the 5th year, Lin Mo made another astonishing move, setting his sights on space. I named my child Xingchen because I hope that one day he can travel through the starry seas of the universe. I am creating a future for him, which will usher in a new era for humanity. 15 years later, the first human space fleet set sail, and just as Lin Xingchen turned 18, he boarded the spacecraft. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Your bravest son will not let you down. I will conquer all difficulties. Son, take care of yourself. I believe my child will shine like the stars. In his 40s, Lin Mo still looked youthful. He stood on the ground, gazing at the small black dot in the sky that was gradually drifting away. A young eagle will one day spread its wings and soar. Honey, what are you going to do next? Next to him, Chui looked as beautiful and charming as a girl in her 20s. Lin Mo leaned down to kiss her forehead and said gently, "Since our children will conquer the stars, then we shall conquer the sea." Into the entire book,